warning polygons that are in effect in southeastern Mississippi. These could move into the southern part of the state of Alabama very shortly. So if you're in Washington County, places north of Chatham, south of Toxie, that's your main area of concern as these storms continue pushing off to the northeast. Again, if you're just joining us, unfortunately, I have to tell you that we've now had one report of a fatality in Lamar County, Mississippi. So we know that at least one person has unfortunately passed away today due to a tornado in that state. Let's keep Alabama at 0. That's our goal here. And if you take action and have that plan of knowing what you're going to do during a tornado warning, odds are you'll be just fine. So when a warning is issued, let's get to our safe place. And I'm very concerned about these storms out here in the Gulf of Mexico. We'll zoom in on that area. Here's your coastline. Dauphin Island sits right there. You've got Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Pensacola right here. And all these storms are working their way to the northeast. And so if you're in communities like Bayou La Battery, Dauphin Island, Fairhope, Foley, say Fort Morgan, any of those areas, some severe weather perhaps on the way in the next few hours. Again, no active tornado warnings are in progress across the state of Alabama right now, but we do have a few in southeastern Mississippi. And tell you what, let's also go to our other product here. And I also want to show you some of the damage that has happened over in Mississippi. So, tell you what, I'm getting reports of the audio being down, so we're working on that. And just hang with me. I'm going to reset my again. The state of Alabama. So the deal is that we've got a PDS tornado watch in effect for the entire area until 10 p.m. And so be on guard over the next few hours. Tell you what, let's go over to my laptop if we can. Give me 1 second to get there. And what I want to do is show some of the damage. And so Lee Margaret is my executive producer today, and I certainly appreciate her help. Let's go to my profile. What I'm going to do is show you some of the damage that we've seen in Mississippi. So exactly what you can see, thanks to Cody Latimer, who tweeted this to us. This comes from Louisiana. Again, nothing like this we know of has transpired in the state of Alabama. This is in Mississippi. So that's the kind of stuff that we can have in the next few hours. A very, very dire scene there. This is evidently in Assumption Parish, Louisiana. And so our thoughts and prayers are with those folks as extensive damage has happened there. You've also got this, scenes just like this, just to the south of Belrose, Louisiana at 3:50 p.m. This is from Matt Coker on Twitter. And also other reports of damage as well. So clearly the greatest threat of severe weather over the next few hours is going to be in southeastern Mississippi, southwest Alabama, and also northwest Florida. What we're going to do is assess our live stream real quick. And we're going to work through that. Tell you what, hang with me. We are trying to adjust this. And again, fortunately, we don't have any tornado warnings in effect for Alabama at the moment. And again, I'm not sure exactly why our audio is doing that. Sometimes our YouTube channel has sort of a lag, and so it's just very staticky. So hang with me. We're going to fix this, I promise. All right, let's try that. I think that's going to be a bit better. And tell you what, Bruce, if you'll keep monitoring that, that would be great. Again, significant damage has occurred in Louisiana, and so this is why we have to be extremely on guard today. Again, I'll roll that video one more time just so you can see some of the damage here that's evidently transpired in Assumption Parish, Louisiana. This is live, or excuse me, this was recorded about 30 minutes ago now. Very near Assumption Parish, Louisiana. Tremendous damage there due to an assumed tornado. Evidently, some type of damage has occurred because a very dire scene there. And tell you what, go back over to the radar if you will. Let's show you what's going on. I know we've got folks tuning in and out across the region. And again, if you're watching us from the greater Bruton area, I know a lot of folks are right now, no issues right now. That could change in the hours ahead as we do have this PDS, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch, in progress until 10 p.m. for many counties, including Wilcox, Monroe, Conecuh, Escambia, Clark, Baldwin, Mobile, and Washington counties. And so we're going to be on guard over the next few hours. And also we're watching these areas of rotation in Mississippi. Tell you what, let's go over to our high-def radar. And I want to look at the velocity on this because this is one of the storms that did all that damage back in Louisiana. There's your polygon. And again, Alabama is on the far right side of your screen. You've got Yarbough, Chatham, Fruitdale, and Vinegar Bend there along the U.S. Highway 45 corridor in the western part of Washington County in western Alabama. And so let's go to our velocity now. Here's your area of rotation, and this is in Perry County, Mississippi. The county seat is New Augusta, and it sits in the middle part of the county, but no doubt, here's your couplet, and it's moving to the northeast at a very rapid clip, right in the middle of this polygon. So if you know someone that's in Greene County, Mississippi, or Wayne County, Mississippi, let them know that at least part of their county has a tornado warning in progress right now. And the concern is for the folks here in the northern part of Washington County, Milry, Yarbough, Chatham, points north. That's going to be the area in our coverage area that could have a tornado warning within the hour if this rotation back in Mississippi continues moving off to the northeast. So that will likely be our first call to action today over in Washington County if trends continue. Checking our feed here with the National Weather Service office in Mobile. And they are actually going to continue this warning until 5:30 for these two Mississippi counties. And for coverage in that part of the world, there's many good media outlets on Facebook, on Twitter, lots of folks covering southern Mississippi. And so our coverage area is here in the far southwestern part of Alabama and northwestern Florida. So the deal is no issues right now, especially across say Monroeville, Evergreen, Bruton, but be on guard in the hours ahead. You want to have those helmets ready, have those whistles and air horns ready, and be ready to act at a moment's notice, especially since we have this complex of storms moving in from the Gulf of Mexico. These could very well pose some problems in the hours ahead as this shifts off to the north toward Dauphin Island, Daphne, and Gulf Shores. So those communities, be on guard as well. Tell you what, let's also look at some of our severe weather parameters, and if you'll take my laptop full, we're first going to look at our supercell composite. And understand there's a lot of advanced math involved here, but basically what this algorithm can do is show us exactly where the greatest potential for supercell thunderstorm formation is. And no doubt about it, this area near Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana here, which is to the southwest of the greater Mobile area, this is that boot heel of Louisiana that juts out into the Gulf of Mexico. Your supercell composite right now is maxing out at a 20. And understand, anything over a 1 is considered pretty significant. So when you're dealing with a 20, no doubt some significant supercells possible in that area over the next few hours. Let's look at some other parameters here. We will look at convective available potential energy, and that's instability in the atmosphere, one of the crucial ingredients that you have to have for tornado formation. And right now, I know these numbers are hard to see, but you've got CAPE at about 1,500 joules per kilogram, and so anything over 500, generally speaking, is conducive for tornado formation. So basically from, say, Montgomery and points south, a lot of CAPE or instability in the atmosphere, and certainly enough to support tornado formation across the southern side of the state. Let's also look at our bulk shear in the atmosphere and also our helicity. Helicity is changing of the winds with height, and that's what these updrafts have to get started into a tornado, basically. And so helicity values are sort of maxed out here over southeastern Mississippi, right where we have those two tornado warning polygons right now in Perry and Wayne County, approaching the state line moving from the west to the east at about 55 miles per hour. That's another thing. Understand, these storms are moving very quickly today. So I've said this a lot over the past few days, but you have got to get sheltered when a tornado warning is issued for your area in the hours ahead. No doubt about it. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. When we say a tornado warning, we mean it. And you got to get sheltered, lowest floor of your site-built home, away from windows and doors. Tell you what, if you'll go back to our radar product, if you will, I want to focus on these storms that are coming into the far western part of Alabama. And for the next few minutes, we're just going to hang with you. Again, no warnings are in effect for now for any southwest Alabama or northwest Florida counties, basically Thomasville, Evergreen, points south. No issues for now, but we certainly could have a tornado warning being issued shortly for the northwestern part of Washington County here in southwest Alabama due to this storm back here in Mississippi. You see the lightning output, all these little white S shapes. Those are indicative of lightning strikes over the past 10 minutes. And this thing is really putting out a lot of lightning near the county line there between Greene and also Perry County. We're going to pull up the National Weather Service text here and just see what they're saying. So this is a radar indicated tornado. We don't have a visual or anything like that, but understand, just because a tornado warning is radar indicated, that is sufficient enough for us to take action and take action immediately. Understand, these scientists who issue these warnings do a fantastic job, and so whenever you have a polygon, a tornado warning polygon that is issued for your area, I need you to act and act quickly. Of course, we saw what happened last week in the greater Century, Florida area and also in Flomaton, Alabama, with a lot of damage due to that EF3 rated tornado. And I would suggest that we certainly could have storms very similar in magnitude to that. The atmosphere is very ripe and conducive for severe weather. So certainly have a plan over the next few hours. And tell you what, let's look at our correlation coefficient. This is a product that we use to see if there's a tornadic debris signature, and we've been tremendously blessed here in the U.S. All of the NEXRAD radars that are across the United States have been upgraded to dual polarization stage, and that means that we actually can see objects per se in the clouds. And so what happens is you'll sometimes see areas of green and blue on this particular color scale, and what that is the radar basically saying that the objects in the sky are not consistent with hydrometeors or things like raindrops or hail, and so it will place a lower correlation coefficient over a tornadic debris signature. And I realize all that weather geek talk is probably more than you wanted to hear, but the deal is we're very blessed to have this new tool, and at the moment I'm not seeing anything like a tornadic debris signature with this polygon right in through here in the far southeastern part of Mississippi. So certainly some good news. That could change in the next few minutes as this possible tornado continues working its way to the northeast. Again, here's your couplet. This is our velocity product, and this tells us which way the objects in the atmosphere like raindrops, like hail, are moving. And so it's very helpful to see where there's rotation in the atmosphere. All these brighter colors that you see on the right side of your screen, those are areas in which the wind is blowing away from the radar. In the northern hemisphere, of course, rotation goes in a counterclockwise formation. And so all these areas that you see here in green are areas of wind that are blowing toward the Mobile, Alabama radar site. And so this is your couplet. No doubt about it, this thing is rotating like a top, and this rotation is moving off to the northeast at a very rapid clip, 55 miles per hour. I want to check our Twitter feed here. And I certainly appreciate all the folks who have tweeted at me today. And tell you what, if we could, I want to go to my MacBook in just a second. Again, I'm joined alongside Bruce Thompson and Lee Margaret Bostic. They are helping me out today, and I certainly appreciate all the efforts that they're putting in to make this broadcast a success. They're going to be here with me throughout the evening to make sure that we get out all the tornado warning information for any that may pop up here in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. And tell you what, Lee Margaret, if we could, I want to go to my MacBook, because I've had folks send me pictures all afternoon long showing me things just like this, and we're going to try to load this image. So this is from Dr. Lynn Gill. She's a professor at Jefferson Davis Community College, and she's got her helmet ready. And I would encourage you, if you have a bicycle helmet or a ballistics helmet, baseball helmet, softball helmet, even a football helmet, grab that thing and have it handy over the next few hours as we've got this significant tornado threat that is continuing. The threat has not subsided. I know we haven't had any storms in the greater Bruton area or anywhere in the eastern side of southwest Alabama just yet, but understand that likely will change in the hours ahead. We also had this picture. This is from Spencer J., who's a friend that's currently a student at Auburn University. You've also got Curtis Glaze. He's also a great friend. And so these guys are promoting a wonderful thing here. If you don't have a helmet, another great idea is a cooking pot. Anything that can shield your head during times of tornadic events. This is exactly what you want to do. And I know that looks funny, but look, it could absolutely save your life. And I want to go back also to our Twitter. So here's that. This is the significant tornado damage over in Assumption Parish, Louisiana. Look at that. I'm gonna stop the video quickly, and you can see just how extensive the damage was due to this tornado in Assumption Parish. This video is from Maggie Wade, at Maggie Wade on Twitter, and so you can log on Twitter and see this very same thing. But again, lots of damage there, and this is going to be the type of damage that we could have even here in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida, as I said a moment ago, because the tornado threat is so substantial. So let's go to our other graphics product if we can, and I'm going to step off camera to grab our master controller here. And again, we talked about this a moment ago, but I did want to show you a visual. We talk about this over and over, and you may be wondering, well, Spinks, why do you talk so much about what to do during tornado warnings? The deal is, if you've never done this, or perhaps you're new to the area, it's perfectly common to not know. And so during a tornado warning, you want to be on the lowest floor of a site-built structure, away from windows and doors. You want to be in an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom. So if you think about that, that's in the center portion of the structure. I went down to Century on Tuesday and captured some drone footage that you probably saw on the RedZone Weather Facebook page, that is. And one of the site-built structures there at the corner of Jefferson Avenue and Florida State Highway 4 that was damaged pretty heavily, the only part of the house that was left standing was the center portion, and that's where folks took shelter, and we were very blessed. We didn't have any fatalities due to that long track tornado that produced 16.9 miles worth of damage there in northwest Florida and the southern part of Escambia County, Alabama. So get to the center, away from windows and doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Also, perhaps you're in a mobile home even now. I would encourage you, go stay with a friend, go stay with a family member over the next few hours as this significant tornado threat continues. And it's better to be in a site-built structure. No doubt about it that mobile homes are death traps in tornadoes. Also cars, don't be traveling if you can help it tonight. I know that many folks had things to do today, and we had a lot of school cancellations, and so a lot of people have been inconvenienced. But understand, just because the weather is calm right now certainly doesn't mean that that trend is going to continue into the hours ahead. And cars are, in terms of weight, are very light in the grand scheme of things. Tornadoes can rip cars up off the ground very quickly, and so it's important that you're not in a car. Also, again, the helmets, the whistles, closed-toed shoes. Why do you want closed-toed shoes? Well, if you have to walk out into a debris field, of course, we hope you don't have damage, but if you do, you want to have those closed-toed shoes on because you don't want to step on any electrical wiring or that sort of thing. Also, have your ID, I should say, on you at all times over the next few hours. And when a warning is issued, I can't stress this enough, act immediately. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. Act, do something about it when a tornado warning is issued. And also, one new feature that we've added for this particular severe weather event is our live audio stream. The deal is we are live right now on our YouTube live stream, and I certainly appreciate all of you that hung with me through our audio issues a moment ago. But if we lose power here at RedZone Weather headquarters in the northern part of Bruton, Alabama, we'll transition to our live audio stream. And all you have to do is go to rzweather.com, and the link is actually at the very top of the page, and it says live audio. All you have to do is click that, and there we will be, even if we lose power, because we can do that from our cell phones. And so that's the deal with the video. We will be here all night doing the live video feed, but if we lose power, we move to the audio feed. So that's the simple part of RedZone Weather. We want to make it easy for everybody to access our information even if the power goes out. Again, Bottom line, and we've talked about this a lot, we're still forecasting some long track, potentially strong tornadoes in the hours ahead, but also we note that the damaging wind threat has also substantially increased over the past 12 hours, and also I can't rule out large hail. We are in the middle of this thing, and I think over the next 2 to 3 hours, that's when you're going to see the core of this severe weather event really start to ramp up over southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Again, all night we will be at rzweather.com with the latest as this severe weather event continues. If you haven't already, be sure to check out our Red Zone Weather text. That is at the top of the Red Zone Weather Facebook page right now. You've also heard a lot about this moderate risk, and we've talked about this many times today as well, but perhaps this is the first time you're seeing it. I think the word moderate doesn't do this threat justice, because here's the deal. The Storm Prediction Center actually puts out 5 different levels of threat categories in their daily convective outlook. And moderate is actually the level 4 risk. And when you have a moderate risk, no matter where it is across the United States, you can have strong tornadoes, widespread wind damage, and large hail as well. So this is certainly a very serious situation. And don't forget, we've got that particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, that's going to continue until 10 p.m. for many counties in southwest Alabama and also Escambia and Santa Rosa County in the northwestern part of Florida. Here's your moderate risk zone, basically from Livingston to Clanton to Valley, Alabama, and points south. All of these areas remain in this moderate risk zone as of 5:24 p.m. And so still forecasting a very significant event, even though we haven't had storms here in south central Alabama. So tell you what, let's go back to the radar here, and I'm just going to check some of our social media feeds as well. Again, here's that tornado warning that is very near Washington County. If you look in the far right portion of your screen, near the bottom there, you see our warning bug, and you note many counties there that are shaded in that pink color, and that's indicative of this PDS tornado watch, but no warnings for now. But that certainly could change as this area of rotation in green approaching Wayne County moves to the northeast. So if you're in Milry, just to the northwest of Chatham, certainly could have some issues in the next few minutes. If you know someone in Milry, Chatham, points north, points west, let them know that they could have a tornado warning, perhaps in the next 30 minutes. Let's also shift and look at the reflectivity product. Again, this is the classic radar product that most of you are probably used to seeing. And again, we're watching this area of storms out in the Gulf of Mexico. All of this is moving to the north-northeast at a fairly rapid clip. And so storms possible near the Alabama coastline, places like Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, also Fort Morgan, Dauphin Island, Bayou La Battery in the next hour. So those are your 2 prime areas in the next 30 minutes to an hour for the potential for severe weather. But again, this PDS tornado watch continues for the entire region of southwest Alabama and our 2 northwest Florida counties here until 10 p.m. So what we're going to do, we're going to end our live stream for now, but if we have a tornado warning for the northern part of Washington or any of our coastal regions, or really any of southwest Alabama or northwest Florida, we will of course come back on. We'll send out a Red Zone Weather text alert and let you know that we've got a warning here in southwest Alabama, and bring you back to the live stream. So thanks so much for watching this severe weather update. Again, parameters remain high for a few long track, potentially significant tornadoes in the next few hours. Have a way to receive those warnings. That is the critical message that I can't say enough. As long as you do that and take action when the tornado warnings are issued for your particular region, the threat will be fairly low for you in terms of impacts. And so we want to keep everyone safe. Take action when those warnings are issued for your area. Thanks so much for watching this Red Zone Weather live video update from Brewton, Alabama. I'm Spinks Megginson saying goodbye for now. All right, I spoke too soon. Did we end the stream? We got a tornado warning. All right, let's go back to me, and I'm going to have to send out a text here. We just talked about this, and we actually didn't end our stream. We got a new polygon. This is going to be a tornado warning now for Washington County. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send out a Red Zone Weather text alert here. As we now have our first tornado warning of the day in southwestern Alabama. So hang with me. We're going to get this posted across the board on social media. again, a tornado warning has just been posted, as we talked about a moment ago, for the northern part of Washington County, Alabama. This is going to include the county seat of Chatham and points north and west. So what I'm doing now is posting this to our Facebook page. Tornado warning just issued for much of Washington County in southwest Alabama, and this warning is going to be in effect until 6:15. So this is going to be at least a 47-minute warning. Hang with me while I get this on our social media. All right, so we got it posted to the Facebook page, and it's also on Twitter as well. And what we're also going to do is send out a RedZone Weather text alert, because what the deal is, we do have a few folks over here in Washington County who do regularly watch this coverage. And so the deal is we're going to send out a RedZone Weather text alert for them. So hang with me. And again, I want to thank all the folks. We've had now over 1,000 people sign up for our RedZone Weather text service just today. And so what I did is just sent out a RedZone Weather text alert. So we're going to get a lot of folks from that watching this service very shortly. And I'm going to move our stand over just a bit so we can transition into this tornado warning. Tell you what, the first thing I want to do is tell you who's involved in this warning. And I will tell you that the county seat of Chatham is involved. So if you're in Chatham, I need you to take shelter right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Tell you what, let me take off the county-based warnings here, and I'm going to show you just the polygon. And so we're also going to show you some of the roads here. Again, this is Washington County. If you're in Bruton, if you're in Thomasville, if you're in Monroeville, this tornado warning is to your west. This tornado warning is in effect for portions of Washington County and Washington County only. Again, Chatham, Milry, anywhere here along the U.S. Highway 45 corridor in Washington County north of Fruitdale. You are involved in this tornado warning that is in effect now until 6:15 p.m. This is Alabama Highway number 17. That's a major north-south thoroughfare there in western Alabama right here. This is Milry, Yarbo, Chatham. Again, Alabama Highway number 17 there. That's that light blue line. You've also got another state highway. This is State Highway number 56, which intersects with U.S. Highway 43 near Wagerville, and this runs into Mississippi near the community of State Line. So anywhere near State Line, Chatham, Yarbo, Milry, anywhere near Alabama Highway 17 in Washington County, you are under a tornado warning right now for the next 45 minutes until 6:15. I need you in the lowest floor of your site-built structure away from windows and doors. And let's put on the radar data so you can see exactly what's caused this thing. And we're going to keep the polygon on there as well. Here's your storm right in through here in the central part of Greene County, Mississippi. And it's moving to the northeast very quickly at about 55 miles per hour. So understand, if you're in Chatham or Milry or Yarbo, you need to seek shelter now. This thing is on your doorstep. It's racing like a train on a track moving to the northeast. I need you sheltered anywhere along Alabama Highway number 17, basically from Silas in the southern part of Choctaw County all the way down to just to the south of Chatham here, which is the county seat of Washington County. You are under the gun right now. And I want to shift briefly to our damage photos here and show you the potential of what we're dealing with today. Again, many folks are now joining us because we've got this tornado warning in progress for Washington County, but we've had considerable damage, and now, unfortunately, at least one person has been reported dead in Lamar County, Mississippi. So this storm and this storm system is now a killer. This is a big deal, and this PDS tornado watch continues for many counties here in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. So what I want to do is, if we can, if you'll take my MacBook full, I want to show some of these damage photos. And again, these are from Twitter. I realize I showed this at the top of the hour, but for the folks that are tuning in because of this tornado warning, this is in Assumption Parish, Louisiana, and considerable damage has happened there due to a tornado. This is in the coverage area of the National Weather Service office in New Orleans, but no doubt about it, considerable damage. Go back to the radar, if you will, and that's the type of thing that we are concerned about due to things just like this. This is your polygon and your tornado warning, and no doubt about it, Chatham, Milry, Yarbo, anywhere along Alabama Highway number 17 or State Highway 56 that runs from Chatham out here to State Line in the rural part of Washington County, be sheltered right now. And if you'll put up the OTS reminders, this is what you need to do if you are in this particular area. Again, a site-built structure away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. The center of the structure, in an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom. Don't be in a car or a mobile home. So if you're on 17 or State Highway 56, pull over to the nearest gas station or convenience store. That is a site-built structure most likely, and that could potentially, of course, save your life. Act now in these areas, as this is now a tornado warning for the northern part of Washington County. Let's look at another product here. This is our Velocity product, and again, we talked about what Velocity is a moment ago when we were attempting to end the live stream before this first tornado warning of the day was issued here in Washington County. Velocity is the radar looking out and seeing which way the hydrometeors are moving in the clouds. And understand, hydrometeors are anything like hail or rain, sleet, that sort of thing. In this case, it's rain and possibly some hail. And you've got a fairly notable couplet here. In fact, let's check our NWS chat and see if the Weather Service is saying anything. So also, tell you what, I've got a note here from another member of the media suggesting that this could be a tornadic debris signature. And we also talked about correlation coefficient a moment ago, and what that is. The radar can actually detect, per se, debris in the atmosphere. And so right in through here, this very well could be a confirmed tornado on the ground. But I should say that we haven't had that confirmation just yet, but this could be a tornadic debris signature. We'll watch that over the next few frames. Tell you what, I also want to give an update to our folks in South Central Alabama as well. I know we've had a lot of folks watching here. If you're in Bruton, Monroeville, Evergreen, Lieffian, Bowles, Greenville, Georgiana, no issues in terms of severe weather right now, but we do have this PDS tornado watch in effect for Monroe, Conecuh, and Escambia County, and also Wilcox County until 10 o'clock. And so the deal is, be on guard. We've got this tornado warning back here in Washington County, and all of this is pushing its way to the east. So have a plan of action and know what you're going to do. The Weather Service has now upgraded this tornado warning to indicate that we now have a TDS, or a tornadic debris signature, and this is in Mississippi right now. Tell you what, let's go back to the Velocity product, and I also want to go to our correlation coefficient. Again, I realize that we're talking geeky here, but on this frame a moment ago, this little yellow dot right in through here is moving toward the state of Alabama, and it will approach places along the U.S. Highway 45 corridor to the north of Vinegar Bend, Fruitdale, and State Line in the next few minutes. So if you happen to know someone who lives out here on the US 45 corridor near State Line, Fruitdale, Chatham, anywhere along State Highway number 56, call them now. Again, this is a tornado on the ground. We know it's on the ground because we see an indication of debris right here in the atmosphere. Lots of lightning happening with this storm as it enters the state of Alabama, moving from the west off to the northeast at a very rapid clip. And tell you what, let's also do sort of a wide view here just to see what's going on. You also know that we've got all these showers and storms out here over the Gulf of Mexico, and I'm concerned that as these storms move into coastal regions of Alabama and northwest Florida, we certainly could have some severe weather issues near the coast at first over the next hour as this complex of storms continues moving to the north. But no doubt The utmost concern right now is this tornado warning in the far northeastern part of Washington County. If you're in Chatham or you know someone in Chatham, you are under a tornado warning, meaning you need to act, you need to do something about it. Don't wait, don't play with this thing. The atmosphere is very unstable, and we could certainly have a serious situation transpiring here, as we saw this tornado on the ground moments ago on our correlation coefficient product. The Weather Service did as well, and that's why they've upgraded this tornado warning to have this considerable tag, and they're noting that this is a radar confirmed tornado. I've also got a note here from the Storm Prediction Center, which is in Norman, Oklahoma. They are the great guys that are responsible for issuing all the tornado watches and severe thunderstorm watches. So watches are issued by SPC, warnings are issued by the local guys at the National Weather Service in Mobile for our area. You also have Weather Service offices in Birmingham and in Huntsville for the state of Alabama. But our area of coverage is Mobile, and they do a fantastic job of putting out these warnings. And understand, the folks in Milry, Yarbo, Chatham, anywhere along State Highway 56 or State Highway 17, you are blessed with lead time. I can't stress it enough. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. Get sheltered right now in these areas of Washington County. And I will say this, if you're watching from Thomasville, Coffeyville perhaps, anywhere to the west of Grove Hill along U.S. Highway number 84 there, be ready to implement your tornado safety plan as well, because this storm, if it continues on the current trajectory, will ultimately end up here in Clark County, Tallahassee Springs, Fulton, Cyrene. Be ready over the next hour as this thing continues working its way off to the northeast. Again, 5:39 here in the Central Time Zone. Looking at several things. What I have in front of me is a chat directly with the National Weather Service. Again, that's the government authority responsible for issuing our local tornado warnings. And so we're chatting directly with them. I've got my radar that you're seeing on the screen here off to my right. So if you see me looking down or to the right, that's what I'm looking at. And again, we've got this tornadic storm that produced a tornadic debris signature a moment ago in the central part of Greene County, Mississippi. And this is racing off to the northeast. So anyone that may be driving along the U.S. Highway 45 corridor out of the greater Mobile area up here to Waynesboro, pull over to the nearest gas station or convenience store. If you know someone, call them right now if they're traveling along U.S. Highway 45, State Highway 56, or State Highway 17 here in Washington County, and let them know that we've got this tornado warning in effect until 6:15 due to this radar-confirmed tornado back here in Mississippi that is approaching the state line right now. Very serious situation over in Washington County. Again, no issues right now in terms of severe weather happening in Escambia County, Alabama, Conecuh County, Monroe County, Wilcox County, but this is your main call to action right now over here in Washington County. And ultimately, like I said, this thing could end up in southern Choctaw or central Clark County. So be on guard, especially over the next 30 minutes if you're in Clark, Grove Hill, Thomasville, Fulton, Tallahassee Springs, anywhere along U.S. Highway 43 or U.S. Highway 84. Have that plan of action ready just in case we have another warning issued for this part of Clark. Tell you what, let me check our social media feeds here. And again, what I'm doing is not only chatting with the Weather Service, but also looking for reports of damage on social media. So if you have damage tonight, I don't want you to try to go out and get pictures. That is a terrible idea, especially if you have an active tornado warning in progress. You want to be in the lowest floor of that site-built structure. Don't go out and look for this thing. You know, as humans, we have this natural instinct, per se, to go and see it for ourselves. But don't do that. Don't buy into that mindset. That mindset kills people, all right? And so whenever we say a tornado warning is in effect for your county, act then. Don't wait. And fortunately, we don't have any issues right here in Escambia, Conecuh, or Monroe County, but again, doesn't mean that we won't in the hours ahead. So just checking social media here. And again, I want to thank everyone who has sent in the pictures of the helmets and the whistles and all the good preparation that we've had across Southwest Alabama and Northwest Florida. Folks are doing a tremendous job, and I thank you for that. That means a lot to me to know that people are responding to the action plan that we've produced throughout the past few days. So thank you very much for that. Again, if you have reports of damage, certainly don't hesitate to shoot me a message via text, Facebook, Twitter. We will certainly pass that along for for all our folks to see here on the live stream. Again, current time 5:42 p.m. And we've got this is the only tornado warning on the board here in Alabama for the northern part of Washington County. I will tell you this too. In fact, let's do a radar view on our other product here. Again, there's that tornado warning in Washington. I want to zoom out and zoom into the central part of Alabama. I know that we've got some folks who are interested in areas near Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Hamilton, that part of the world. We actually have now 2 specific areas in central Alabama that have sustained damage from possible tornadoes in the past hour to 2 hours, and one of which is actually right here in the western part of the Hoover area in the Birmingham Metro near Ross Bridge. We had car windows blown out and I believe a few trees blown down, that sort of thing, due to a storm that evidently produced a tornado for a very little bit there, very near Ross Bridge Parkway in Birmingham. We also had considerable damage in Reform, which is in Pickens County along the U.S. Highway 82 corridor, just to the west of Tuscaloosa. Some significant damage happened there in terms of trees being blown down and that sort of thing, and no warning has been issued until we had this warning in Washington County, and so perhaps 2 unwarned storms. But we looked at the radar data when we were doing our live update at 4:30, and the deal is there wasn't anything on radar that would indicate that we had a tornado down here in the greater Birmingham area, and so another reason to be prepared. Obviously, the guys at the National Weather Service in Mobile will do a fantastic job to issue those warnings, but the atmosphere is just so conducive for severe weather that we could have a situation where we have very little lead time over the next few hours. So certainly keep that in mind. The atmosphere is just ripe and juicy and very conducive for severe storms. You note on the right side of your screen, you see that polygon there. That's actually a significant weather advisory for a thunderstorm in Crenshaw County, and so that's a general thunderstorm with winds below severe limits of 58 miles per hour. And so the concern here is in Washington County. Again, for those of you that just may be tuning in, perhaps you're over here in Washington County now, and perhaps someone's called you to let you know that we've got a tornado warning. Well, you need to be sheltered. Lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and doors. If you are in Milry, Yarbo, Chatham, State Line, and also anywhere near the Alabama Highway number 17 corridor that runs basically from Silas in southern Choctaw County all the way down to the county seat of Washington County in Chatham. All right, and we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for a good chunk of Clark. And so let's go ahead and zoom out on the radar and tell you who's involved in this. Again, things are going to start happening very quickly around here, and I wouldn't be shocked if we had a few supercell thunderstorms over the next few hours. So we're going to be with you right here on the live stream as long as we have warnings in progress. But good news, the only tornado warning that we have right now is over here in Washington County. Now, regardless, you got to be sheltered if you're in Yarbo, Chatham, anywhere along the 17 corridor or 56 south of Silas there in Choctaw County. So that's the tornado warning. But again, a new large tornado warning, or excuse me, large severe thunderstorm warning polygon has just been issued. And this is going to include Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, also Fruitdale, McIntosh, Silas, Coffeyville, all included. And you'll see the fill shading up, update in just a moment. But no doubt we could have some strong winds, perhaps in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and also large hail going to be a concern as this severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 6:30 p.m. So for the next 45 minutes. And no doubt about it, you can see the storms here that have prompted this warning. And here's your polygon, basically from Thomasville down to near Gainestown in the southern part of Clark County, extending all the way down into Mobile County. And so that's that new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been posted by the Weather Service. Again, current time is now 5:46. I'm Spinks Megginson, and you're watching live RedZone Weather severe weather coverage originating right here in Brewton, Alabama. If we lose power, and I can't say this enough, if we lose power on our video stream tonight, we have an audio-only solution, and that's pinned to the top of the RedZone Weather website. All you have to do is go to rzweather.com, and we will be with you live on our Mixlr audio feed. And so that's the beauty of our contingency plans here. We want to be with you even if we lose power, but certainly no storms in the general vicinity of the greater Brewton area right now that would lead me to believe that we would have a power outage. So that's some good news. Again, let's look at our velocity product and just kind of scan through this thing. You've got Alabama Highway number 56 that connects Chatham over here to state line. You've also got the U.S. Highway 45 corridor that connects state line down to Fruitdale and ultimately the greater Mobile area. So no travel right now along U.S. Highway 45, basically from the Washington County line with Mobile County all the way up here to Waynesboro, Mississippi. No travel right now on 45. You've got Alabama Highway number 17, which is a major north-south thoroughfare in the western part of Alabama that runs through Washington County. No travel right now on 17. And also no travel on 56. This is State Highway number 56 that connects state line over to Chatham and ultimately over to Wagerville, just to the south of the greater Jackson area in Clark County. So no travel on 56 right now, as we've got this tornado, or possible tornado I should say, right here near state line. So this thing is now entering the state of Alabama. We're about to have a strong couplet right in through here, cross the county line and enter Alabama, moving from the west off to the northeast. Let's look at our CC product, correlation coefficient, and I'm not seeing anything major on this view. Earlier, a few frames ago, we did have a tornadic debris signature just to the northwest of Leakesville. In fact, this little yellow dot that you can see right in through here, no doubt about it, that's a TDS, tornadic debris signature, indicating that debris was being lofted in the sky from the ground. So we knew that this tornado was down then. Is it down now? The radar beam is really high off the ground here, so understand the radar is actually seeing things about 5,000 feet off the ground. That is not near the surface, and so even though the storm is rotating at 5,000 feet, there's no way without visual confirmation to say if a tornado is down or not. But the takeaway from this is you need to be in your safe place, no doubt about it. Basically from just to the south of Chatham and points north along Alabama Highway number 17. You've got State Highway 56, which connects Wagerville over to state line, basically going through the middle of Washington County here through the county seat of Chatham. And if you're in Chatham, you're going to note that winds are going to increase in the next few minutes. You are included in this tornado warning polygon. In fact, let's take off the radar data here so you can see who's involved. And again, you see these areas shaded in orange. This is the new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect until 6:30. So damaging straight line winds, perhaps in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and also large hail possible in this large orange polygon here over the next 45 minutes as this severe thunderstorm warning, as I said, continues until 6:30. But the main concern is this tornado warning that's in effect for northern Washington County. No issues anywhere else across the state in terms of warnings. These are the only two, the severe thunderstorm and the tornado warning. But this is a prime example of what we should all be paying attention to over the next several hours. Again, lowest floor, site-built structure away from windows and doors if you're in the northern part of Washington County right now due to this tornado warning that continues until basically 6:15. So tell you what, let's turn on the radar data here, and you'll also note that this is your brightest areas of colors on the classic reflectivity. And so very heavy rain is falling near state line right now. You've also got moderate to heavy rain on the Alabama Highway 17 corridor that connects Silas down to Chatham. Again, no travel on 17 right now due to this tornado warning. But clearly your main area of heavy rain is back here in this southwestern flank, very near where this possible tornado could be right now. And so that heavy rain going to continue pushing off to the northeast in the minutes ahead, along with the threat of that possible tornado. So that's the deal with that. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to check a few sources here to see if we have any reports of damage. Again, if you see damage on Twitter, don't forget to tag us. It's at RZ Weather on Twitter, and we'll try to get that information out to you and show you the pictures. I will say this too, I apologize if we don't use all of the pictures that you tweeted us, but understand, when we have a tornado warning situation just like this gets precedent over everything in terms of the weather content that we share. We've got folks' lives potentially in danger in the northern part of Washington County, and so that's why I say it over and over, and I'm repetitive. We have folks coming into the live stream and going out, and so it's important that we say this over and over and repeat the information for the folks that are involved in this because that information could potentially save their life. So that's why we do that. We got a new message here from the Weather Service. All right, and this is going to be a new tornado watch. Let's see who's involved in this. This is such a new message that The SPC side is not even up yet, but we got a new tornado watch that's being issued right now, and I would suspect that that's going to include much of central Alabama. So again, you're looking at the radar. Here is Washington County, and that's where we've got this tornado warning, but a new tornado watch is being issued right now, and it likely will include here areas of central Alabama, perhaps Montgomery, perhaps Troy, perhaps Greenville, and Andalusia. All these areas could be under a tornado watch in a matter of seconds, and we're going to continue to see exactly what the SPC is going to do. But no doubt, we've got a tornado watch being issued right now, and so when you have a watch, you want to be weather aware and understand that the atmosphere is very conducive for severe weather, especially today. All of this area across southwestern Alabama is in this moderate risk zone. And so basically every area that you see shaded in this red, you have a heightened risk of severe weather. This is a threat level that we have not seen in quite some time across these areas. And storms just like this are likely going to continue to fire across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. So hang with me here while we look at this new tornado watch information, and then we'll get back to our folks in Washington County that are under this tornado warning. Again, trying to see exactly who's in and who's out in terms of the counties for this new tornado watch that is being issued. The counties that you see here in this dark pink shading, including Escambia, Conecuh, Monroe, Wilcox, Clark, Washington, Choctaw, remain under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. And so, no doubt about it, you got to have a plan and be ready to act at a moment's notice in case a tornado warning is issued for your area. If you're not in Washington County, if you are, you need to be taking shelter right now. And so, we got this new tornado watch, like I said several times, and that's being sent out over our Twitter right now. And this is going to include areas in the Birmingham National Weather Service Office of Responsibility. And so here's the deal. All right, we can now tell you who's in and who's out. So if you're in Tuscaloosa, you're under a tornado watch right now. Again, this is not a warning. This is a watch, meaning you need to be weather ready. Tuscaloosa and points south are involved in this new tornado watch that is now in effect until midnight. And so we've got now counties included in a PDS tornado watch here in the southern part of Alabama, and also now a tornado watch for central Alabama that's going to be in effect until midnight. So we'll go through a few of those areas and understand our graphic system will update as I talk most likely. If you are in Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, also Troy, Auburn, Alexander City, Rockford, Clanton, Selma, you're now under a tornado watch until midnight. So be aware of rapidly changing weather conditions. It's almost 6 o'clock, coming up on the top of the hour here. And so that means for the next 6 hours, you got to be weather ready. And so here's that new watch. Again, Troy, Eufaula, Auburn, Montgomery, also Clanton, Centerville, Brent, Tuscaloosa, all now included in this tornado watch. But we are here to talk about this tornado warning that's in progress for Washington County. Again, here's your polygon right in through here, and let's zoom in on that. All right, we've got a new tornado warning, and this is going to include a good chunk of Mobile County. So a very serious situation. As we talked about for many hours now, the threat has now increased, and we have 2 tornado warnings in progress for our region. We're going to talk about this all, and tell you what, I'm going to get this out over our RedZone Weather text program as well. For those of you that have opted in, we've had over 1,000 people opt into our RedZone Weather text program just today. And so I certainly thank you for doing that. I know we've got many folks watching from around the state of Alabama and also in Northwest Florida. And again, what I'm doing is getting out this new RedZone Weather text alert for the new tornado warning in Mobile. So this is now a serious situation, and I will tell you this is not going to include the core of the Mobile Metro. Here's your polygon, here's Mobile Metro. This is going to include basically the Mobile Regional Airport and points west to the state line, and so that includes places like Wilmer. You are included in this new tornado warning that's going to be valid until 6:30 p.m. So we're going to be here for at least another 30 minutes talking about this new tornado warning. And tell you what, I'm going to get this text out. Hang with me. I know we've got a lot of folks watching, but bear with me because I'm trying to get out the text and also update social media before we talk about this. And I'm going to talk it out. A tornado warning just issued for much of Mobile County, Alabama, until 6:30 p.m. New tornado watch issued for central Alabama as well. and we're going to put the live stream link up right now. And this is a RedZone Weather alert. So the deal is we've got these two text lists, and most of you are on the updates list. That's the one that we push, and that's the one that is super beneficial. But we also have another one, and so you're about to get a RedZone Weather alert sent to all our folks on our text database. And tell you what, let's go over to our high-def radar and tell you who's involved in this and who's not. And I'll tell you, this thing looks really wrapped up. No doubt about it, this is potentially a hook echo developing here. And so this could be a very serious situation for the the northwestern part of the Mobile Metro. So let's take off the radar data here. And you've got US Highway number 98. That's going to be the first call to action out here near Wilmer. You've also got areas just to the northwest of the Mobile Regional Airport included in this tornado warning. Chinchula, also Gulf Crest, and I believe this barely clips Citronelle, but if you have a Citronelle zip code, you need to be sheltered right now as we've got a tornado warning. This is Alabama Highway number 45 here, and also this is, US Highway 45, this is US 43. No travel right now in Mobile County. That's what I'm going to say because we have this tornado warning that's just been issued. And let's put our radar data back on so you can see exactly where this thing is. Here's your supercell thunderstorm right in through here. The tornado is going to be back in through this area. And so what I want to do is look at our velocity product quickly and see exactly where the rotation is. And your rotation is, I believe, back in here through Wade. It's sort of broad, but we want to respect the atmosphere today. This is a very serious situation. And so if I just called out your community, Wilmer, Chinchula, points just to the northwest of the Mobile Regional Airport, points near Baker High School, points north and west. You need to be sheltered right now as we've got now a tornado warning in progress for a good chunk of Mobile County. In fact, let me look at our correlation coefficient just to make sure we don't have any tornadic debris signatures. All right, we don't. Any that pop out anyway, and so that's good news. So let's also bounce up to our Washington County tornado warning because this is a cell that did produce a tornadic debris signature. So we know this thing was down back here in Greene County, Mississippi. The cell has now entered the state of Alabama, and it's now coming up on the 6 o'clock hour. So tell you what we're going to do, we're going to take a quick pause. We will be back in 10 seconds. If you'll run the tornado warning full screen graphic, we'll be back in just a second. All right, it is now 7 o'clock in the east, 4 in the west, and 6 p.m. here in the central time zone, where we've got 2 tornado warnings in progress for portions of southwest Alabama. We'll take them one by one. First, we want to look at our friends in Washington County, Alabama. This is where we have a tornado warning in progress for Chatham and points north, basically. If you're in Chatham and you have a Chatham address, you need to be sheltered right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Here's your area of rotation, and that thing looks pretty beastly based on the look on the radar here. Let's look at our correlation coefficient, and this is suspicious right in through here. We certainly could have a tornado down in Washington County very near Chatham. I know Chatham has been under the gun a good bit over the past few weeks in terms of severe weather, but I need you sheltered in Chatham right now. Also Milry, Yarbo, be sheltered right now anywhere along the Alabama State Highway 17 corridor that connects Silas down to Chatham. Be sheltered right now. Also anywhere along Alabama Highway 56 that connects Wagerville, which is right in through here along US Highway 43. No travel right now on the State 56 corridor there in central Washington County, as we've got this tornado warning in progress now for the next 15 minutes. And also, I will say this, the call to action is going to shift to the northwest. And so here's what I want you to do. If you're in Thomasville, Fulton, Cyrene, Lower Peachtree, Tallahassee Springs, Grove Hill, Coffeyville, or Salitpa, I want you to be ready to go to that tornado-safe place in the next few moments, because likely what's going to happen is we're going to get a continuance for this thing, and this is going to include a majority of Clark County. And so be prepared to go to that tornado-safe place, lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors, at a moment's notice. keep that in mind. We've also got a tornado warning in progress for much of Mobile County, and the core of the Mobile Metro is technically not included in this tornado warning polygon. So if you're in downtown Mobile, midtown Mobile, or anywhere near the University of South Alabama campus, right in through here, you don't have a tornado warning. This is for points to your northwest. This includes a good chunk of the U.S. Highway 45 corridor. It also includes much of the U.S. Highway 98 corridor. And so if you know someone near Wilmer, perhaps anyone near Baker High School just to the northwest of there, call them and let them know that we have now a tornado warning polygon in effect for these areas until 6:30. So about 28 more minutes on this thing, as we've got a supercell thunderstorm moving in from the west. And let's go ahead and look at our velocity product down here as well. All right, and so here's your rotation. And right in through here, this is George County, Mississippi right here. To the south, you've got Jackson County, and this is the community of Wade in Mississippi. And your rotation is right there. And so this thing is going to be crossing the state line very shortly and going to be very near the community of Wilmer. I'm not talking about folks in Bruton, Evergreen, or Monroeville, or Pensacola, or Destin right now, just because we don't have any action in that part of the world. It's not that I'm ignoring you, but the deal is this is where we have this second tornado warning polygon that has just been issued. So if you're in Wilmer, if you're in Gulfcrest, Chinchullas, it's right in through here along the U.S. Highway 45 corridor. I need you sheltered right now. Also, this does clip a bit of the interstate near Saraland and Creola. And so, you know what I'm going to say, no travel right now along Interstate 65, very near the Dolly Parton Bridge, all the way down here to the greater Mobile area. No travel right now on 65. If you happen to be near the Saraland or Creola exits or anywhere near the Dolly Parton Bridge that crosses the Mobile River there over the Delta, I need you to get off at the next exit and get to a convenience store or a gas station right now. You do not want to be in a car as we've got this area of rotation back here in Jackson County, Mississippi that's about to cross the state line and be very near Wilmer. I'm going to step off camera briefly, and we've been doing this live coverage now for just over an hour. So we've knocked out hour number 1, and we've got 2 tornado warnings on the board, one of which is for Mobile County in southern Alabama, and the other is for portions of northern Washington County. And you hear these dings going on in the background. I'm actually in a private internal chat session with our friends that issue the warnings at the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Mobile. And I'm just checking that. And here's the deal. We now have 2 new counties involved in this tornado watch. And so let me take off the radar data here so you can see who's involved in this. I know we've got a lot of stuff going on here on this map, and we're going to talk about it. All of these counties here in southwest Alabama, Wilcox, Clark, Washington, Point South, Monroe, Conecuh, Escambia, Baldwin, Mobile, Escambia, Santa Rosa, all included in this particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch, until 10 p.m. What the Weather Service in Mobile is now going to do, they are going to include Butler, Covington, Crenshaw, and Okaloosa counties in this PDS tornado watch, and those counties will be under the watch until 10 p.m. So if you're in places like Greenville, Georgiana, McKenzie, Luverne, Highland Home, also Carolina, Andalusia, Opp, Florala, Wing, all of those areas going to go under a tornado watch in a matter of seconds until 10 p.m. And so you haven't had a tornado watch until now. That has now changed. You're now under a watch. We also have these 2 warnings in effect. We've actually got 2 warnings in effect of each kind. And so let's go through this bit by bit. You've got first a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for much of Choctaw and the northern fringe of Clark County. And that's because we've got a line of storms here in Mississippi that's moving off to the east. You've also got a line of storms that's about to impact much of Washington, Clark, and the northern part of Mobile County. That's why we've got this large orange severe thunderstorm warning polygon that's going to be in effect until 6:30. But the main concern and the reason why we are here is for these 2 tornado warning polygons. And the first of which is in Washington County, in the northern part of the county, that includes Milry, Yarbo, Chatham, also places along the Alabama State Highway number 56 corridor that connects Wagerville over here to State Line. This is Alabama Highway number 17, basically from Silas down to Chatham. Absolutely no travel on any of the highway corridors that I just called out in those regions, as we've got this tornado warning polygon that continues for the next few minutes until 6:30. So let's put on the radar data and look at this storm. No doubt about it, this thing is producing potentially damaging straight line winds at bare minimum. There certainly could be a tornado down very near Yarbo and Chatham right now, but these colors right in through here, this Boeing segment, indicates that we could have some damaging straight line winds in these areas right now. You've also got the community of Tibby. If you live near Tibby along State Highway number 17, be sheltered right now. This is the last minute as this damaging straight line wind, potentially tornadic event, is on your doorstep. The call to action, again, is going to be in northern Clark next. As this thing continues moving off to the northeast, we could have a continuance of the tornado warning, or the National Weather Service may opt to go with that severe thunderstorm warning that's already in effect. Regardless, you're going to have some rough weather in the northern part of Clark County, basically the entirety of Clark County, over the next hour. Thomasville, Jackson, Fulton, Grove Hill. Be ready to go to that safe place at a moment's notice. So that's tornado warning polygon number 1. Let's talk about tornado polygon number 2 for much of central and northern Mobile County. And let's take off the radar data here so you can see this and zoom out a bit. So here's your Mobile Metro. This is the city of Mobile. You've got Pritchard that sits right here. Theodore is in this area. So if you're in Pritchard, the the city limits of Mobile right in through here, or also Theodore. This tornado warning is not for you. It's for places to your northwest, out here in the northern and central part of the county. If you are in Wilmer, I need you in a shelter now. You should have been in a shelter 10 minutes ago, but you got to be in a shelter right now in Wilmer, as we've got this possible area, this area of rotation on your doorstep. So let's zoom in here and really see where this thing is. I want to look at our correlation coefficient product, and we'll talk more about that with time, about what that is and that sort of thing. But no doubt about it, your area of rotation is right in through here. It's sort of broad at the moment, and typically with a classic couplet, you won't see those colors really bright and close together, and I'm not seeing that. So that means that the rotation is broad, but you have to respect the atmosphere and respect the polygon here. We've got this tornado warning for northern and central Mobile County until 6:30, so about 21 more minutes now. It's now 6:09 p.m. And tell you what, I need to, while we've talked about these two tornado warnings, I need to check our social media to see if we've got any reports of damage. And so hang with me. Again, if you have damage reports, I don't want you to go out and get any pictures. That is a terrible idea, especially if you're involved in one of these tornado warning polygons. But if you happen to not be in a tornado warning polygon and you want to grab a picture, that's great. And I don't have any Facebook reports of damage, so that's certainly some good news. Let's check Twitter as well. Again, I appreciate all the folks who have been tweeting me these images all day long in terms of the helmet prep, the whistle prep, and that sort of thing. It's always encouraging to see folks doing the right thing and taking action in terms of protecting their lives during these tornadic events. And I'm not seeing anything in terms of damage, and so that's good news. I do note that we've got a new flash flood warning that's been issued, and that polygon is on the board right here. That's going to include a good chunk of Clark, just to the west of Grove Hill, just to the south of Thomasville along US Highway 84. Coffeyville sits right there. This does include Silas, Milroy, Chatham, back into these southeastern Mississippi counties as well. That's a flash flood warning that is now in effect until 9 p.m. So that one's going to be in effect for about 2 hours and 50 minutes yet. All right, we got a new tornado warning, and so let's tell you who's involved in that. This is going to be for Choctaw, Clark, and Washington County. And bear with me, I've been talking now for about an hour and 15 minutes straight while I grab a sip of water. And again, a new tornado warning has just been issued. All right, here's the deal. I want to tell you who's involved in this, and then we're going to go through what you need to do. So if you are in Thomasville, if you are in Grove Hill, Fulton, Cyrene, Dickinson, Lower Peachtree, Tallahassee Springs, Coffeyville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Gainestown, also Silitpa, Yarbo, Chatham, All of those areas need to be in the lowest floor of a site-built structure away from windows and doors. And I'm going to ask my producer, are we on the tornado warning graphic there in terms of the reminder? Let's get there because I want to tell these folks what to do. A lot of folks like RedZone Weather in terms of the Facebook likes from Thomasville. And so you are now under the gun in Thomasville. I need you in the lowest floor of your site-built home now. Don't wait. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. You got to be sheltered in Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton right now as this tornado warning polygon has just been issued for your area, and it's going to be in effect until 7 p.m. So tell you what, let's go over to our graphic system if we can, please. And here's what you want to do. Again, this is for Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton, Coffeyville, Tallahassee Springs, Dickinson, Fulton, Cyrene, Gosport, Whatley. All those areas that I just called out, you need to be in the lowest floor of your site-built home away from windows and doors. If you're in a trailer, a mobile home, get out and get to the site-built structure, especially if you're up around Thomasville or Lower Peachtree. You've got a moment to get to a site-built structure, so if you can get there in the next 5 minutes, I want you to do that. But if you're back towards Salitpa, you don't have time to do that, so you'll want to seek shelter in your site-built structure in an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom. The idea here is to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. You want to be in the center part of this house. Again, we talked about this earlier, but when we looked at the damage in Century due to that EF3 tornado that happened now 8 days ago, the site-built structures that were affected and had major damage, the part of the house that survived was the center. And so that's why you got to get in the middle part of your home, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Also, I know it looks funny, but now is the time to grab those helmets. Again, this is something that we have pushed and pushed and pushed. Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Coffeyville, Cyrene, Dickinson. Put on those helmets right now as we've got this tornado warning in effect for your area. This thing, I know it looks funny. It could save your life. If you don't have a helmet, another great option is to pull out your cooking pans. And again, I know it looks funny. Put this on your head. It could absolutely save your life if you have flying projectiles in your house as this tornado or possible tornado moves over. So cook pans, helmets, that sort of thing, put it on. Also, you want to have a whistle or a portable air horn. That's even better and even louder because if you have tornado-related damage or strong wind damage to your house, you want to be able to signal to first responders that you are alive. And so grab a whistle, grab an air horn, and have that on you at all times. Also have your ID on you as well. And it is a closed-toed shoes day. And I've had many questions today. Well, Spinks, why do I want to wear closed-toed shoes if we're having severe weather? Well, the deal is you don't want to be walking around in a tornadic debris field after the storm. And so if you can cover your shoes, that will protect, or cover your feet, I should say, that will protect you from flying, wiring and that sort of thing as you walk around in the damage. And so closed-toed shoes on now. Helmets, whistles, now. Lowest floor, site-built structure away from windows and doors right now in Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton, Cyrene, Dickinson, Lower Peachtree, Gainestown. Be sheltered right now. Let's go back over to our radar product if we can. And we'll show you the classic reflectivity. This is the radar that you are used to seeing on these smartphone apps and also on television and that sort of thing. It's 6:15 now, and this area of rotation in Washington County is about to cross the Tombigbee River. Understand, this line here, this white line that you see in the western flank of Clark County, that's the county line, that's actually the Tombigbee River that runs through Coffeyville there at the Lock and Dam near US Highway 84. If you're anywhere near that Lock and Dam in Coffeyville, be sheltered right now as this tornado is on your doorstep. I mean, it's crossing the Tombigbee River at a very rapid clip at about 55 miles per hour. Be sheltered right now in Coffeyville. This thing is on top of you if you're in Salitpa. So anywhere near Salitpa, be sheltered right now. Also, Jackson, you are included in this tornado warning polygon that is valid until, I believe it's 6:45. And so Jackson, Gainestown, Gosport, Whatley, which is a community that sits right here along US Highway 84, there where the Norfolk Southern Railroad runs through Whatley there. So if you live anywhere near that railroad track, right in through here near Whatley, be in a safe place right now. That's all this area is included in a tornado warning. Let's go back to our other warning in Mobile County and check it out. Again, It is not that I'm avoiding talking about you if you are in Bruton or Evergreen, Monroeville, Andalusia, Pensacola, but the deal is, don't have any action in those places right now. That is good news. All the action is back here over the western flank of southwest Alabama, and we've got this tornado warning polygon in Mobile County as well. So tell you what, let's zoom there. And also now, sort of a separate note, I'm getting a report now of a substantial earthquake that has rocked Southern California. So certainly I'm sure you'll see something about that on the news shortly. And I'll tell you what, this thing near Wilmer, look at that. Right in through here, this is your kidney bean hook echo shape. This is your inflow notch. And tell you what, let's look at our correlation coefficient. This thing right in through here, that is very suspicious of a tornadic debris signature, and it's just too close to the radar site to call at this point, but can't stress this enough. If you are in Wilmer or anywhere near Wilmer along US Highway number 98, here's Sims also, be sheltered right now. This thing could be down, and it could be potentially a large tornado. That's the kind of atmosphere that we're dealing with today. These things can produce large, potentially violent tornadoes. So if you're anywhere near Wilmer in the western part of Mobile County here in southwest Alabama, be sheltered right now. If you're in the Mobile Metro, this thing is to your northwest. This tornado warning polygon does not include the Mobile Metro, Theodore, or Pritchard. This is to the northwest of there. Also, if you're on the University of South Alabama campus, this does not include your region. So that's the deal with that. Let's go back over to our velocity product. And here's your area of concern right in through here. That's where this possible tornado could be, approaching the US 98 corridor, moving from the southwest to the northeast. Sims, Wilmer, be sheltered right now as this thing is on your doorstep. Also, I'm getting reports now from the National Weather Service office in Birmingham that we've had now a confirmed tornado near Hackleburg, and that's in Marion County in central Alabama. So tell you what, let's see if I believe this is a report from earlier. There it is. That little purple dot here is where we had confirmed tornado damage near Hackleburg in Marion County. That's well outside of our coverage region, but for folks who are interested in Birmingham and Tuscaloosa and that market, we've got some folks watching even from Tuscaloosa right now. Tornado damage has happened in Hackleburg, and the deal with that is that we had a tornadic debris signature. That's what the Weather Service is noting with that. But again, the concern is down here in southwest Alabama with these two tornado warning polygons. And I want to look at one of our rotation products. This is a product that is fairly new, and basically you have the radar generating these products like base reflectivity, base velocity, and in turn, using a series of equations, you can get these these output products that can show you exactly where the areas of rotation are. So no doubt about it, you've got two areas of rotation. One is approaching the Jackson area from the west, moving off to the east-northeast. And so if you're in Jackson, anywhere along US Highway number 43 that connects Jackson up to Grove Hill up to Thomasville, be sheltered right now anywhere near there. Also Leroy, which sits on the Washington County side here of the Tom Bigby River there, be sheltered in Leroy. We've got this area of rotation right in through here, moving off to the northeast. We've also got this area of rotation back in through here, approaching Wilmer and Sims from the southwest, moving off to the northeast. So the call to action is places like Chinchula, also Saraland. If you have a Saraland zip code, I need you in a shelter right now, your tornado safe place, as this tornado warning polygon includes your area. In fact, we'll zoom out on our radar and take the radar data off so you can see who's involved in this. This is US Highway 45, Gulf Crest here, Chinchula here, Saraland, Creola sits right here near exit 19 of exit Interstate 65, right in through here. This is the US Highway 43 corridor, Chastang and Mount Vernon. The Calvert facility there that's a big manufacturing area is not included. That is right in this area, and this tornado warning is to your southwest. But understand, the trajectory of this thing is aimed directly for Mount Vernon, Chastang, and Calvert. And so if you're in those three cities, I need you prepared to seek shelter with very little notice, as we could have this tornado warning continued in the next few minutes. And the Weather Service is noting on Twitter that the tornado warning storm, as we've been saying, is very near Sims and Wilmer. So that's information directly from the National Weather Service in Mobile. Tell you what, let's put on the radar data and go back up to our other cell here in Clark County. Go back to the base reflectivity product and tell you what, I want to look at our correlation coefficient. not seeing anything that would indicate that a tornado is down right now, so certainly some good news, but I don't want to suggest that that is reason for you to get out of your safe place. In fact, Thomasville, Grove Hill, Cyrene, be in a safe place. Any of the communities that I called out earlier, Dickinson, Watley, also Gosport, be in your safe place as this tornado warning polygon is continuing until basically 6:45 p.m. And so that's the deal with that. And checking a few things here. Again, hang with me because what we're doing is checking our live feed with the National Weather Service in Mobile and also looking at the damage reports that are coming in on social media. And so just scanning a few things here. Lots of tweets on Twitter this evening about this severe weather event, and that's certainly something that is good. Social media has changed the world for the better, and we can communicate in real time with folks who are even on the ground here in the rural part of Washington and Clark counties. Those are the areas under the gun from this tornado warning polygon that is now in effect, I believe, until 6:45. Let me check on that to see what time this thing expires, but I believe it's 6:45, it's 7 o'clock. And so if you're in Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, we're at 6:23 now, so about 36 more minutes, say, of this tornado warning for the northern part of Clark. And your rotation is very near the Tombigbee River right now. So let's look at this area. This is Alabama Highway number 69 right in through here that connects Coffeyville down to Jackson. And of course, State Highway 69 travels up into central Alabama all the way up to Tuscaloosa. But this is specifically for Coffeyville and points to the south and east down to Jackson and Leroy, where State Highway 69 ends there near Jackson. If you're anywhere near that corridor, near Salitpa or Frankville, be in a safe place now. Do not wait. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Again, if you're in Bruton or East Bruton, Riverview, Opp, Andalusia, Evergreen, no issues for now. The issues are back to our west here in Washington and Mobile counties. That's where we have these two tornado warning polygons currently in effect. And again, something else I'll be watching over the next few minutes will be this complex of storms down here in the Gulf of Mexico. Very, very heavy rain is about to begin in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Fort Morgan, Foley, Robertsdale, Alberta, Pensacola, also Warrington, Ensley, Milton. Very heavy rain about to begin, but these storms as of this moment are under severe limits, and we certainly could have that change as this complex of storms continues moving off to the northeast. On that trajectory, by the way, we could have some storms and heavy rain in the greater Bruton area within the hour. So we're based in Bruton, and that's why I'm talking a lot about this wonderful little city. Next hour, heavy rain beginning, perhaps a few severe weather issues as well. So you'll certainly want to hang with me for that. Again, if you're just joining us, the current time is 6:24 p.m., and we are here because of these two tornado warning polygons that are in effect for much of Washington, Clark, and Mobile counties here in the southwestern part of Alabama. Tell you what, let's zoom into the first polygon, and also I want to check a few parameters here off camera just to see what we've got going on. So bear with me. Again, lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors if you're in Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, Coffeyville, Fulton. Right now, don't wait. And just, again, checking our feeds with the National Weather Service and other folks to see exactly what they're thinking in terms of this tornado warning. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder in the neighborhoods of Coffeyville, Salitpa, coming into Grove Hill over the next few minutes. But the main concern is this area of rotation approaching from the southwest. And if you have a Grove Hill physical address, if your zip code is Grove Hill or Thomasville, be sheltered right now. We are blessed with lead time in these two cities, and so be sheltered. Take advantage of it. It could save your life, the fact that you're getting to your tornado safe place right now. In fact, if you'll put up the old OTS reminders about this storm, this is exactly what you need to do if you're in Thomasville or Grove Hill, Fulton, Watley, Salitpa, Jackson, Gosport, be in a safe place. Side-built structure away from windows and doors, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Grab those helmets, grab those cook pans, put them on your head to shield your head. If you have flying projectiles, that can certainly save your life. Also, you want to whistle or air horn, and also you want to be wearing closed-toed shoes. So that's your talking points for this tornado warning in Clark. Let's go back to our tornado warning down here in Mobile County. And your area of rotation is very near Wilmer right now. Wilmer and Sims along the US 98 corridor right in through here. Again, this is central Mobile County. This tornado warning polygon does not include the core of the Mobile metro area. Mobile is right in here. This is, of course, the Mobile River, and you've got Mobile Bay there. This tornado warning is to your northwest, and so for now, you're in the clear. If you're in Mobile, University of South Alabama campus, also Saraland, Pritchard, anywhere near the Africatown Cochran Bridge, you're in the clear for now. Anywhere near DIP in the southern part of Mobile County, you're in the clear. This tornado warning is northwest of here in places like Sims, Wilmer, Chinchula, Saraland and the outer skirts there, Creola, also all the way up to Mount Vernon. Anywhere near there and points south in Mount Vernon, be sheltered as this tornado warning continues until 7 p.m. And we're getting reports now from the National Weather Service, an update on this warning, and I'm going to read this text straight to you from the Weather Service. Again, not my words. These are words of our friends that are doing a fantastic job at the National Weather Service in Mobile of issuing these warnings. A tornado warning remains in effect until 6:30 for northern Mobile County, and they're saying that this is radar indicated rotation in the atmosphere. And right in through here, this is your area of main concern at the moment on the US 98 corridor, very near the community of Wilmer in the far western part of Mobile County. So this thing's going to continue moving off to the northeast, and as it does so, we could have portions of Mobile County, also the northern part of Baldwin, and far southeastern part of Washington County under the next tornado warning. Obviously, that remains to be seen, but like I said earlier, Calvert, Mount Vernon, McIntosh, also Tensas, Stockton, be ready to go to your safe place. Also Chastang, no tornado warning for those communities that I just called out unless you're in Chastang and points to the south, but you could go under a tornado warning next. So that's the deal with that. That would be the next folks in line for the trajectory there. Also, I do note that we now have a tornado warning for the entirety of Sumter County in the western part of Alabama, and that's far out of our coverage area. I would encourage you to find our partners at WVUA 23 TV. They're in the Tuscaloosa television market and Birmingham TV market that include Sumter County. Richard Scott is the chief meteorologist there. If you're in Sumter County or you know someone that is, tell them to turn on channel 23 right now. They are covering this storm. But we're going to focus on our storms here in South Alabama because the folks in Clark, the folks in Mobile, and the folks in the northeastern part of Washington County are under the gun due to these possible tornadoes. And we've now got a new tornado warning that's going to be issued for portions of Mobile County. And also, just in some breaking news, we now have a report of a funnel cloud, this is unconfirmed, near Tallahassee Springs in Clark County at 6:18 p.m. So that was now 11 minutes ago. Tallahassee Springs is a community out here just to the west of Thomasville. There's no major U.S. highway near it, but you have Alabama Highway number 154 that goes through Tallahassee Springs just to the west of Thomasville. So it's interesting because your core rotation is back here near the Tombigbee River, near Alabama Highway number 69 here in the western part of Clark County. But again, a funnel cloud, unconfirmed reports of a funnel cloud in Tallahassee Springs, which is right in through here, just to the west of Thomasville. And so if you're in Thomasville, be in a safe place right now. Lower Peachtree, Cyrene, Dickinson, Fulton, also Grove Hill. Be in that safe place. In fact, if you're in Grove Hill, this thing is on your doorstep. You've got US 84 here. You've also got US Highway number 43 that connects Thomasville down to Jackson, down to Mobile. Anywhere near those roads in Clark County, this is a large chunk of Clark County that's under this tornado warning. I need you to be in a safe shelter now. Do not wait. Put up the reminders, if you will, just for our folks in Thomasville, Fulton, and Grove Hill. You should have been sheltered 20 minutes ago when this tornado warning is issued, but if for some reason you're catching this at the last minute, lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors, in an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom, putting as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Again, a tornado warning is in effect for Clark County, Thomasville, Grove Hill. Be in that shelter right now, especially near Salitpa. The rotation is very near Salitpa right now, and so that's our call to action is for folks in Thomasville. Don't play games with this. The atmosphere is very unstable, and I know that we have this human instinct of wanting to see the thing, but you can't wait. We've got lead time, and so I need you sheltered in Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton, Dickinson right now. Do not wait. And we've got now a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for portions of Wilcox, Monroe, Clark, and Washington counties. So we'll wait on the data to fill in here, but this new severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect until 7:15 for much of Wilcox, Monroe, Clark, and Washington counties. Again, damaging straight-line winds possible over the next 45 minutes, basically, in all of those areas. If you'll take down the reminders for a second, please. And all right, we got now a new tornado warning as well. And so what the Weather Service has done is reissued this tornado warning for the northern part of Mobile County. So what I want to do is take off the radar data quickly and tell you who's involved in this. Again, if you're in Bruton, if you're in East Bruton, Flomaton, Atmore, anywhere near those, if you have one of those addresses that I just called out, if your city is on your address in those places, you don't have issues right now. The tornado warnings are back to our west, but understand these storms are approaching very rapidly. And so in the next hour, if you're in Atmore, Flomaton, Bruton, this could certainly affect our region. So I need you to be prepared to go to your site-built structure at a moment's notice. But back to our tornado warning polygon back here in Mobile County. Let's talk about who's involved in this. And this is the US 98 corridor, Wilmer and Sims. They should have been sheltered. The rotation is just to the northeast of there now, but the deal is anywhere along the US Highway 45 corridor to the north of the greater Mobile area, I need you sheltered right now. You've got Chinchula, Calvert, also McIntosh, Tensaw, Stockton. Also anywhere near the Dolly Parton Bridge along Interstate 65. You don't want to be traveling right now along US Highway 43 that connects Jackson down to the greater Mobile area. Absolutely no travel on US Highway 43 right now in those places. Also, you've got the community of Calvert there near that new manufacturing facility. Mount Vernon, also Gulfcrest included in this tornado warning that is now in effect until 7:15. So the current time is 6:34, so we're going to be here for at least the next 45 minutes. I have a sneaking suspicion that we're going to be here now for the next few hours, as we've got now tornado warning after tornado warning here in southwest Alabama. So hang with me. We're going to get through this. And tell you what, I'm going to send out another RedZone Weather text. Again, here's your two tornado warnings: Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton, Dickinson, Cyrene, Watley, Gosport, Jackson, Gainestown. Be in a safe place right now. And I note that we've got now a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be in Birmingham, I believe. And also this tornado warning for much of Mobile, southern Washington, and the far northern tip of Baldwin County and the far southern tip of Clark County out here in this swampland near the Delta. All that under a tornado warning until 7:15 local time. And so what I'm going to do now is send out yet another RedZone Weather text. Again, we've had over 1,200 folks now opt into our RedZone Weather text program just today. And so I certainly appreciate you helping me get the word out about this wonderful service via word of mouth and everything else. So thanks for doing that. And what I'm doing is actually utilizing that service right now to let folks know that we are live talking about tornado warnings here on our live stream. Again, a particularly dangerous situation, Tornado Watch, continues for all of our southwest Alabama counties until 10 p.m. And now we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be issued. This is going to be for pretty much the same areas back here in Washington County. And I believe this is actually going to be for portions of Greene and Wayne County, Mississippi as well. We'll watch that polygon in just a second. Again, what I'm doing is getting out our RedZone Weather text alert. If you're not opted into that fantastic service, we'll talk about that in just a minute. If you could get that graphic ready on our graphics machine, there's another graphic there talking about the RedZone Weather text. But what I'm doing is sending out a text alert to let folks know we now have a new tornado warning in progress for much of Clark and Washington counties. We've also got this tornado warning for Saraland and also Calvert and also Chinchula in effect in Mobile County now until 7:15. So hang with me while we get this very significant information out, and we're getting now new information from the Weather Service. Again, looking at 2 tornado warnings on the board here in southwest Alabama right now. And again, Mobile, Washington, Clark, northern part of Baldwin. If you're in if you're in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Daphne, Loxley, Fairhope, no tornado warning in effect for you. This is the northern fringe of Baldwin County. And as I said, the Mobile Metro is not under a tornado warning. This is for the far northern part and central part of Mobile County, but it does not include the metro. If you're on the campus of the University of South Alabama, no issues for now. You are in the clear. Could that change in the coming hours? Absolutely. But again, tornado warning north and west of you right now. And so that's the deal with the active tornado warnings. And again, bear with me. We are actively trying to get out this text to all of our wonderful subscribers across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. The Weather Service in Birmingham continuing that tornado warning up in Sumter County. Tell you what, let's zoom out on here and have a look at that briefly, just so we can see what's going on for our folks who may be watching from central Alabama. And the whole county of Sumter here is included in this tornado warning. So that's going to be for Geiger, Livingston, York, anywhere along the Interstate 2059 corridor in Sumter County. No travel right now. So if you happen to be watching this from Tuscaloosa, do not get on Interstate 5920 and travel to the south toward Meridian, as we've got this tornado warning up in Sumter that continues. Just wanted to briefly mention that. And again, what we're doing is getting this RedZone Weather text. We've got 2 tornado warning polygons for portions of southwest Alabama counties. And so I have to talk this text out as we send it to get it out to all our good subscribers here. Thank you so much for being a part of that program if you're opted in. We're going to talk about how to opt in just a moment. Again, 2 tornado warnings in effect, much of Mobile County and Clark County under the gun right now due to these potential tornadoes. And we could certainly have issues here in the greater Bruton area in the hour ahead. So hang with me on our live stream. Again, trying to get this information out as quickly as I can. And if you're opted in, like I said, you're about to get this alert. So thanks for hanging with me this evening. The current time is 6:39 p.m. and we've got 2 of these tornado warning polygons in effect. All right, let's talk about them now. So we got the text out, and let's put on the radar here so you can see exactly what's going on. Let's zoom in, and this is going to be the northern part of Clark County. Places like Thomasville, Grove Hill. You should have been sheltered 25 minutes ago. But if for some reason you're catching this at the last minute, get sheltered right now. Thomasville, Fulton, Grove Hill, Lower Peachtree, Cyrene, Dickinson. Be sheltered right now as this possible tornado is on your doorstep. Don't play games with this thing. The atmosphere is very ripe and conducive for tornadic development. And so let's look at this velocity display. Right in through here, this is a suspect area, and very well could have a possible tornado down from this. So it seems like the damaging straight line wind threat is there as well. But if you're in Grove Hill, Fulton, Thomasville, I need you sheltered. There is no doubt about it that we've got a suspect area right in through here in this tornado warning polygon. Let's look at our correlation coefficient. and there's nothing there. So that's some good news. Again, we have this wonderful product called a correlation coefficient, and what that allows us to do is to peer into the atmosphere from the eyes of the radar per se, and it gives us a glimpse of if we have debris being lofted into the sky. And so no TDS on this in Clark County for now, but obviously that can change. Also, I do have a bit of good news. If you are in Chatham, Milry, also Yarbo, Frankville, I can give you a clear for now. You are now no longer under a tornado warning in Chatham, Milry, Frankville, anywhere along the State Highway 17 corridor that runs from Silas down to Chatham. You're in the clear for now. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning going to continue, but the tornado threat for those areas that I just called out in the northern part of Washington County has now subsided. So clear for now in the northern part of Washington County. Again, particularly dangerous situation tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. for all of Washington County. Well, the warning for now is over. So certainly some good news. You can come out of your hiding spot in the middle portion of your house if you're in Chatham, Milry, Frankville. You're fine for now. So that's a bit of good news. And let's zoom into Clark, because Clark still has the tornado warning in progress right now. In fact, this thing is on the doorstep. I can't stress that enough. If you are in Thomasville or Fulton along the U.S. Highway 43 corridor here, be sheltered. In fact, if you're on the Alabama Highway 5 corridor here, just to the north of Thomasville, out here towards the south, near the new automobile part manufacturing place there in south, be sheltered. As of course, the release for breath does not include Wilcox County as of now. But I will tell you this: the first community that would be involved would be Pine Hill and also Yellow Bluff. All right, and so I'm getting reports of my hang with me. Let's try that. Back up and running. Again, audio issues this evening. YouTube seems pretty notorious. We're having audio issues on multiple shows. We're going to get this fit, so hang with me. Clark County, Thomasville, Fulton, and Grove Hill. Still having those audio issues. Okay, so we're still having audio. Hang with me. The audio issues. Tell you what, the best thing for us to do is to that. And again, thanks for bearing with me. We are battling the audio issues here on YouTube. I'm very happy that that's going on. Thank you so much, folks that have just texted me to let me know that this is ongoing. We're going to certainly get this fixed. The tornado warning for Mobile, Washington, also Baldwin and Clark County has been allowed to expire. No more tornado warning is in effect for those areas. And if you could manage this audio feed, are we still sounding pretty distorted? Are we good? Oh, we're not. Okay. All right. So hang with me. We are aware of the audio issues, and I'm gonna try to get that alleviated. So bear with me. Again, the tornado warning continues for northern Clark. I'm gonna fix the audio issues. Attempt to here. All right, that should be it. Channel 1, there we go. All right, so go back to our lower thirds that are normal. Again, I apologize if we're patient with us during this audio situation. We are doing our best to deliver this coverage, and sometimes we have technical issues. And so I'm just going to smile and move on. Again, thanks for being patient with us. I apologize for that issue. We've got now a new tornado warning that's been issued for Baldwin, Clark, and Mobile, and or excuse me, that warning has now expired, and so we've got now a tornado warning that continues for much of Clark County, and that's going to be until 7:15 local time. No sound? It's static. Okay. All right. So I changed the batteries. Again, please be patient. We're working to restore these audio issues, and we're going to get back with you as soon as we can. I'll tell you what, let me step off camera here, and what we're doing is battling. I believe what we did is reset our stream, and let's see if that helps. Again, battling the audio issues here, and so I'm trying to get that fixed, but if you're in Thomasville or Fulton, you need to be in a safe place right now as this core of the storm is moving off to the northeast. And again, your core of your rotation is over the greater Thomasville area right now, and no doubt about it, that tornado warning certainly going to be no audio. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. All right. So, tell you what. Let's put up the audio banner, if you will. And again, please be patient. I promise that we're doing everything to try to get this resolved. Let's see here. Just hang with me. Tell you what, you do this if you can. Well, part of the issue might be that this thing is not. Okay, how about that? Is that any better? Is it better? Okay, you sure? All right, are we good? Because we got a new tornado warning for Marengo County if we are. So, all right, better now is what I'm hearing. And so thanks for being patient with me. We've got these audio issues that continue to plague us here at RedZone Weather. And part of the deal is we're uploading to YouTube, which is a free service that's been invaluable to us and obviously invaluable to many of you during this severe weather situations over the past few weeks. And right now the call to action is in Thomasville, also Grove Hill, Cyrene, Lower Peachtree, and Dickinson. You need to be in a safe spot right now as we've got this tornado warning that continues for northern Clark for the next few minutes. And again, we're battling the audio issues here. We've also got this tornado warning in progress for much of Marengo County. So if you're in Linden or Sweetwater along US Highway 43, be sheltered right now as we've got now Marengo County under a tornado warning. And that's the two tornado warnings that we have on the board right now. We go back to our radar, and again, I'm aware of the audio issues. I appreciate all the folks who have called and texted over the past few minutes. Thank you so much for watching, and we're doing everything to get the situation resolved. And I'm going to check with our audio engineers who are doing a fantastic job, by the way, just to check and see how it sounds. Are we still good? All right, we're good. So we're going to resume our coverage in full strength here, and I'm just going to do my best not to move because it seems like when I move and I'm a little bit more animated, it seems like that's when the audio cuts out. So I'm going to stay in this spot. And again, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's in progress for much of Wilcox, the western part of Monroe, and also the core of Clark County. And this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in effect until 7:15 local time. And so damaging straight line winds going to be possible in places like Purdue Hill along US Highway number 84, also Scratch Ankle, Coy, Camden, Pine Hill, Yellow Bluff, Possum Bend. Those areas could have some damaging straight line winds due to this severe thunderstorm over the next few minutes as this storm continues working its way to the east. We've also got this tornado warning for this area of rotation currently over Thomasville. Again, if you happen to be catching this at the last minute in Thomasville, be in a safe shelter right now. In fact, go ahead and put up our OTS reminders, if you will, just to show the good folks in Thomasville. For someone who's catching this at the last minute, you want to be in the lowest floor of your site-built structure away from windows and doors. The idea is to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. And again, that's for Thomasville right now. If you are in the southern part of Clark County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. And so places like Jackson and Gainestown remain under the gun for this severe thunderstorm warning basically until 7:30. And so that's the deal with that. We also note that a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch is in effect for all these counties out here to the east. So Monroe, Conecuh, Escambia, Butler. All those folks are in a PDS tornado watch until 10 p.m. And also, one change of note, Butler, Crenshaw, Covington. These counties were not included in the tornado watch earlier, but now they are. And so if you're in Greenville, if you're in Luverne, if you are in Andalusia, Florala, you're now under a tornado watch until 10 p.m., just like the rest of our southwest Alabama counties. Tell you what, I want to take a look quickly at one of the products that we use called Significant Tornado Parameter, and that is a product that tells us just how conducive the atmosphere is to see the development of large, significant tornadoes. And so we're going to go over to our other product here and take off the radar data. And no doubt about it, if you are in anywhere in southwestern Alabama, these are very high significant tornado parameter numbers. Anything over a 1 is significant, and all of these colors here, basically yellow, orange, and red, indicate very high STP numbers. In fact, here over the southern part of Baldwin County near Foley and Gulf Shores, you've got STP values in excess of 3.4. So understand, 1 is significant, but once you get up here to 3 and 4 and even higher, those numbers are incredibly significant. And so the atmosphere is still very unstable and very conducive for the development of large, potentially long-tracked, violent tornadoes over the next few... Say what? Say that again? Okay. All right, we'll get there. Again, I know that we're battling these audio issues, but hang with me. Again, a tornado warning in progress for much of northern Clark County. And I want to thank our producers this evening. We've got Lee Margaret Bostic and also Bruce Thompson assisting us with all of the audio issues that are ongoing. And certainly I appreciate their help. I'm glad they're here. We're going to get through the audio issues and get through it. But again, we're here for this tornado warning in northern Clark County. Let's put the radar data back on so you can see exactly what's happening right now. And here's your polygon. It still includes much of northern Clark County, but understand, most of this area under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, along the US 84 corridor here, basically from Coffeyville all the way over to basically Monroeville, still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to be valid until 7:15, I believe it is. Let's pull up the text and get that time. Yeah, 7:15, so about another 20 minutes, and we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do with that severe thunderstorm warning. But also, don't forget, we've got this tornado watch that's in effect until 10 p.m. local time. So the severe weather threat going to continue for all of these areas here across southwestern Alabama and northwest Florida. And also, I'm checking the texts and Twitter feed and that sort of thing for damage reports. If you have damage reports and you're included in a tornado warning polygon, don't go out and try to get damage photos. That is a terrible idea. It's not something that you want to do, but the deal is if you're not included in a tornado warning polygon and you have damage after the fact perhaps, we certainly would like to share your images not only with our folks right here on the RedZone Weather live stream, but also with the folks at the National Weather Service office in Mobile. They're the ones who do the damage assessments and also rate the tornadoes that happen and that could happen in the hours ahead. They'll do a damage assessment tomorrow and in the days ahead to let us know the official ranking. And so due to any tornadoes that we have, by the way. And so that's the deal with photos. We note that we've got now multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in progress for much of Wilcox, the western part of Monroe. Nearly all of Clark County is included in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15, and also much of Washington County, excluding the northwestern tip, included in this severe thunderstorm warning until 7:15. So damaging straight line winds, in addition to this tornadic threat near Thomasville, certainly going to be a concern. So that's the deal with the warnings right now. And tell you what, I'm going to check our social media feeds and also check our chat with the National Weather Service. in terms of what they're thinking, if they're going to extend this warning perhaps into the western flank of Wilcox. Again, Bruton, Evergreen, Monroeville, Lieffian, Bowles, Georgiana, McKenzie, Greenville. No severe weather issues for now, but severe weather is back here on our doorstep, and it's rapidly advancing off to the east. And we note now that the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi has canceled many of their counties out of this tornado watch. And so obviously in the hours ahead, as the main line of storms moves through the back edge here, the National Weather Service office in Mobile will likely do that for our counties as well. And perhaps, it's a big if, perhaps we will be able to go to sleep before midnight and sleep in peace with no severe weather issues here in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Again, the threat, this is the core of the threat time. We're at now 6:58 p.m. And tell you what, at the top of the hour, what we're going to do is roll that full screen tornado warning graphic there. It's in the top of the top row there, talking to our producers here. And we're going to do a reset. And so the deal is, we've got a tornado warning in the northern part of Clark County. That's the only one that we've got on the board right now. And in terms of southwest Alabama, we also have this tornado warning for portions of, or all of Sumter and nearly all of Marengo County as well. But those warnings are out of our coverage area to the north. And I note that the Weather Service is going to continue these severe thunderstorm warnings. Just looking at our chat session with them right now to see exactly what the thinking is in terms of what they're going to do. And again, for those of you that were with us now about 10 minutes ago, I certainly apologize for the audio issues that we have had, but we got a fresh set of batteries in the audio pack. It's a wireless mic that we use, and so we had to change the batteries out. We're back up and running in terms of audio. You may hear some static because of our setup here, but we're going to be here throughout the night talking about tornado warnings and that sort of thing. And I want to reiterate, if we lose power, we will go to our Mixlr audio-only feed. And the beauty of that is doing it from the cell phone. It doesn't require electricity, and so that's the Mixlr feed. All you have to do is go to rzweather.com, and there's a live audio link. If the video stream goes down, the audio stream automatically kicks in. So that's where we'll be if we lose power here in the greater Bruton area for any reason. And I note now that the National Weather Service has canceled this tornado warning for Clark. And so if you are in Coffeyville or Grove Hill, Thomasville, Fulton, also Jackson, Gainestown, Dickinson, Cyrene, Lower Peachtree, no more tornado warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning continues for all those areas, including the greater Jackson and Leroy areas, until 7:15 local time. We've also got this tornado warning up here in central Alabama in the southern part of Sumter and also the entirety of Marengo. So if you're in Demopolis, Linden, Aimwell, Sweetwater, anywhere there along U.S. Highway 43 that connects Demopolis down to ultimately Thomasville there in Clark County, we'll zoom in on that area just because I know we have a lot of folks interested in this region. Some folks from South Alabama are from this region here in the Black Belt region of central Alabama. And here's Demopolis. Tornado warning includes Demopolis, Linden, also Sweetwater, the community of Catherine, also included in this tornado warning. Tell you what, let's go to our high-def Doppler, and Marengo County sits in sort of a radar dark spot, if you will. And what do I mean by that? Well, you've got radar sites in Maxwell Air Force Base near Montgomery, Birmingham, Mobile. Marengo's in the middle, and so the radar coverage here is fairly high off the ground. And so that's the deal with the Marengo County situation. Let's see what the Weather Service text says, just for the folks that are interested. Tornado warning for Marengo County until 7:45, and this is a radar-indicated tornado near Nanophilia, which sits right in through here in the southwestern part of Marengo County. And this is associated with that line of storms that's moving through. So anywhere, particularly in this southern area of Marengo County, be in a safe spot right now. If you know someone in those areas, please let them know that they need to get sheltered right now. And again, the tornado warning for Clark has been allowed to expire. So let's zoom into that region. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, and all points around there until 7:15. But in terms of the tornado warning in Thomasville and Grove Hill, you are in the clear for now. And so certainly some good news there. I want to check our Twitter sources here to see what we've got going on. And just looking at a few damage photos from earlier, we had significant damage in Louisiana from some large tornadoes that happened there. So understand, even if we come through this event unscathed, we've got one person confirmed dead in Lamar County, Mississippi due to a tornado, and also extensive damage in the central and far eastern part of the state of Louisiana. Assumption Parish, I believe it is where that tornado damage happened. We showed you the video earlier, and significant damage has happened. So even though, even if we come through this event unscathed, some have not. So we certainly need to already count our blessings for not having storms already here in southwest Alabama. One of the thoughts was we could have these supercell thunderstorms fire up that could produce large violent tornadoes earlier this afternoon. That, of course, did not happen, but the atmosphere was primed and ready for it to happen, but you just didn't have certain ingredients for that storm formation. So certainly some good news in that we haven't had major issues across southwest Alabama so far. We do note in Sumter County, near the community of Kitterbish, which is a community there, I believe in the southern and central part of Sumter County, thunderstorm wind damage, and obviously one could conclude that that potentially is because of a potential tornado. We've got a tornado warning that continues for Sumter County in central Alabama for the next few minutes. Here's Livingston. You've also got York, a portion of Interstate 5920. This is US Highway 80 that connects Demopolis over here to the Meridian area. No travel right now on US Highway 80, basically from Demopolis to Meridian. Also, if you're watching from Tuscaloosa, absolutely no travel down south on Interstate 5920. That's just a bad idea. Nobody needs to be traveling right now across southwest Alabama as we've got this severe weather threat in progress. If you can avoid traveling, you certainly don't need to. So that's the deal with traveling. And let's kind of zoom back to this area. I know we've got a good many folks watching from Baldwin County as well. These storms in Baldwin are under severe limits. Will you have lightning? Yes. Will you have thunder? Yes. But perhaps no severe storms, at least for now. We don't have any warnings in effect. And I'll tell you this, the storms that are coming into the Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Fort Morgan, Ono Island area there in the southern part of Baldwin County, lots of lightning. In fact, if you'll take the banner off so we can see that lightning for a sec, just so you can get some idea of just how much lightning this thing is producing. Look at all that in the Gulf of Mexico. Even though these storms are not severe in nature in terms of producing tornadoes or damaging straight-line winds and being warned for that, lots of lightning there south of Gulf Shores, and these storms potentially could become severe as they move on land in the next 30 minutes to an hour. And on that current trajectory, no doubt about it, these are the storms that will likely affect places near Century, Flomaton, Bruton in the next hour. Atmore as well. Anywhere here in Escambia County, this stuff is moving in a north-northeast fashion, and so all this mess could head this way. And so loud thunder, lots of lightning, but for now, no warnings down here. In fact, in our coverage area here in southwest Alabama, no tornado warnings are on the board. So that is certainly good news. As of 7:06 p.m., no tornado warnings on the board. And I can't stress that enough, just because I know that you should be going through your tornado safety plan when a warning is issued. But for now, no warnings in terms of tornadoes. We do, however, have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in progress for much of Wilcox, Clark, Monroe, Washington counties here in southwest Alabama. And let's turn off the radar data here and look at who's involved in this. You've got Chatham, McIntosh, Wagerville, also Frankville, Salitpa, Jackson, Grove Hill, Fulton, also Thomasville, Sunny South, Pine Hill, Possum Bend, anywhere there near the Macmillan Blodell Paper Mill in Yellow Bluff, Camden, also Scratch Ankle, Coy, Purdue Hill, McGargle, Goodway, Jackson, Gainestown, McIntosh, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning polygon that is in effect until 7:15 p.m. So about 8 more minutes on that, and we'll see what the Weather Service decides to do in terms of extending it or perhaps canceling it and that sort of thing. In fact, let's go over to our NWS chat thing and talk to the National Weather Service and see what they're saying. And I do have a report now that we've got a tornadic supercell in the Gulf of Mexico. So let's go down there. I want to see what this is about. Let's turn on the radar data. This is coming directly from the National Weather Service in Mobile. What they're saying is that they're concerned about this supercell thunderstorm down here in the Gulf of Mexico. No doubt about it. Let's look at that. Look at that couplet right in through here. Let's zoom in, and I realize this is just to the south of Gulf Shores. This is, when I say couplet, this is a classic couplet right in through here. What's going on? We're looking at the velocity display, and the radar is looking at the direction, the velocity and speed of the hydrometeors in the atmosphere here. Green indicates hydrometeors, rain, hail, that sort of thing, that are moving to the north, toward the radar site in this case. The red indicates hydrometeors blowing away from the radar site. And so in the northern hemisphere, of course, you get this counterclockwise circulation. So here's the call to action. If you're in Gulf Shores or Orange Beach, anywhere in Ono Island, Foley, Alberta, anywhere along U.S. Highway 98 there, Bon Secour, also anywhere along Alabama Highway number 59, or the Foley Beach Express that connects Robertsdale down to Orange Beach. Be ready to go to that safe place in about 2 to 3 minutes. I would not be shocked at all if we had a tornado warning put out for these areas of southern Baldwin County in the next few moments. So if you know someone there, have them get sheltered, I would say now. And when we get the warning officially in, we'll go ahead and get that call. But I'm telling you, this couplet is racing off to the east-northeast, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Alberta, Foley, Bon Secour, also anywhere along Alabama 59 or U.S. Highway 98 here in southern Baldwin County. Get prepared to go to that safe place. Lowest floor, site-built structure away from windows and doors. I'm actually going to shoot out a social media update here. And again, looking at our Twitter feeds as well, just to see what's going on across the region. Again, if you have damage or know of damage, tweet at us. The handle is @RZWeather across the board, and we'll pass that along to our folks not only here on the RedZone Weather live stream, but also to our good friends at the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Mobile, and that helps them with the verification for warnings and that sort of thing. Current time is 7:10 p.m. I'm Spinks Megginson, and you're watching live RedZone weather coverage, severe weather coverage originating from right here in Brewton, Alabama. I'm joined alongside executive producers Bruce Thompson and Lee Margaret Bostic. We had some audio issues early, but we identified the problem and those have been fixed for now. If we have audio issues again, hang with me and we'll get through those, and we'll be back on the live stream momentarily. But as of now, the main concern is going to be this supercell thunderstorm in the Gulf of Mexico. Let's go ahead and put on our base reflectivity. No doubt about it, if you're in Gulf Shores, I want you to go ahead and get to your safe place right now, because even though this thing is offshore, it's only a few miles offshore, and you're not going to have very much lead time if a tornado warning is issued momentarily for Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, and Foley. Anywhere in those three places along Alabama Highway number 59, be prepared to go to your safe place, as this tornadic storm is on your doorstep. In fact, very near Gulf Shores right now. And so I wouldn't be surprised literally in the next few moments to have a tornado warning be issued for southern Baldwin County. So that's clearly the most impressive storm on radar right now. We'll go back to our base reflectivity product, and this is the classic radar view showing the rain rates and that sort of thing per hour. We'll look at this severe thunderstorm warning that continues for much of Clark, Wilcox, Monroe, and Washington counties basically now for the next, say, 4 minutes. And we'll see what the Weather Service is going to do in terms of issuing a new warning or that sort of thing in just a moment. We also note that tornado warnings are in effect for southern Sumter and a good chunk of Marengo County. Earlier, we had radar-indicated rotation very near Nanophilia, near Aimwell, just to the east of Sweetwater, there in Marengo County. And you heard the noise there in the background. We got a guy on our Weather Service chat indicating that he's inquiring about this tornado warning issuance just to the south of Gulf Shores. So tell you what, let's go back there. And again, if you're in Brewton, if you're in Evergreen, Bowles, Repton, Lieffian, Midway, no issues for now in terms of the imminent severe weather threat. The overall severe weather threat continues as this particularly dangerous situation tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. for the entirety of southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Destin, Crestview, Milligan, Eglin Air Force Base, now included in this tornado watch that's in effect until 10 p.m. I know Okaloosa County was not included earlier, but that's changed, and much of all of Okaloosa County, I should say, is under that tornado watch with all the rest of our counties until 10 o'clock p.m. And so we certainly could have a tornado warning in the next few moments from for the Gulf Shores area. And so also, I did want to pass this along briefly just because we don't have any tornado warnings in effect at this very moment for our counties. Birmingham National Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning in Sumter County until 7:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Bluffport in the southern side of Sumter County there. So if you know someone in the southern part of Sumter, south of York and Livingston, call them, let them know that we could have a possible tornado on their doorstep. Very serious situation there. And tell you what, let's go over. All right, so here's the deal. We got now a tornado warning that's about to be issued for Baldwin, confirmed now with the National Weather Service. Baldwin County, if you're in the southern side of Baldwin, you're about to go under a tornado warning. Gulf Shores, Foley, also Orange Beach, Ono Island. Tornado warning is about to be issued for your area. I need you in the lowest floor of your site-built structure. Let's put up the reminders if we can. Be away from windows and doors right now, as this tornado warning is about to pop up on your screen here. And this also is going to include a portion of Escambia County, Florida. And so we'll wait. There's your polygon. All right, so let's zoom in and tell you who's involved in this first. And this is a very serious situation. And you're hearing the warning there. Cantonment is included in this warning. And if you'll take off the reminders, please, just for a second, so we can talk about this polygon. And you're going to see the fill come on, or the red filling come on in just a second. What happens is our radar system is programmed to update with the polygon first, and then you'll see the fill-in red data come in here, the red zone, if you will, in just a moment. And so let's talk about who's in and who's not. If you are in Gulf Shores, get sheltered now. You are the first call to action, and I'm telling you, if you have a Gulf Shores physical address, you need to be sheltered now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Also, if you are in, this clips the Alberta area, and I believe it actually includes the center there, the town of Alberta. It actually goes right through it. So if you're in Alberta, doesn't matter where you are, you're close enough. As the course of least regret, I need you in a tornado-safe place right now. Also, Seminole, which sits along U.S. Highway 90 here, very near the Perdido River in southern Baldwin County, be sheltered right now. You are first in line in terms of Baldwin County here being in this tornado warning polygon. Also, if you're watching from the Pensacola metro area, it doesn't matter where you are, if you're in the Pensacola metro, get sheltered right now. This is a lot of people that's going under this tornado warning. And we've also got a professional storm chaser that's headed to this area right now. And I want to stress, don't go out and chase these things. These professional storm chasers have had years of experience. They know what they're doing, but I don't have any business going out and storm chasing, and you don't either. And so don't do that. We've got these professional folks who do it for us. And also, I note that the Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the tornado warning for Sumter. So that's off the board. This is going to be your main deal. And this is a significant threat here in the southern part of Baldwin County. And also the Pensacola Metro now under a tornado warning. And so that's going to be in effect until 8:15 p.m. And so it's 7:16 now. For the next 59 minutes, this area is under a tornado warning. You've got Seminole, Quintet, Cantonment, Riverview, anywhere near Scenic Highway in Pensacola. Also Davis Avenue, North 9th Avenue there in Pensacola. Anywhere here in the Pensacola Metro, doesn't matter where you are, get sheltered right now. Lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and doors. Grab a football helmet, put it on your head. That could save your life. I know it looks funny, but it absolutely could save your life, as we've got this very, very strong storm moving in from the Gulf of Mexico. I'm telling you, this is a classic example of a couplet. And when I say that, that means that you certainly could have a water spout down right in through here south of Gulf Shores, and this could move on land as a very significant tornado. The signature is just very wrapped up here just to the south of Gulf Shores. Let's look at our correlation coefficient, and I'm assuming that because that's over water, that's going to be kind of invalid, but Again, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Ono Island, be sheltered right now. Anywhere along the Alabama Highway number 182 corridor here that connects Gulf Shores all the way over to the Floribama region. In fact, anywhere near the Floribama, which sits right in through here, I need you sheltered, as this possible tornado is going to be on your doorstep literally in a matter of moments. So can't stress that enough. Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Floribama. Also, Alabama Highway number 182, which is your beach highway there in the southern part of Baldwin County, be sheltered as this tornado warning has just been issued for your area. I'm going to step off screen here and grab my water briefly. Again, we've been going strong since about, say, 4:45 p.m. talking about all these tornado warnings. We're doing this long-form coverage. I certainly appreciate you watching. I'm Spinks Megginson, joined alongside Lee Margaret Bostic and also Bruce Thompson. They're doing all of our graphics and sound and that sort of thing. Thanks for being patient. I want you to know the sound issues were not their fault. It wasn't my fault. We have this sound system, and we're going to get it upgraded in the next few weeks and months ahead as we do more of this coverage, but we have battery packs and sometimes those fail. And so that's what happened. If the live stream gets fuzzy, hang with me. We will fix it. Again, tornado warning for Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Be sheltered right now. And lots of lightning coming into these areas. If you're in Foley, you're all right. No tornado warning is in effect for Foley. This is to your southeast. Also, if you are in Daphne, Fairhope, Spanish Fort, also Malbus, Montrose, anywhere along the scenic 98 corridor that runs through much of Fairhope and Point Clear, this tornado warning is not for you. Bay Minette, you're fine. You're not fine if you're in Alberta, Seminole, Paradise Beach, Orange Beach, or Gulf Shores. These are the first areas that will be under the gun from this potentially very strong tornado as it moves on shore. And let's look at the velocity quickly. And so here's the deal. Here's your possible tornado right in through here. The threat is going to be for Gulf Shores and Orange Beach now, right now, be sheltered. In fact, if you'll put up the reminders, and tell you what, let's not do that. Let's do our full screen reminders and go through this for our folks in Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. For those of you that just may be joining us from these areas, you want to be in the lowest floor of a site-built home. You can't be in a mobile home if you're in these regions, especially right now. And you certainly don't want to be in a car. It may look funny. Grab that helmet. Also, you want to be able to have your on you at all times, and also you want either a whistle or an air horn, and that's fantastic to alert the you that that's where you are in terms of debris. And so whistles, helmets, also closed-toed shoes. You need those on right now in Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. So let's go back to the radar if we can. And again, this is the strongest signature I've seen all day long coming into Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. I am very concerned about our friends in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, and Ono Island. I note that this is one of 2 tornado warnings in effect for our region right now. The first is for Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, and the Pensacola Metro, but we also have Marengo County. Basically the entirety of the county there include, or at least, much of the northern half of Marengo included in that tornado warning that's going to run until 7:30. But that's outside of our coverage area. That includes places like Demopolis, Linden, and Sweetwater. But again, we're here for this tornado warning polygon in the southern part of Baldwin and much of Escambia County, Florida. If you're in Escambia County, Alabama, Bruton, East Bruton, Riverview, Flomaton, Atmore. No imminent issues for now. We don't have a tornado warning for you. We do, however, have a tornado warning for much of the Pensacola Metro. So I don't care where you are in Pensacola. You got to be sheltered right now. And I'm telling you, don't play with this thing. The atmosphere is very unstable. In fact, tell you what, let's go back to our other source here so I can look at one of the parameters. And we want to put on our STP values. I'm going to take off the radar data. Look, this thing is out over an area of very high STP values in excess of 3 in some spots. Anything over a 1 is significant, and you see all these yellows and oranges, that's significant for significant tornadoes. But when you get in 3s and 4s and values like that, the atmosphere is very unstable. And so you got to treat this thing with respect and heed the warning. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. You need to be sheltered right now if you're in Gulf Shores, Orange Beach, Seminole, Alberta, Pensacola, Warrington, Cantonment. Be sheltered right now. Absolutely no exceptions in these areas. This is a very serious situation as this strong couplet is moving to the north, northeast very quickly. I'm going to check social media real quick just to see what we've got going on. And what I'm doing now is also looking at our feeds from the National Weather Service. And so also we're going to send out a tweet here. Very dangerous storm near Gulf Shores and Orange Beach. Pensacola should be sheltered right now. Don't wait. You're blessed with lead time over here in Escambia County, Florida, near Inslee, near Pensacola, near the Cantonment area with the large paper mill there along U.S. Highway 29. Get sheltered now. This is a very serious situation in the Pensacola area. This is the largest metropolitan area that has gone under a tornado warning yet. And so if you're in Pensacola, I don't care where you are, you got to get sheltered now. Don't wait, all right? Pensacola should be sheltered right now. And so we're sending that tweet out. And also, we're going to go over to our RedZone Weather text program. And tell you what, if you could pull up the RedZone Weather text, we're going to go over that briefly. Perhaps you want to opt in. This is the first time you've seen RedZone Weather. We're going to show you how to do that very quickly. And we want to get back to this tornado warning that we've got going on in southern Escambia, southeastern part of Baldwin counties. Here's how you opt in. It's very easy. All you have to do is text the word updates to the number 51660. If you happen to have an iPhone, it should look just like this. I know it can be confusing. You want to send the number to 51660 updates, and it has to be plural with an S. So that's RedZone Weather text. Back to the radar we go, and again, very serious situation coming in here to Orange Beach. And we talked about these long track violent tornadoes. Well, this could be one. Absolutely could be one. Right in through here, coming into Orange Beach right now. Ono Island, anywhere along Alabama Highway 182 there in the southern part of Baldwin County. Get sheltered right now. I hope you can hear the urgency in my voice. This is a very serious situation in Orange Beach. Look at that couplet. It is extremely wrapped up as it moves off to the northeast at a rapid clip, about 55 miles per hour. We'll go back over to our correlation coefficient product. Again, this lets us know if there's debris in the atmosphere, and lots of lightning with this storm as well. We also note, I'm going to zoom out briefly, we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to include our friends in Okaloosa and the far southeastern part of Santa Rosa County. So if you're in Crestview, Milligan, also Niceville, Fort Walton Beach, Destin, anywhere near Eglin Air Force Base here in Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for you until 8:30. And so that's in basically an hour and 5 minutes. If you're in Crestview, Destin, be inside. Be ready to go to that safe place as we've got potentially some damaging straight line winds with the storms moving through Okaloosa County. Again, if you're watching from Bruton perhaps, East Bruton, no issues, no imminent issues for now. That could change in the next hour as we've got now a very powerful supercell thunderstorm moving in. Look at all that lightning. I mean, this thing is looking very healthy in terms of its appearance. We'll zoom in so you can see the couplet. And this thing is extremely wrapped up as it comes into Orange Beach. So call your folks in Orange Beach right now and let them know that we've got this very powerful looking couplet moving into the Orange Beach area along Alabama Highway number 182 along the beach there right now. Again, lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Grab those football helmets, bicycle helmets, baseball helmets, ballistics helmet. Also a softball helmet will work. Grab it and put it on. Also have your whistle or your air horn. Closed-toed shoes. You want to be away from windows, like I said, and you want to be in the center part of that site-built structure. And this thing is ramping up even over the last frame. Look at that. Let's go back in time. You can see the couplet here looked very powerful as it was about, say, 15 miles to the southwest of Gulf Shores, but as we advance the velocity product in time, right in through here is the main area of concern. And understand what's happening here, the radar is detecting that the rain and the hail and that sort of thing in the atmosphere is rotating. And so this rotation is close to the surface enough that we've got a tornado warning in progress for southern Baldwin and southern Escambia counties in northwest Florida. And understand, Escambia County, Alabama, you're fine for now. But the greater Pensacola metro, you are under the gun. You are under a tornado warning, and that's going to be in effect until 8:15. So we're at 7:28, about 47 more minutes on this thing as this very powerful rotation enters the Orange Beach area from the southwest. Let's look at our feeds real quick to see what we've got going on. And again, what we're going to do is send out another RedZone Weather text update. So if you're watching live, know that that's about to come, and this is for the southern part of Baldwin and also the greater Pensacola metro is what we're about to say that this tornado warning is including. And this is going to be until 8:15. Again, a tornado warning till 8:15 p.m. for South Baldwin and South Escambia County in Florida, Pensacola, Gulf Shores, Orange Beach. Seek shelter now. So that's the text we're sending out, and that's going to go out to our over 2,300 folks on the RedZone Weather text program. And so we certainly appreciate you opting into that. Again, this rotation is just very classic in its appearance in terms of putting down potentially a large tornado as it comes into Orange Beach. And so also I want to add one thing to this text before I send it out. Hang with me here. We're going to get this alert out. All right, so you got a RedZone Weather text just being sent out from the system right here to our almost 2,500 folks about this very concerning supercell thunderstorm as it enters Orange Beach from the southwest. And I'm telling you, this is on top of you in Orange Beach. So what I want to do is shift off to the northeast. I want to take off the radar data and show you exactly who is involved in this warning. Basically, if you are in Quintet and Cantonment along U.S. number 29 here in Escambia County, Florida, and points south, you are under the gun from this supercell thunderstorm that's producing potentially a large tornado very near Orange Beach right now. Get sheltered in those areas. And understand, you may think, oh, well, Spinks, I've got 20 minutes to get sheltered. No, you don't. You need to get sheltered right now if you're in Quintet, also Cantonment, Ensley, Riverview, anywhere along Scenic Highway, North Davis Highway, North 9th Avenue in Pensacola. Those are your main thoroughfares. Also out here along U.S. Highway 90 in the western part of the Pensacola Metro near Warrington, and also Goulding. Be sheltered right now as this tornado warning continues for your region. A bit of good news coming in is that we don't have any other active tornado warnings across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. That's your only polygon. And look at that lightning output. I mean, tremendous lightning output in the storms that are approaching Pensacola from the west, and also this storm that's moving on shore in the southern part of Santa Rosa County in northwest Florida near Navarre. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, and this is going to move onshore near Fort Walton, Niceville, Destin in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning. You don't want to be outside, but the good news is that's not a tornado warning. But we could have some damaging straight line winds in those communities that I just called out and points north along Eglin Air Force Base, Crestview, and Milligan. And so those are the two warnings that we've got there. Let's also focus on our folks in Clark County. I know they've been under the gun a good bit, but this severe thunderstorm warning is going to continue for the northern part of Clark County, Grove Hill, Cyrene, Dickinson, along the US 84 corridor there that goes through Purdue Hill. Also now, northern Monroe and the entirety of Wilcox County is included in a severe thunderstorm warning now until 8 o'clock local time. And so Camden, Pineapple, also Oak Hill, Veredenburg, Scratch Ankle, Coy, also Pine Hill, the community of Pope, Sunny South, Thomasville, Grove Hill, Jackson, all included in that severe thunderstorm warning that's in progress until 8 p.m. We've also got this other severe thunderstorm warning polygon here that includes a good chunk of Mobile, Baldwin, and Washington County. Chatham, Salitpa, Yarbo. Also Fruitdale, Vinegar Bend along the US 45 corridor there outside of the Mobile Metro. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for these regions. Also North Baldwin County. So this gets confusing when you have two polygons in one county, but here's the deal. You've got a tornado warning in progress for the southern part of Baldwin County in places like Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, Alberta, near the Floribama there along Alabama Highway number 182. Tornado warning in those spots. Seek shelter now. A very serious and potentially dire situation as we've got that very strong indication of rotation moving on shore right now in southern Baldwin County. But if you're in the middle part of Baldwin County here, in places like Loxley, Stapleton, Bay Minette, also Spanish Fort, Daphne, Fairhope, Malbus, no issues for now in terms of warnings. You are under a PDS tornado watch until 10 p.m. In the northern part of Baldwin County, up here near Tensaw and Stockton, severe thunderstorm warning going to be rolling in those places until 8 p.m. local time. Also, that includes much of northern Mobile County, but it doesn't include Mobile City proper, which is right in through here. You've got Pritchard, which sits right there, which is included there, right there where Interstate 165 intersects with Interstate 65 there in Pritchard, but from there and points north, severe thunderstorm warning. But we're here to talk about the tornado warnings. That's the real deal in terms of what we're here for. And so very, very look at that. That's your area of concern. Classic couplet moving over Gulf Shores and Orange Beach right now. This is a very serious situation for these areas as this rotation continues moving off to the northeast. And tell you what, I'm going to break precedent here and shoot a text out. Again, if you're in the Pensacola metro area, I don't care where you are, be sheltered right now. You're blessed with lead time. This thing is back here over Orange Beach and Gulf Shores, but it's on your doorstep and it's racing off to the northeast. Be sheltered right now. And also, I'm going to have our executive producers here. If you could check the sound on the audio, that would be fantastic. We're good. All right, thank you. And so, again, tornado warning for the southern part of Escambia County in Florida. This does not include any part of Escambia County, Alabama. In fact, tell you what, let's take a look at Escambia County. I know we've got a lot of folks watching in that region. Some heavy rain continues right now in places like Bradley and also in Roberts, but nothing in the way of severe weather in Escambia County, Alabama right now. Could that change? Absolutely, and we could have tornadic storms within the next hour as these storms continue trucking off to the northeast. And so only tornado warning we've got on the board right now is for the southern part of Baldwin and also the southern part of Escambia County in the state of Florida. We've also got a tornado warning in progress for the northeastern side of Marengo County out there towards Dayton along Alabama Highway number 28 that connects Thomaston down to Camden. This is outside of our coverage area, but here's Dayton. This is a small town that's very near Uniontown along US Highway 80. Tornado warning continuing there for the next few minutes. But again, the main threat is from this monster of a storm that's down here in the southern part of Baldwin County, and lots of lightning, lots of thunder. You need to be in the lowest floor of your site-built structure right now. If you're perhaps catching this at the last minute in Alberta, get sheltered now. I can't say it any louder. Get sheltered right now if you're in Alberta, right here along the US 98 corridor that connects Pensacola over to Foley. No travel on US 98 from Pensacola all the way over to Foley. No travel right now on US Highway 90, basically from Pensacola all the way over here to, say, just to the west of Seminole near Robertsdale. You can't be traveling in these tornado warnings. I'm going to be very frank and tell you, you could potentially lose your life if you're caught in a car in the middle of a large, potentially violent tornado. And so no travel on 90 or 98. Also, a portion of the Interstate 10 is included in this tornado warning. So if you know someone traveling on Interstate 10, I need you to tell them or call them and tell them to pull over right now. If they are from the state line, which is very near Seminole here along the Perdido River, all the way over to the causeway there, which is near Riverview and Pace. As you drive south and west along the causeway there, outside of Pace, you have those double bridges over the Escambia River there. From there, all the way over to basically just north of Seminole along Interstate 10. be sheltered right now. This is a very serious situation. You want to be out of that car. If you happen to be driving, pull over to the nearest convenience store or gas station. It's not, your time can be replaced. You can't, all right? So get sheltered if you are in the Pensacola Metro and points just to the north of there, Cantonment, Ensley, Quintet. Be sheltered along the U.S. Highway 29 corridor. And tell you what, I'm going to look at a few things here. If you have damage, again, send those pictures to us. We'll get those to the appropriate governmental authorities. The National Weather Service is the governing body that issues all these fantastic warnings. And I can't say this enough. They've done a fantastic job of giving the Pensacola Metro an abundance of lead time. So use it. Do something about it. When you have a tornado warning issued right here in the Pensacola Metro, be sheltered, all right? So that's the tornado warning that we've got in progress there in southern Baldwin and southern Escambia County in Florida. I tell you what, let's go over to another product here. I want to take off the radar data and look at STP values. And STP is significant tornado parameters. You have a very advanced equation in terms of looking at different elements in the atmosphere like CAPE and instability and that sort of thing, and also helicity and many other factors that combine to form this wonderful product. And I want you to look at where we have the one tornado warning polygon right now. It's right over these high STP values that are here in Santa Rosa, Escambia, and Baldwin counties. So we don't have a tornado warning for any part of Santa Rosa County right now, but we do for southern Escambia and southern Baldwin counties. So here's your polygon, and it's just over a tremendous STP area. So what does that mean in terms of being applicable to you? Well, unfortunately, when you have a storm over these high STP values, generally it means that you could have potentially a higher probability of a large, violent tornado. And so no doubt about it, if you're in Alberta or Seminole, Pensacola, Warrington, Goulding, anywhere near the Floribama here at the conclusion of the Perdido River there, be sheltered right now. Anywhere along Interstate 10, no driving on 10 from basically Milton all the way over to Robertsdale in Alabama. No travel there. And so looking at a few more things here, and you're going to hear the thunder and lightning outside here in the greater Bruton area. But again, no severe warnings are in effect for Bruton, East Bruton, Riverview, Alco, anywhere near here, all right? So tornado watch continues until 10 p.m., but the only tornado warning that we have on the board is here in southern Baldwin and also the southern part of Escambia County in Florida. I'll tell you what, let's look at a few more things from our friends at the National Weather Service just to see. All right, and tell you what, let's zoom in here. I want to look at our correlation coefficient. And for those of you that are just joining us perhaps, we've used this product many times tonight and in our previous severe weather events, but the deal is this is a product that allows us to peer into the atmosphere basically to see if there are signs of tornadic debris. And right now, I'm not seeing that from this storm. However, I caution you, that doesn't mean that we don't have a tornado down. We certainly could in this area near Orange Beach and Gulf Shores as it works its way off to the northeast. And so Pensacola, I can't stress it enough, be sheltered right now. Let's put up the OTS reminders if we can. And this is exactly what you want to do. We're going to leave this up for a few minutes because I know we got a lot of folks watching from the greater Pensacola area. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. The idea is to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Have a plan of action. Know where you're going right now. You need to implement that plan. All the industries, we've got a large paper mill here along the U.S. Highway 90 corridor there, just to the northwest of the causeway, I should say. They need to be implementing their tornado safety plan. Also, West Florida Hospital, Sacred Heart Hospital, anywhere along or anywhere near the University of West Florida campus here in the northwestern part of the Pensacola Metro. Implement that tornado safety plan right now as we've got this potentially significant tornado back in through here in Baldwin County. Can we get up those OTS reminders, please? And we'll go ahead and leave these up for a few minutes. There we go. Thank you. And again, southern Baldwin, southern Escambia County, Florida, that's where we have these major issues right now. No issues in the northern part of Escambia County, Florida. If you're in Century, Walnut Hill, Molino, McKinnon, we don't have any warnings out for you right now. We do have heavy rain, lots of thunder and lightning with these storms that are coming into the greater Century area that was so massively affected by that EF3 tornado that moved through on February 15th, about 8 days ago now. But no warning out for those areas. So I wanted to give you that sigh of relief for now. Again, be weather aware over the next few hours. We certainly could have a few more issues in these areas that I've just called out. But for now, no issues in terms of warnings. The only 2 tornado warnings, and in fact, if you'll go ahead and put up the warning bug down there, just so we can have that up for reference. Again, tornado warnings continue. There we go. Thank you. For the southern part of Baldwin and the southern part of Escambia County in Florida, and also for much of Marengo County here in central Alabama. But that's north of Clark County, out of our coverage area. Marengo County is actually in the Birmingham and Montgomery TV market, and so fantastic TV coverage inundates the Birmingham market in terms of television, and so we're going to leave that to them. That's their tornado warning to cover, and so we're here for this one in the southern part of Baldwin and the southern part of Escambia County in Florida. Tell you what, let me check Twitter here, see if we got any damage photos. And again, I want to thank all the folks, many folks, who have liked the RedZone Weather Facebook page and also followed me on Twitter as well. It's at RZ Weather across the board, and we've had many likes on the Facebook page today. If you haven't already, all you have to do is go to facebook.com/RZ Weather, or you can go to the search bar up there at the top of your phone, tablet, or computer and type in RedZone Weather. That's REDZONE, RedZone Weather. And so that's the Facebook page. And so I would encourage you to like the page. We have many updates for Southwest Alabama and Northwest Florida, not only during times of severe weather, but also during times of blue sky weather. And we have a lot of content during those days as well. Thanks again for watching. For the many folks who are watching right now, I'm Spinks Megginson, joined alongside Bruce Thompson and also Lee Margaret Bostic. We are here at RedZone Weather headquarters right here in Brewton, Alabama, which is in Escambia County, and we are covering this tornado warning that's in progress for the far southeastern part of Baldwin County. In fact, if you're in Gulf Shores right now, let me take one more look at this before I say this. If you're in Gulf Shores, I'm comfortable enough, if you're in Gulf Shores, you're in the clear for now. Again, severe weather threat continues over the next few hours, but if you are in Gulf Shores, the severe weather threat in terms of imminency has passed you to your east. And so the velocity data has sort of broadened up a bit, but it doesn't matter. If you're in Pensacola, if you're in Warrington, Goulding, also Ensley, Cantonment, stay sheltered. This thing could very well produce a tornado in a matter of moments if it's not already. And the velocity signature, no doubt, is broadening out. Look at this thing as it approached the beach from the south. This thing, take off the banner if you will so we can kind of see this thing. Thank you. This thing was extremely wrapped up as it approached Gulf Shores and Orange Beach, but you note over the past few frames, it's sort of faded away. But again, I caution, that does not necessarily mean that a tornado is not down. With this look, you certainly could have a tornado down on the ground right now, very near, just to the north of the Floribama there, which is along Alabama Highway number 182. Once you cross the state line into Florida, this is Florida State Highway number 292 that connects the Floribama up to the greater Pensacola metro area. So of course, no travel on 292 right here. Also no travel on 98, Highway 90, US Highway 90, or US Highway 29 from Pensacola all the way up to Molino. Absolutely no travel as this strong sign of rotation is moving off to the northeast at a fairly rapid clip. And so, tell you what, looking at our social media feeds here, and I will say this, it has been invaluable today to not only have the wonderful photos of tornado prep being sent in, but also seeing the reports of damage back in Louisiana, in Prairieville, and other areas in Louisiana that have sustained major damage. So even if Southwest Alabama and Northwest Florida comes through this risk completely unscathed, we could have, we've already had one death in Mississippi. So this, entire weather system has unfortunately produced at least one fatality, and the moderate risk was certainly warranted, especially back over Mississippi and Louisiana. And I caution, the severe weather threat is not over here in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. So hang with me. I promise, when I can give you an all clear, I will. I want to do that just as bad, and I want to catch up on rest just as much as everybody else around here, but I can't do that just yet. So hang with me as we've got this tornado warning in progress for the southern part of Baldwin County. Seminole points south and east. Riverview points south and west, all included in this tornado warning that includes a core of the Pensacola metro here. Downtown Pensacola, up Interstate 110 that connects to Interstate 10. You need to be in a site-built structure right now. You can't be in a car. Pull over to a gas station or a convenience store, as we've got this strong sign of rotation moving into the Pensacola metro from the west. Be sheltered right now. So again, that's the latest with the tornado warning. Pardon me, I'm getting a sip of water. Again, we're going on hour number 3.5, I believe it is, of continuous tornado warning coverage. And you're hearing probably some sirens there in the background here in the greater Bruton area, but one would have to assume that that does not have to do with weather at this point, which is good news. Now, I also want to check the velocity on this storm here in northern Escambia County, Florida. And I'll tell you, right in through here, this is a suspect area. This is along US Highway 29. This thing has sort of ramped up in the past few minutes. You can see the reflectivity here, and this is an area of rotation. This storm is rotating just to the south of Century. There's no official tornado warning on this yet, but as a course of least regret, if you are in Mount Carmel, Brownsdale along Santa Rosa County Highway number 197, I would be prepped to go to that site-built structure, that tornado-safe place, in the next 5 minutes. And we're going to keep watching this area of rotation here in the northern part of Escambia County, Florida, along US Highway 29, very near where we had that EF3 tornado earlier about 8 days ago. And so I'm not suggesting, obviously, that anything like that is down right now. This is just an area of rotation in the atmosphere that we're seeing on the velocity product. And so we'll monitor that over the next few frames and tell you if the Weather Service issues a warning. And a bit of good news, and I want to caution folks before I say this, this does not mean get out of your tornado-safe place if you're in Pensacola or Ensley or Quintet. Stay sheltered. Do not get out of your tornado-safe place, but the area of rotation on our velocity product has certainly come down in terms of its physical strength appearance over the past few frames, and so certainly that's good news. Again, stay sheltered if you're in Pensacola, anywhere near the Pensacola metro. Be sheltered right now as this area of rotation is moving in from the west. And you may be wondering, well, Spinks, why in the world are you repeating yourself over and over? Well, here's the deal. We get folks tuning in and out of this live stream every few seconds. And so I don't know who's heard what, and so it's helpful to say things over and over. That's why we've got this tornado warning polygon in place in terms of repeating it for the next few minutes. And so tornado warning continues for the Pensacola metro and points just to the north of there, like Quintet, along US Highway number 29. And we've got some new messages from the Weather Service. All right, and some good news. Let's zoom out on let's go to our other radar product here. Again, here's the whole nation. You can see where the active weather is. It's not up here in the Midwest. It's here in the deep south. And you can see all these warnings and watches that we've got posted right now. We'll zoom into Alabama, show you exactly what's going on. And what the Weather Service is in the process of doing is now canceling Choctaw, also Wayne, and Perry counties in Mississippi. So 1, 2, 3. Those three counties, I should say, are about to be out of the tornado watch. So again, all clear if you're in Butler, Needham, Toxie. In fact, you saw the update there. You're out of the tornado watch in Choctaw County. Also, places along the Tom Bigby River here in the eastern part of Choctaw County. You are out, and I can officially give you an all clear if you are anywhere in Choctaw County, just to the west of Clark. Now, here's the deal. If you are in Clark County, Washington County, points east, Bruton, East Bruton, Riverview, Monroeville. you are under a PDS tornado watch that continues until 10 p.m. local time. And we also have this tornado warning that's in progress for the southern part of Escambia County in Florida. And I wouldn't be surprised over the next few minutes if we had an update from the Weather Service in terms of what they're thinking and what they're going to do with this warning, whether they will extend it into Santa Rosa County, places like Milton, Pace, Whitingfield, areas near Central High School here or not. We will know very shortly. I'll tell you, Northwest Florida, particularly Escambia and Santa Rosa counties in Northwest Florida, have had a tremendous amount of severe weather over the past few months and many events. And I'm hoping cautiously that this is a situation that will end in the next few weeks. We are watching a few things on the long-term models around March 2nd that could bring us some more severe weather, but we will deal with that with time. I'm going to have to step off camera here briefly and get a sip of water. And again, thanks for hanging with me. I know that you've been here for a long time, and we certainly appreciate your support as we forge ahead with building the RedZone Weather brand. I certainly appreciate each and every one of you who like, share, and comment things on the Facebook page all the time. That means a lot to me, and I certainly appreciate it. And again, hang with me. We are doing this live severe weather coverage here from Brewton, Alabama, where we have this tornado warning in progress for the Pensacola area and points north. Places like Quintet are included. And so I'm going to have to, if you'll X out of that, please, I'm going to have to go back to my post here. Are we better in terms of sound? Okay. So the deal is I'm losing sound when I'm moving in terms of my audio, and I promise over the next few weeks and months ahead, we're going to get this live stream down to a science, and it's going to be fantastic. But I apologize for the many audio issues that we've had tonight. I certainly do, and we will get that fixed. Hang with me, especially if you're here in the Pensacola Metro and points just to the north of there along US Highway 29 here. A very serious situation as we've got this possible tornado now on your doorstep. And tell you what, let's also look at this area of concern just to the south of Century. Again, no warning is out on this. Heavy rain continues in Flomaton, in Waubee, in Canoe, Malta, heavy rain. But there's no warning out for this storm. Also, if you're in Atmore, perhaps you're in Porch or areas near the Wind Creek Casino and Hotel, no issues for you in terms of warnings right now. And so certainly some good news as we've got this tornado warning here in the southern part of Escambia County, Florida. Brent, Gonzales, Inslee, also Pensacola, be in a safe place right now. And I'm going to have to take a pause to drink some water as well. I apologize. When you're talking for this long, your voice just gets really tired, and so I'm going to have to take a water break briefly. Again, hang with me. We got this tornado warning down in the Pensacola Metro. And the Weather Service is saying that the tornado as of 7:54, which was about a moment ago, about 1 minute ago, I should say, was located near Johnson's Beach or near Myrtle Grove. And so Myrtle Grove sits right in through here. This is your area of concern in the southern part of Escambia County, Florida. And so we're going to wait and see what the Weather Service is going to do in terms of extending this thing, but no doubt about it, can't say it enough. If you're in Pensacola, be sheltered right now. In fact, over that past frame, you just saw that this thing is ramping up again. These things are cyclical in nature, and when you have a supercell thunderstorm, often what happens is you'll get a similar to what we had even 8 days ago with this large tornado in Century. Again, no issues in Century for now, but the supercell there was cyclical in nature, and it cycled up, cycled down. That's why we didn't have an issue in the greater Brewton area. It just happened to be at the middle point of the cycle where it wasn't producing a tornado. And so that's the deal with that. This thing is cycling. And again, hang with me. We've got this tornado warning in the southern part of Escambia County in Florida. And I'll tell you, if you could hand me one of those bottles of water. My voice is going out, folks. I apologize. So hang with me. We're going to get through this, I promise. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Again, joined by Bruce Thompson, Lee Margaret Bostic. They're your executive producers this evening, and they're doing a fantastic job. Certainly want to thank them for not only their support, but also their help in these long-form severe weather coverage events. Thank you very much to both of you. And also, Bruce is our chief legal guy here at RedZone Weather LLC. He's done a fantastic job of setting us up for success for the long run, and I certainly appreciate that. But we also need to talk about this tornado warning because it's been about 60 seconds since I have. And again, we're going to repeat it because folks tune in and out of this live stream. If you're in the southern part of Escambia County, Florida, I don't care where you are, Quintet, Inslee, Gonzales, also Riverview, anywhere along North 9th Avenue, anywhere along Interstate 110 in Pensacola, be sheltered right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. In fact, if you'll put up the OTS real quick, let's leave that up for the next few moments, as we've got a lot of folks under the gun here in the greater Pensacola metro area. Heavy rain, lots of lightning in the greater Bruton area, Flomaton, Malta, Walbeek, Canoe, Atmore, but no issues in terms of warnings for now, so that's certainly some good news. And the current time, we're coming up on 8 o'clock, and so we're going to do a reset here in terms of talking about the entire situation as a whole. We'll talk about where we stand in terms of this severe weather outbreak, and we'll talk about what you can expect over the next few hours as severe weather starts to transition out of our area over into southeast Alabama. So that's coming up in about, say, 2 minutes at the top of the hour. If you're just joining us, we're here because of this one tornado warning in progress for the southern part of Escambia County, Florida. Tell you what, let's look at Twitter real quick. It's terrible when you have a tornado warning in a highly populated area, but the good news is that will often give you some better indication of if you have a tornado down or not. And I want to check Twitter because with this coming into Pensacola, one would logically conclude that you would be able to know if the thing is down because we've got so many people in this area. Don't be out taking pictures of this thing, and certainly don't get in your car. You're not a storm chaser. I'm not a storm chaser. You don't need to be chasing this thing as this thing continues bolting off to the northeast. And the Associated Press is now reporting as of 11 minutes ago that at least 7 tornadoes have hit Louisiana and Mississippi, unfortunately killing at least 3. So now we know that the fatality or the number of people killed has now risen to 3 back in Mississippi and Louisiana. So I hope that will spur you to action if you haven't already taken action here in the greater Pensacola metro, Riverview, Quintet, Cantonment, Gonzales, Inslee. I'm telling you, be sheltered right now. Don't wait on this thing. Don't wait on me. I'm in Bruton. I'm away from this thing, so I don't need to be sheltered, but you do. And so I want you in the lowest floor of your site-built structure, away from windows and doors. And the deal is this tornado warning is going to continue until 8:15. And so in about 30 seconds, what we're going to do is sort of a reset here and run this full screen tornado warning graphic and talk about who's in and who's out and that sort of thing. We're going to pause for 10 seconds. We'll be right back. Again, 8 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. I'm Spinks Megginson. Stay tuned. We'll see you in about 5 to 10 seconds. $9 p.m. in the east, 6 in the west, and 8 p.m. here in the Central Time Zone, where we are in the midst of a long-form severe weather event. I'm Spinks Megginson, joined alongside Bruce Thompson and Lee Margaret Bostic. We've got major issues right now in the Pensacola metro area. This is southern Escambia County in northwest Florida, and you can see the metro area here, Interstate 10, US Highway 90, US Highway 98. Anywhere near those places, near Pensacola, don't be driving. If you know someone out and about on those roads, tell them to pull over right now. I'm going to have to step off camera. We're coming up on hour number 4 of COVID here, and I have got to grab a bite to eat. I apologize, but I feel my blood sugar getting low. You can feel that kind of all over, and so I've got to have a bite to eat as this coverage continues. Again, sorry, but I got to eat too, and my blood sugar is getting low. So hang with me. Again, tornado warning going to continue for the next few minutes here in Pensacola, Quintet, Cantonment, Riverview, All those areas remain under the gun, so I need you sheltered. Also, we note that if you are in Orange Beach or Gulf Shores, I can officially give you a clear for now. We note that we've got this thunderstorm back in through here in the Gulf of Mexico moving in, but the tornado threat for now in Gulf Shores and Orange Beach is over. And so you can come out of your hiding spot in Orange Beach, Gulf Shores, anywhere near the Floribama there along Alabama Highway number 182. You can come out of hiding, come out of that safe spot. The threat has ended for you. I know we've still got this tornado warning officially in effect for the southeastern part of Baldwin County here, but clearly the threat has shifted into the southern part of Escambia County, Florida, including the Pensacola Metro. So again, if you're in the southeastern part of Baldwin County, I know this tornado warning polygon officially includes your area, but no doubt the threat is now in southern Escambia County in Florida. Let's look at our velocity product here. So here's your greatest area of rotation, right in through here where you see these two colors coming together. And folks, I'm telling you, this thing is on top of the Pensacola Metro. Get sheltered right now, anywhere near PCC, anywhere near the University of West Florida campus, anywhere near Cordova Mall, University Mall, Pensacola Airport. They should be implementing their tornado safety plan right now, as we've got this very significant area of rotation moving in from the southwest, moving off to the northeast. And again, bear with me, I'm taking a bite to eat, I apologize. I've been here for 4 or 5 hours without food, so you're just gonna have to bear with me. My blood sugar's getting low. All right, eating a little chocolate chip cookie. It's gonna get the blood sugar up. Feeling a little weak there. Here's your area of rotation, right in through here in Pensacola. This is moving off to the northeast, towards Riverview, toward the causeway there, which is US Highway 90, toward the Pace area. In fact, if you're in Pace, if you're in Milton, if you are anywhere near Woodbine, I need you prepped and primed to go to your tornado safe spot in the next 5 minutes. We could have some serious issues in that part of the world over the next few minutes as we've got this area of rotation moving in. Now, a bit of good news, it's not nearly as powerful, the area of rotation, as it was back here when it was over the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, when this thing was down around Orange Beach and Gulf Shores, it was very, look at that, very wrapped up, lots of bright colors, and that indicates to us that the storm is rotating in dramatic fashion. But it seems like once the thing moved on shore, it sort of collapsed upon itself. Now, we could be in a cyclical thing here where it's ramping down and then it's going to ramp back up again. That could certainly happen. And I'll tell you, this area right in through here near Warrington along US Highway 98, that's very suspicious, right in through here. So again, downtown Pensacola, Goulding, West Pensacola, Warrington, be sheltered right now as we've got this tornado warning in progress for the southern part of Escambia County in northwest Florida. Current time is 8:04 p.m. That is the only tornado warning that we've got on the board right now. And so from my perspective, we will see what the Weather Service does, but if the Weather Service decides to let this thing go and expire and replace it perhaps with a severe thunderstorm warning, what we're going to do is take a break on the live stream just so I can grab a bite to eat. And we've got an update now. So I want to zoom in there on the, I'm telling you, this is on top of the Pensacola Metro. So wherever you are in the Pensacola Metro, get sheltered right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Again, the idea is to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Here comes the radar scan, and let's go back to our base reflectivity product. And heavy rain, raining like cats and dogs right now in Ensley along US Highway 29 there, Ferry Pass, Riverview. This is Scenic Highway there in the western part of the, or excuse me, eastern part of the Pensacola Metro. No travel right now in any of those places that I just called out because we've got this substantial area, or excuse me, significant area of rotation, I should say. Got a new tornado warning that I need to tell you about, and this is going to be for Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. So tell you what, let's zoom in there. This is a new warning. There's your new polygon. And let's look at the velocity on this thing. All right, so here's your rotation. This is out over Eglin Air Force Base right now, and the call to action is going to be in Crestview, Milligan, Also areas here along US Highway 90 and anywhere near Highway 90 in Okaloosa County. If you live within, say, 2 or 3 miles of there, you need to be sheltered right now. You've got time. Let's put up our OTS reminders for our folks in Okaloosa County. If you know someone in Milligan or Crestview or anywhere near Baker along State Highway 4 there, tell them to be sheltered. Call them right now and let them know that they need to be in a site-built structure away from windows and doors in an interior hallway, closet, or bathroom. The idea is to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. And let's see the deal with that. 8:30 p.m. is what we got on that. Whew, and so the current time is 8:07 p.m. And we've got a new tornado warning polygon for Okaloosa. So let's zoom in here. And what's happening, here's your polygon, but the field data takes a second longer just because of the way that we have our system configured. Here's your entire polygon, Crestview, Milligan, Baker, all included in this tornado warning. This does not include Destin, Fort Walton, or Niceville. This is to the northwest of there in places like Crestview, Milligan, and Baker. A large chunk of Eglin Air Force Base out here where they do the bomb testing and that sort of thing is included. But that's your polygon, so hang with me. Again, folks, I apologize, but being that I've talked for 4 hours now, I'm getting a little tired and fatigued, and my blood sugar is getting low. And so I'm going to ask you if I can. Thank you so much. Look at this. How about this? We have a Whataburger in the house, so I want to thank Mary Brown for bringing this wonderful Whataburger to us. That means a lot to me, and I'll get to that. But again, we got bigger issues to worry about than Spinks eating. 2 tornado warning polygons in progress right now, one of which includes the Pensacola metro area. So here's the deal. Anywhere in the Pensacola metro, I don't care where you are, stay sheltered for the next, say, 15 minutes. And also out here in Crestview, Holt, Milligan, along US Highway 90, Interstate 10, Highway 4. Also, you've got Florida State Route number 189 there that connects Baker up to Cannontown. Again, that's where your tornado warning is, and you need to be sheltered right now. Bear with me while I get a few of these French fries in me. Thanks again to Mary Brown for bringing us this Whataburger. Thanks also to Bakey's and Robert McClellan for providing the lunch for us. We had a free lunch courtesy of Bakey's, and so I wanted to thank them. Certainly appreciate that and their support over the years to support RedZone Weather. So thank you very much. Again, tornado warning for portions of lower Escambia County, Florida. Doesn't include Escambia County, Alabama, the far eastern part of Santa Rosa County, and much of Okaloosa County in northwest Florida. And so, I know, man, you are eating raw Spinks right now as I eat in front of you. Again, I apologize. I have not eaten in about 5 hours, and got to do what I got to do to keep this ball rolling. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning now that's going to be in progress for much of Mobile, Clark, Washington, Monroe, perhaps Conecuh County. And you're hearing now a new warning, and that's going to be a new tornado watch. This is going to be for the same areas that were under this PDS watch. This is now an extension. And so the deal is, if you are in Bruton, if you are in East Bruton, Flomaton, Monroeville, Thomasville, also Chatham, Mobile, Bay Minette, all those areas that I just called out, your tornado watch, the watch now, not the warning, is in effect until 3 a.m. So now we were looking at 10 p.m. We're now looking at 3 a.m. in terms of the watch expiration, unless your county is excluded, like Choctaw. For Choctaw County, I can give you an all clear. You're out of the severe weather threat, Butler, Toxie, Needham. But in terms of severe weather threat, it continues in Thomasville, Monroeville, Bruton, Evergreen, and we've got these 2 tornado warnings here in the northwestern part of Florida until, let's see the expiration time on this. This is 8:30, so the current time is 8:11. Let's go back to the radar so you can see exactly what's going on. And I'm going to have a scan. I'm telling you, whew, that thing near Pensacola is very ominous looking. Whew, and look at this rotation. Man, oh man. This thing has ramped up in the past few minutes. So we talked about this for an hour, but if for some reason you're catching this at the last minute in Pensacola, be sheltered. This thing has ramped up over the past few frames. We were at that at the last frame. Look at this. Incredible. We have this area of rotation developing on the top of Pensacola that could be producing a significant tornado. Like we said, these things are cyclical in nature, and this thing very well could be producing a tornado right now in the greater Pensacola area, perhaps approaching Riverview and Scenic Highway from the southwest, moving off to the northeast. And so what's going to happen here shortly, I can go ahead and tell you. Pace, Milton, anywhere near Pace High School, anywhere near Target and the Ridge Theater there, you're about to go under a tornado warning, and there it is. All right, so here's your new tornado warning for all those areas that I just called out. And so let's zoom out and who's in and who's out. And here's your new polygon, and it's going to fill in a second. If you're in Milton, Pace, also Allentown, anywhere near Central High School, Harold in the eastern part of Santa Rosa County, get sheltered and do it now. In fact, let's go to our full screen graphic here of what to do during a tornado warning. It's been a while, and so this applies now to many, many folks. If you're in Pensacola and points northeast, this is like Milton, Pace, anywhere along the US Highway 90 corridor, this applies to you now. You are under a tornado warning. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. I need you to get out of mobile homes and cars and get to a site-built structure. You want to grab a whistle or air horn, and also a football and bicycle helmet. Grab that thing. I know it looks funny. Put it on. If you don't have a helmet, grab a cook pan out of your cabinet. Put that thing on your head right now to protect yourself from this potentially significant tornado down here in the Pensacola Metro. Also, closed-toed shoes on now, and have your ID on your person as well right now. You want to act immediately. Tell you what, let's go back to the radar product if we can. And let's look at this. This thing is really wrapped up right here near the Pensacola metro area as it moves off to the northeast here. Pace, Milton, anywhere near the Ridge Theater there that sits along US Highway 90, Home Depot, Walmart, all those areas in that major commercial area of Pace. Get sheltered. Implement those tornado safety plans right now. Anywhere near Lowe's, which is there along the south side of US Highway 90 and Pace, be sheltered. Also, here in Milton, which is where Florida State Highway number 89 comes out there at the main intersection in Milton along US Highway 90. Anywhere near there, get sheltered right now. Don't wait. Do not play with this thing. The atmosphere is very unstable, and this thing could certainly be putting out a tornado right now. A very serious situation. As I hope you can hear the urgency in my voice, I'm telling you, this thing is extremely wrapped up. Let's go to our correlation coefficient product. And not seeing anything there at the moment, but again, with this type of signature there, certainly could be producing a tornado. Tell you what, let me pause briefly. I'm going to talk to our friends at the National Weather Service briefly. And the Weather Service is going to continue this other tornado warning that's in progress for portions of Okaloosa County right now. Crestview should be seeking shelter, as should Milligan, that is, as should Harold and Holt along US Highway 90 there. Be sheltered right now. These are the 3 tornado warning polygons that we've got, or now 2 tornado warning polygons, I should say, that we've got in progress here in northwest Florida. So Pensacola, stay sheltered the next 5 minutes. If you're back here in the southwestern flank of town, Warrington, Bellevue, Brent, I can give you a clear for now. The threat has passed these areas, and you're in the clear if you're in Bellevue, Warrington, Paradise Beach. No issues in terms of tornadoes right now, but the threat has shifted out here. This thing is very near the causeway. Most folks across the region are at least familiar with the Highway 90 corridor that connects Pensacola and Riverview up here to Pace. You've got a large manufacturing facility that sits to the west of there that you can see in the distance in many pretty pictures and that sort of thing. that is right where we have this very, very strong indication of a tornado. And so if you're in Pace, if you're in Woodbine, if you're anywhere near 5 points there in the southern part of Santa Rosa County, very near Pace, lots of lightning, lots of thunder, but the main concern is this area of rotation that very well could be producing perhaps a significant tornado right now. So get sheltered in Pace, in Milton, anywhere near Pace High School, anywhere near Milton High School, anywhere along State Highway number 87 and 89, which connects Bruton down to Milton, Jay down to Milton. No travel right now, as we've got this tornado warning in the southern part of Santa Rosa County. So that's the latest on that warning. Let's go over to our other tornado warning that's in effect for Crestview. And tell you what, let me reach out to the Weather Service briefly. I'm going to take a brief pause. Hang with me. I'm just typing a message to the Weather Service. Again, I know we've got many, many folks watching across Alabama and Northwest Florida. I appreciate you watching, but here's the deal. The reason we're focusing on Escambia, Santa Rosa, and Okaloosa counties, our 3 Northwest Florida counties, is because we have 2 tornado warning polygons in progress right now. Here's storm number 1, very near the Pensacola Metro. That clearly is the stronger storm as it moves off to the northeast right now. And also, I'm getting in a storm report from the city of Bruton. We're going to get to that, but storm number 1, possible tornado very near Pensacola, moving off to the northeast. Milton, Allentown, Whitingfield, Whitfield, also Munson, Harold, anywhere here along Florida State Highway 87 and 89. Be sheltered right now. This is a very serious situation. Let's look at our velocity product. I'm telling you, this thing is very wrapped up, and the problem is this storm is over an area that has an atmosphere that is very conducive for large, potentially violent tornadoes. And so Pace, Milton, Baghdad, this is US Highway 90. You've got 5 points right in through here. Be sheltered in any of those areas that I just called out as this significant area of rotation is moving off to the northeast. So that's storm number 1. Take them one by one. We'll look at storm number 2 that's going to be coming into the Crestview area shortly. And the rotation here is much more broad. Here's your area of rotation. This is Interstate 10 that connects Mariana down to Pensacola via Crestview. No travel right now on 10, basically anywhere from the Okaloosa County line with Walton County here all the way over to the Alabama state line, which is where Baldwin and Escambia County, Florida meets. You don't need to be traveling on Interstate 10 right now, all right? So no travel right now on 10 or US Highway 90, which parallels 10 for the run there. No travel on 90. So clearly the stronger storm is back here over the Pensacola Metro. And again, if you've been watching our coverage, we've been here since roughly 4:45 continuously, been monitoring this whole situation since 5 this morning, and bear with me because I haven't had food in about 3 hours until a few minutes ago, so I'm going to have another bite of food. Just hang with me. I apologize that I have to do this, but I got to keep my blood sugar up so we can maintain for the duration here. Again, tornado watch continues until 3 a.m. now. That's been extended by 7 hours for the entire area, and so we're going to get through this, I promise, but you got to hang with me. I'm hearing a new warning from the Weather Service. We'll get that. Hang with me as I'm grabbing a bite to eat. I apologize I'm having to do that. All right, so let's do a reset in terms of what we're doing here. All right, now I've got some very serious damage reports, and I appreciate all these encouraging texts. I promise I'm eating, but we got tornado warnings that are doing some serious damage, all right? And on Twitter, let's go to Twitter. In fact, if you'll take my MacBook full, I got a report from a very reliable source here that cars have been flipped over on Interstate 110 in in Pensacola. So 110, which is the interstate spur that connects Interstate 10 down to downtown Pensacola, reports of cars flipped there. You've also got several other reports of damage. Tell you what, take me back to the radar, if you will. All right, we have now a report from the National Weather Service in Mobile, Mobile, that we've got a tornado crossing the Interstate 10 bridge over Pensacola Bay a few moments ago, and that is exactly what we've been advertising here. Let's back the radar frame up and zoom in tight. This is very tight, but here's the deal. This line that you see right in through here, this dark line, that is Interstate 10 that connects southern Milton over to the Pensacola Metro. You've got the branded Pace exit right here, and so your possible, or now your confirmed tornado crossed this Escambia Bay Bridge moments ago. So tell you what, if you'll put up our tornado confirmed graphic, we need to get this information out very quickly because very significant situation happening in Pace and in Milton. Pace, Milton. If you're catching this at the last minute, you should have been sheltered 10 minutes ago now. We got a confirmed tornado on the ground. This means business. This could be a large tornado. You don't want to be in cars. You don't want to be in mobile homes. You want to be in a site-built structure away from windows and doors, especially if you're in Pace, if you're in Milton, if you're in Baghdad right now. Clearly, this is the stronger storm of the two that we're monitoring with intense focus right now. The other is over here in Okaloosa County, and no doubt about it, this thing has ramped up over the past few frames since we've been talking about storm number 1 back here over Pensacola and Pace. And it happens just like a cycle. These things are cyclical in nature. You'll have a storm drop a tornado one frame, and then the next minute you won't. And so that's why it is critical. We can't say exactly where that's going to happen. That's why it's critical for you to take action when the tornado warning is issued for your area. It's very simple. And this is actually in the southern part of this polygon. This is out over Eglin Air Force Base. You've got Florida State Highway number 85, I believe it is, on the eastern side of Eglin here, coming into Niceville. And so rotation approaching 85, or State Highway 85 from the west, going to cross over 85 in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live in Niceville or points just to the north and west of there along Florida State Highway 85, be in a safe place. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. Let's go back over to this main storm because I'm telling you, it's already done damage. Confirmed tornado on the ground, and we don't know if it's still down or not, but it doesn't matter. You need to be in a safe place if you're in Milton, if you are in Baghdad, anywhere near Target here along US Highway 90. There's a Chick-fil-A, there's a Whataburger, there's a theater called The Ridge. Anywhere near there, be sheltered right now. No exceptions, as we could have a large tornado down with this thing right now. This thing is moving off to the northeast at a very rapid clip, about 55 miles per hour. Let's look at the wide view. I know we've got folks watching from around southwest Alabama and northwest Florida, and you may be wondering, well, why aren't you talking about my town, Spinks? Well, here's the deal. When we have tornado warnings, we focus on those and those alone. But briefly, if you are in Grove Hill, if you're in Thomasville, Fulton, Cyrene, Dickinson, Jackson, also Salitpa, please understand that while these storms are loud and proud, no severe weather issues in northern Clark County. If you're down here in Gainstown or Jackson or Leroy, understand that the severe thunderstorm warning for those regions is going to continue basically for the next 30 minutes. And so till 9 o'clock, we're at 8:24 p.m. right now. That's the current time. But we are here to talk about this tornado warning. And you note the outline here with the polygon. So tornado warning number 2 over here doesn't have a thick outline, but this one does. What does that mean? That means we got a confirmed tornado on the ground. This rotation is extending to the surface, and it is just, it's critical that you're in a safe place in Milton, Harold, Munson, anywhere over here near Adventures Unlimited. That is a popular tourist attraction in the central part of Santa Rosa County, Florida. I need you sheltered right now. No exceptions in these areas, as we've got this confirmed tornado on the ground moving off to the northeast at a very rapid clip. Tell you what, let's look at Twitter briefly and just see if we've got any new information. Again, hang with me. I know that we're talking about a lot of things at once, but we're going to get through this, I promise. All right, and here's a report from the Bruton Fire Department. This is the city of Bruton. So let's take a pause. I know we got a lot of folks watching here. Here's Bruton. No warnings are in effect for the city of Bruton right now, but we do have 2 trees down on West Granbury and Belleville. And that's coming directly from the City of Bruton Fire Department Facebook page. The fire department is on the scene. And several trees also are down across the area, from what I understand from the reports I'm seeing. So no travel, folks. Don't be out and about if you don't have to. There is no reason for anyone to be out and about unless you're going to work or that sort of thing, something that's important. If you're doing recreational travel, you don't need to be tonight. Don't go to the movies. If you're in Bruton, Atmore, Flomaton, do not travel to Pensacola or Milton or Flomaton. We got tornado warnings in progress there, all right? So that's the deal with that. Let's zoom in on these areas, because here's your 2 areas of rotation. You got rotation number 1, crossing State Route 85 right there in Okaloosa County. You've also got this area of rotation right on top of Milton right now. So if by some chance you're catching this at the last minute in Milton, I need you sheltered now. Do not wait. Lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and doors. And again, battling a little bit of fatigue, so going to grab another bite to eat here. Again, tornado warning continues for Milton and points north, points east. Be sheltered right now. Don't wait. And again, I want to thank Mary Brown for bringing us some food for the entire Red Zone team. Also want to thank Bakey's for providing free lunch earlier today. That certainly meant a lot to us as we continue this endeavor to keep folks safe during tornado warnings. So thanks to that local business, and also to Mary Brown for bringing us dinner. That means a lot. And I'll tell you, this thing in Pensacola, or just to the northeast of there, has done potentially a tremendous amount of damage. So let's kind of look at this on the map briefly. You've got the greater Pensacola area right in through here. This is 110, and if cars were flipped on 110 and also on the Interstate 10 bridge there, that's a pretty long track. And so if you're in Milton, knowing that this thing has a history of putting down a large tornado, you need to be sheltered now. Don't wait. Lowest floor, site-built structure now. Very serious situation transpiring right now in the southern part of Santa Rosa County in Florida. If you're in Jay, if you're in Century, perhaps you're in Brownsdale or New York or Berrydale, Allentown, Central High School, this tornado warning does not include your area. This is to the south in places like Harold, Munson. This is Florida State Highway 4 that connects Berrydale over to Baker, and you don't want to be driving right now on 4. The Blackwater River runs right in through here just to the east of Munson, and your tornado is coming right in that general direction. So that's the deal with that. And tell you what, let's look at a wide view here on this other product. And I'm telling you, this thing is right over some very high significant tornado parameter values, meaning a significant tornado very possible in the storms that develop over this very conducive area in the next few minutes. So tell you what, let's take off the radar data so you can kind of see this here. And here's your polygon right in through here. That's the area of concern in Santa Rosa and Okaloosa counties. Crestview, Milligan, Baker, also anywhere near Holt in this area, be sheltered. All right, so now what we've got is a situation where the Weather Service has, I believe, canceled the tornado warning for Okaloosa. Let's confirm that. Tell you what, I'm not seeing anything that would suggest that. So as a course of least regret, it's 8:30, and so the warning has expired. That's what's happened. We look for these cancellation and expirations on our NWS chat, and I haven't seen one of those just yet, but it's 8:30, and so as of this very moment, we officially don't have a tornado warning out for Okaloosa. Ooh, goodness. All right, and I've got a report here, very, very troubling, of a storm chaser assisting a family who were apparently lofted out of their home and taking them to the hospital. I'm trying to find out where this is. All right, this is damage along Interstate 10 in Escambia County, Florida. So that's where that is. And I'm telling you, if you're in Milton or points north and east, you need to be sheltered. No doubt about it. This thing is cyclical, and it doesn't look as healthy right now as it did a moment ago, but you've got to be sheltered in Milton, points northeast, Munson, areas near Harold along US Highway 90. Be sheltered right now. Again, very troubling reports again from Santa Rosa, or excuse me, Escambia County there along Interstate Highway 10, or excuse me, Interstate 10, I should say. And again, we've also got severe thunderstorm warnings in progress for Clark, portions of Washington, also the northern part of Dallas County, included, which is in central Alabama, is included in this severe thunderstorm warning that's in progress there. Again, the current time is 8:31 p.m. If you're just joining us, I'm Spinks Megginson, joining you from RedZone Weather headquarters right here in Brewton, Alabama. We have a tornado warning in progress for Santa Rosa County in the northwestern part of Florida due to this area of rotation that's moving off to the northeast. This thing has done tremendous damage in Pensacola. So out of respect for that and the folks that were potentially devastated by this tornado, I need you sheltered, and this thing's ramping back up again. It's cyclical. You got to be sheltered in areas near and north of Harold, and also near and south of Munson along State Highway number 4. And so that's the areas of concern right now. And tell you what, let's kind of do a reset here and tell you exactly what's happening across the region. First of all, you're looking at significant tornado parameter values. This is one of the measures that we look at to see exactly how strong, per se, the significant tornadoes can be, at least one indicator. You can have tornadoes anytime if you have atmospheric support in terms of CAPE, in terms of wind shear and that sort of thing, but when you have values like this, very, very troubling. And clearly the greatest STP values are basically from Brewton down to Pensacola and points to the east all the way over to near Ebro and Bruce in Walton County, Florida. And so that's where your greatest values of STP are. What's concerning is that this area of rotation that's now in Santa Rosa County, Florida, I'll turn the radar back on so you can see that, is coming over high STP values. So the energy in the atmosphere is higher. Also, you have greater wind shear values and that sort of thing for this tornadic storm that's moving off to the northeast. And if we could keep the banner on for now, that would be great, and just kind of cycle through those. Certainly want to thank Chevrolet. They are our exclusive provider for this severe weather event. If you would like to advertise on RedZone Weather, that's certainly available to you. Shoot me a private message, not today, but tomorrow or the next days when we don't have severe weather in progress, and I'll be happy to set that up for you. We've got many folks lined up to do that, and I'll get back to you if you're a potential advertiser in the days and weeks ahead. But look, we've had severe weather almost every week for the past 8 to 9 weeks, and so that's why I haven't been able to move forward with that specific project. And tell you what, we've got now a tweet that I may want to share. Current time, 8:34 p.m. I'm Spinks Megginson, joined alongside Lee Margaret Bostick and Bruce Thompson, our executive producers this evening. And again, we had a tornado on the ground moments ago in the northern part of the Pensacola metro. So very, very significant situation there in the northern part of Pensacola. All right. Take my MacBook full. We've got a very, very dramatic image. In fact, I'm going to move this chair. I had to sit down just because I'm recovering there from a moment of low blood sugar. I'm fine, by the way. Appreciate your concern. Look at this. Very significant damage. This was tweeted to us by Douglas Harrell, and we certainly appreciate that. This is in the Pensacola metro area, exactly where you don't want a tornado to happen in terms of concentrations of people. Very significant damage has transpired in Pensacola over the past 30 minutes as this storm moved through. So tell you what, take me back to the radar, if you will. And we're monitoring that same storm that's now moving out into the rural part of Santa Rosa County here, south of Allentown along State Highway number 87 here. This is State Highway 4. Munson sits here. You've got Harold and US Highway 90, Interstate 10. Anywhere in this area south of Munson, I need you sheltered. Adventures Unlimited is a popular tourist attraction that sits right in through here. I need anywhere near Adventures Unlimited. Be sheltered right now, as this storm that's produced tremendous damage. In fact, go back to my MacBook, if you will, so we can show this damage photo one more time. This is horrible. This is something you don't ever want to see with a storm like this. Look at that. I mean, it's sort of hard to see with the darkness there, but lots of damage. And I know it's harder for you to see than it is for me, probably. You got trees down. You've got stuff strewn in the trees. Some people walking there. Not what you want to see. This is why when I say get sheltered, don't wait on me to do it. You got to do it when I say do it. And I'm not talking about just me. Any broadcast meteorologist. We care about you, and we want you to seek shelter and potentially save your life. And I hope some of these folks were wearing helmets and also had whistles and that sort of thing, because terrible situation has obviously transpired in the northeastern part of the Pensacola, Florida metropolitan area. Take me back to the radar, if you will, briefly. And I want to look at the CC product correlation coefficient. And tell you what, let's back this thing up. I want to look at this right as it was coming over Pensacola, because I want to see if we had any debris. All right, yeah, right there. Right there. This thing. That's when the tornado was down moments ago in Pensacola. That little blue dot is indicative of debris being lofted into the sky from the surface. And understand, the radar beam is hitting this at about, say, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet off the ground. So debris is being lofted into the sky into that large tornado. And the thing has now moved northeast of Milton and Pace and is now affecting rural parts of Santa Rosa County, Florida. So let's go back to the reflectivity here. Lots of lightning in this area, lots of thunder, but the concern is this area of rotation very near Milton. If you are in Pensacola, a lot of damage has happened, but I can give you I can say you're in the clear for now. Severe weather threat is not over. We could have more action on the way, but if you're in Pensacola, Brent, Riverview, Gonzales, Inslee, Quintet, Cantonment, anywhere near the Pensacola Regional Airport, along Scenic Highway there, clear for now. So they've got major issues happening right now in terms of damage, and so not something you want to see. All right, so we've got to focus on this other tornado warning, though, as well. Let's see how many we've got on the board. So we just got this one, and this is the same storm that produced that damage over in Pensacola. It's now moved to the rural part of Santa Rosa County to the east of Allentown, now almost clearing Milton. In fact, if you're in Pace, let me look at the velocity data one more time and make sure. All right, if you have a Pace address, Pace, Florida, I can give you a clear for now. You are out of the polygon, and just as I was saying that, the Weather Service actually updated the polygon. And so Milton, you're still in. Stay in that safe place for about, say, 3 to 5 more minutes. If you're in Harold, certainly stay in. You're under the gun right now. This thing is headed up towards Munson and Florida State Highway 4 over the next few minutes. So that's the deal with this confirmed tornado that we had back in Pensacola. Lots of major damage, and tell you what, appreciate Douglas Harrell sending in that tweet showing that damage on the TVN weather app. And so he evidently took this and sent it in to us from this storm. It produced that damage. All right, and another report here via Twitter. We've got now and I'm quoting verbatim, understand this is an unconfirmed report from Twitter. We will get the official stats from the National Weather Service in the days ahead. Again, quoting verbatim, an unconfirmed report, 15-mile path of damage, basically paralleling Interstate 10 out of Pensacola, including flipped 18-wheelers and cars. 18-wheelers, for those of you that may be new to the area, that's like semis or big, long trucks, 18-wheelers, that type of thing. And so we've also got now a new tornado warning. This is going to be for Okaloosa. If you're in Crestview, I want you to go back to your safe place. I know you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. Go back to your safe place. If you're in Crestview, Milligan, anywhere here in the eastern part of Okaloosa County, no travel right now anywhere on Interstate 10, basically from Walton County all the way back to Escambia County, Florida, as we've got now 2 tornado warning polygons. If you're in the city limits of Crestview along the Yellow River there, be sheltered. Lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and doors. In fact, put up the reminders, if you will. Again, 2 tornado warning polygons that we are tracking right now are in progress. One for Santa Rosa County. If you're in Escambia County, Alabama, or Escambia County, Florida, the threat has shifted to your east, Pensacola and Escambia County, Florida. Again, no threats on the board right now for Escambia County, Alabama in terms of warnings. We'll look at the base reflectivity product and show you all these little S shapes that you see here. That's indicative of lightning. And so lots of lightning across Escambia County, back here across the Porch Creek Indian Reservation near Huxford, along Alabama Highway 21. This is Interstate 65, US Highway 31 there. Lots of lightning, lots of thunder, heavy rain basically right now from Foshee to Hammock, all the way out to Wallace and Barnett's Crossroads over here, but no warnings. Tornado watch continues until 3 a.m. for the next 7 hours, basically. And tell you what, I'm looking at some more new information. All right, I want to take you back to these tornado warnings because we got some new stuff on our radar product here. 1 mile west of Nestra on Interstate 10, a car was blown off the interstate. This is breaking news coming to us from the National Weather Service. So this is confirmed. We had a tornado warning in progress back here in the western part of the Pensacola Metro. The storm has since shifted off to the east, and it's out here towards Harold, just to the south of Munson in Santa Rosa County, Florida. But the deal is this thing went right through Pensacola. And so here's what the report reads. 1 mile west of Nestra on Interstate 10, a car was the interstate, trees blocking the lanes of the highway, and also major damage to fencing in that area. That's 1 mile west of Brent. So here's Brent, and understand this is a centroid. This is not representative of the entire area. This is just where the map maker happened to put the center of Brent. So this is your area of Brent, and you have had a damage report right in through here. So let's extrapolate that out. Here's one report of damage. We know that right in through here, we also had damage on the Interstate 10 bridge. So one can logically conclude that you had a long track, potentially tornado, go through the heart of the Pensacola Metro in the past 30 to 45 minutes, right in through here. And so that would have likely affected areas very near State Highway 291. 291 is North Davis Highway. So University Mall sits right there. You've also got West Florida Hospital, which sits right there. Very concerned. We need to get some damage reports from that region because this thing came very near University Mall and also West Florida Hospital. And also, this is the University of West Florida campus. All of these areas were under a tornado warning at the time that this thing was down. And so no doubt about it, good warning, but some major damage has transpired, and we'll get to that in a moment. Let's go back to our tornado warning that continues in Okaloosa County right now, because the city of Crestview, which is the county seat right here, this is US Highway 90. You've also got Florida State Highway number 85, I believe it is, right in through there that goes through the tiny community of Auburn. And this is Auburn, Florida, not Auburn, Alabama. This is where your possible tornado is, right in through here. And so let's look at the velocity quickly and see exactly what's going on. No doubt about it, look at that. Here's your area of rotation, or at least strong winds right in through there. And this thing is moving off to the east. So if you're in Campton, Auburn, also Crestview, you are under a tornado warning. You need to get to your lowest floor of your site-built structure, away from windows and doors. You want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Whistles, air horns, helmets, also cook pans. If you don't have, or cook pots, I should say, if you don't have a helmet, put on a cooking pot. I know it looks funny, put it on your head. It could save your life in these areas just to the east of the greater Crestview area. And again, that's what you need to do over the next few minutes in all these areas that are under a tornado warning. This tornado warning is in effect until 9:15. All right, and what's happened now, we got a brand new tornado warning. And I'm concerned because this one is paralleling the interstate, Interstate 10. So if you notice someone drive basically anywhere from Pensacola all the way over to Defuniak Springs, let them know that we've got a tornado warning in progress for Harold, Holt, Crestview, Cannontown, Baker, Milligan. State Highway 4, no travel along Florida State Highway 4, basically from the Okaloosa County line, which is right here near the Blackwater River, all the way over to where it ends there near Crestview. So no travel in any of those places, lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and indoors. Again, hang with me. We are on now, gosh, like hour 5 of our coverage, and I certainly appreciate all of you that are watching at home. Let's go back to our Mobile area radar. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for Autauga, Dallas, and Lowndes County in central Alabama. That one's going to run until 9:45 p.m., so an hour now, and that's likely going to include the greater Prattville area. So if you know someone in Prattville, places to the west out towards Billingsley along U.S. Highway number 82 there that runs through the heart of Autauga County, there's the warning. Let them know that they've got severe weather on the way. You've also got this severe weather warning, severe thunderstorm warning, I should say, for much of the far eastern part of Washington County and a good chunk of southern Clark County. Grove Hill points south down to Gainesville, down to the swampland where the Mobile River Delta begins. That is where you've got a severe thunderstorm warning in progress for the next few minutes. I'm getting more reports. All right, and we've got a major report here from Pensacola. This is something you never ever want to see. Let me confirm this before I tell you this as well. All right, so reports from Twitter and other sources are telling me that we now have multiple buildings completely destroyed at Moorings apartment. One would have to assume that that would be right in through here in the Pensacola metro where we had that large violent tornado move through moments ago. Also, we have now injuries reported in the greater Pensacola metro area. And so I can't stress this enough. Harold, Holt, Crestview, be sheltered right now. Don't wait. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. This is the same storm moving into Crestview that produced major damage in the metro area of Pensacola. So let's zoom into northwest Florida and turn on the reflectivity. Here's your storm right in through here. All right, and again, I'm getting more reports from Twitter. This is something you don't ever want to see. Reports of people trapped inside buildings at Moorings apartment in Pensacola, Florida. Unconfirmed reports, by the way, but a big deal. This is not good. 3 buildings have collapsed per unconfirmed reports, and I stress that's unconfirmed. Major situation transpiring there in Pensacola as we had a tornado warning about now 45 minutes to an hour ago for that area. So the warning was good. We know the warning was good, but I hope and pray that folks received the warning and were in their tornado safe place. All right, and we've got now a new report. Gulf Power is shutting down the power grid in the Ferry Pass area due to tornado damage. And so if you're in Ferry Pass, let's zoom in on the map in the Pensacola metro. We've got major issues. This is right in through here. This is US Highway 90 that connects Pace down to Pensacola via the causeway there. You've got Riverview, where the new Starbucks is on the campus of the University of West Florida, right in through here. This tornado evidently went very near that Starbucks at some point right in through here. Ferry Pass, the power grid is being shut off because of damage to structures. And one would have to logically conclude that that's because of a fire risk. But again, Pensacola Metro, you don't have any issues in terms of more tornadoes for now. Could that change in the coming hours? Absolutely. You got to stay weather ready. I'm not ready to give you an all clear. The only folks I can give an all clear to are back here in Choctaw and Marengo counties. Linden, Demopolis, Aimwell, Sweetwater, Butler, Needham, Toxie. All clear. Severe weather threat has ended. If you're out ahead of this main line of storms in places like Bruton, Evergreen, Monroeville, Lieffian, Greenville, Georgiana, McKenzie, Andalusia, Ott, Florala, be ready to move to a safe spot at a moment's notice as we've got a significant severe weather outbreak in progress. We've got now a new tornado warning, and this is going to include the northern part of Walton County. And so this is outside of our coverage area, but understand, if you are north of Defuniak Springs along U.S. Highway number 331, I believe it is, 331, this is where we have now a new tornado warning. So that's going to include places near Lockhart and Florala and points south. Here's Florala along 331. Lockhart is a community in Covington County, which sits right there along County Highway 4 right here. but your tornado warning is for Walton County. No travel on 331 north of Defuniak Springs to the east of Crestview. No travel on Interstate 10 out here towards Cannontown and Auburn, Florida, which sits in the flank of Okaloosa County. So tornado warnings continue. We got 3 polygons on the board. Tell you what, let me go to the NWS chat and see if we've got any damage reports there. All right, and that's going to be a continuance for the tornado warning here in Okaloosa County. So if you're in Crestview, look, we got a serious situation in Crestview. I want to explain this as best I can, and again, I'm eating, but we've got tornado warnings in progress, and so I just can't eat as quickly as I would like to. That's okay. I want to get these folks sheltered in Crestview, because here's the deal. Crestview is actually included now in 2 polygons. You've got 1 polygon that includes much of northern Okaloosa County here, and also western Walton County. Here's the deal, though. You've also got this new polygon that includes Crestview here, and so I need you sheltered in Crestview. Doesn't matter where you are. If you're in the city limits of Crestview, along State Highway 85, that's Florida State Highway 85, Auburn, Campton, Cannontown, Baker, Holt, community of Milligan, which sits right here. There's a new caution light right there in Milligan. Be sheltered right now. No exceptions. Put up the OTS reminders if you will. And we've also now got some new information. Let's see here. All right, and this is going to be a technical cancellation. And tell you what, I'm very, very concerned about Pensacola. They have taken a direct hit from arguably what could have been a large tornado. And we'll see with time how big this thing was, but very, very concerned. University of West Florida campus, anywhere near there along that causeway, which runs from Pace, the McDonald's there at Woodbine, all the way down to that Starbucks, which is at the corner of Scenic Highway, or where Scenic Highway comes into US Highway 90 there, along the University of West Florida campus. Significant damage has occurred in that part of the world. And so if you know someone in Pensacola, call them and check on them. Make sure they're all right. I'm sure that the cell phone towers there are congested. So if you call them and don't get an answer, please don't panic, because what we've got going on back here in the metro area is a situation where calls probably aren't going through. In fact, if you can text them, that is the best possible way to get in touch with these folks here in the Pensacola Metro who may not be able to receive your call, because the calls jam up quickly, but text can go through a lot easier. And when I say text, I don't mean iMessage. If you're an iPhone user, you have to switch on the text. And are we good on our sound? Okay, we're good on the sound. We had some audio issues earlier, so I appreciate all the folks that hung with us. And again, I'm looking at damage reports back in Pensacola that are just terrible. These folks are going to need our thoughts and prayers in the days ahead. Multiple reports of people trapped in buildings in Pensacola. That is the type of thing that you could have with any of the tornado warning storms today. So if your locale goes under a tornado warning, hear me out. Get sheltered when the warning is issued. Don't wait. Don't wait on me. Don't wait on anyone else. You've got to be sheltered when you get news of the warning. And, you know, I'm going to say this. I've had many, many folks over the past 8 days come up to me and say, I knew that the tornado warning 8 days ago that affected the greater Bruton area and Century and Flomaton was serious when you, talking about me, took shelter. Here's the deal. We talked about that thing for 25 minutes before that. You should have been sheltered 25 minutes before that. And so we want to make good decisions during tornado warnings. And so whenever I say get sheltered, this is not just coming out of thin air. I'm looking at data, and this is coming in from the National Weather Service. They are our exclusive provider of data here, and I want an official source, and they are official. And so when I say get sheltered, I mean get sheltered, especially in an atmosphere over our area today. Very, very significant tornado risk continues across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida over the next few hours. Tornado warnings continue for much of Okaloosa County here in the core. You've got, in fact, let's go to our velocity quickly and look at this thing. All right, so here's your area of rotation. Right in through here, you've got the community of Holt, which sits along US Highway 90. You've got Milligan, which sits right there at the intersection of State Highway 4 and US 90 right here just to the west of Crestview. New caution light there. You've also got Baker. anywhere near those places, this thing is on your doorstep. It is on top of you. Get sheltered right now. If you're in Crestview and Auburn, this thing is about to be on top of you. Be sheltered in Crestview and in Auburn, Florida, that is, not Auburn, Alabama, as this thing continues racing off to the northeast, I should say, at about 55 miles per hour. This thing is trucking along. It's not wasting any time, and it's moving like a train on a track. Look at that. You just saw the radar update there. So here's your area of rotation, and we're going to advance the frame forward once in time. Look at this. This thing is moving very quickly, and so this little place right in through here is Baker. And so if you're in Baker, this thing is on top of you. Get sheltered right now. If you're in Baker, you've got the Acres of Strawberries facility, which sits just to the west of Baker, right in through here. Same thing. If you live anywhere near there, be sheltered. Lowest floor, site-built home, away from windows and doors. In fact, if you'll put up our OTS reminders briefly, OTS, by the way, stands for over the shoulder. And so this is a fantastic graphic to have up for our friends that are under this tornado warning here in Okaloosa County. Now, we also have this other tornado warning for the eastern part of the county out here to the north of Interstate 10 to the east of State Route 85. This is going to be for very rural parts of Okaloosa County. However, we note that also Walton County is included in this tornado warning. This is US 331 that connects Florala down to Defuniak Springs, or just near there. And the deal is we need you not to be traveling on 331, of course, but also if you're in northern Walton County right now, be sheltered. And I know a lot of folks from the areas that we cover have great interest in this region. Lots of interest. And so be sheltered in northern Walton County. If you have a friend there, let them know that this tornado warning is going to continue for the next few minutes. Let's back out and take kind of a wide view of what's going on here. And again, I know storms are loud and proud, especially up here in Wilcox County, Pine Hill, Sunny South, also Possum Bend, which sits along Alabama Highway number 10, the community of Pope right there. Lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning, but no warning is in effect for this band of heavy rain that's moving through Wilcox and the eastern flank of Clark County. I want to zoom in really quickly on that storm in Washington County to see what it's looking like on our velocity product. All right, and this is not showing any signs of rotation at the surface anyway. It could be rotating at the top, but not at the surface, and so that's what we care about. Very heavy rain in Wagerville right now. This is U.S. Highway number 43 that connects Jackson down to the greater Mobile area. You've also got State Highway 56 that connects Wagerville over to Chatham. This is State Highway number 17. We talked about that in hour number 1 of the coverage when we had this first tornado warning back over here in Millry, Yarbough, Chatham. Tornado watch continues for Washington County until 3 a.m., but no warnings in effect there right now. So the only storms on the board the only tornado warned storms on the board right now are in the eastern flank, eastern flank of Santa Rosa County, the core of Okaloosa County here in Northwest Florida, and also far northern Walton County. If you're down near the beach in Walton County, places like Seaside, down to Destin, Fort Walton Beach, also areas near Santa Rosa Beach and Miramar Beach, which sits just to the east of Destin here. You've got all the outlets and industry there in Destin. You're fine. No tornado warning is in effect for you. This is for the far northern part of Walton County and the core, the central part of Okaloosa County here in Northwest Florida. And again, these tornado warnings are in effect until 9:15 local time. Tell you what, let's take out the radar data. We hadn't done that in quite some time. And again, this information that's coming in via Twitter and via Facebook is super helpful. I promise I'm seeing it, but I just don't have time to reply right now because we got these 2 tornado warning polygons. But let's talk about who's in and who's out in terms of tornadoes, tornado warnings, I should say. Here's tornado warning polygon number 1. You've got Harold, Holt, Cannontown, Baker sits right here. The rotation is on top of Baker. You've also got Milligan, Crestview, Auburn, Campton, all included in this tornado polygon number 1. You've also got tornado polygon number 2, which is technically 2 polygons, but we won't go into that. If you're in Mossy Head, points north, all the way to the state line, near Florala and Lockhart, be in a safe place. This is US 331, so that's area of concern number 2. All right, and we've got now a cancellation. That's going to be for Santa Rosa County. So here's the deal. If you are in Harold, or any community in Santa Rosa County, J, Mount Carmel, Brownsdale, Berrydale, Whitfield, Whitingfield, Central High School, Chumuckla. The warning never included those communities, but here's the deal. Harold, Milton, Pace, it did include those areas. And so I can give you a clear for now. You are in the clear if you're in Pace, Milton, Harold, Whitingfield, Allentown, anywhere to the south of Munson. They're near Adventures Unlimited. You're in the clear for now. So you can come out of hiding, come out of your hiding spot, and resume normal life. As you know, the severe weather threat is going to continue over the next few hours, but come out of your hiding spot for now. So again, 2 tornado warnings continue, and I'll tell you what's going to happen is once we get these tornado warnings off the board, hopefully in the next 30 minutes, we will be able to talk about damage pretty extensively back here in the Pensacola Metro. We have had incredible damage, and I say incredible, terrible damage is what I should say. People trapped in buildings, entrapment and rescue ongoing in the northern part of the Pensacola Metro, and we can kind of see where this tornado moved if we back up our radar product. Understand, this radar data is about an hour ago now, and we're going to look at what happened here in Pensacola. Here's your storm moving through. Tell you what, well, let me pause for a second because we got a new storm report. All right, this is going to be in Pensacola as well, and this is going to be 5 miles to the northeast of Brent. So this is exactly the area I'm talking about. And again, let me say this on the front end. If you're in Pensacola, if you're in Milton, if you're in Pace, you are not under the gun from another tornado. We're talking about this tornado that evidently has happened about an hour ago. And here's Brent right in through here along U.S. Highway number 29 that connects Century down to Pensacola. Here's Brent, so about 5 miles to the northeast, right in this area that we talked about earlier, a substantial tornado has evidently transpired in this area. So if we had a situation right in through here, this was your path, probably right in here. You've got Florida State Highway number 291, which is Davis Highway. You've got the West Florida Hospital there on the west side of Davis Highway, and that actually sits right there. You've also got University Mall, which sits just to the south of Interstate 10 right here. So no doubt in my mind, this tornado was very near West Florida and University Mall as it moved off to the northeast at a very rapid clip about an hour ago. And we knew this thing was down because we had a tornadic debris signature. And let's see if we can find that. There it is. This was actually out over Escambia Bay, but there it is, right in through here. When you see something like that on correlation coefficient, that is indicative of debris being lofted into the atmosphere from a significant tornado. So no doubt we've had a tornado in Pensacola at this point. All right, we've got some new information from the Weather Service. Let's go back to our classic radar and go over to Okaloosa County, Florida, and come back to our current radar scan. And here's the deal. The Weather Service is noting that the circulation has now exited Okaloosa County to the west. However, here's the deal. They are watching another area of rotation back in through here that's moving towards Crestview. And so if you're in Crestview, remain sheltered. Cannontown, Baker, Milligan, Holt, Auburn, Campton, anywhere along Florida State Highway number 85, Interstate 10, U.S. Highway 90. In these areas, be sheltered right now. Lowest floor, site-built structure, away from windows and doors. The idea is you want to put as many walls as you can between you and the outside world. Have those helmets on, have those whistles ready, and also closed-toed shoes on right now. No flip-flops, no sandals. So we've got this tornado warning that's continuing now for the next few minutes for Okaloosa, which is our northwest Florida county there. And I am encouraged because you note across the area, we don't have any other tornadic storms. Now, we do have those technically 3 polygons in the northern part of Okaloosa and Walton counties, but in terms of warnings back here over southwest Alabama, none at the moment, and that is fantastic news. We've had damage 8 days ago here in Century and in Flomaton, but we hope those areas are spared, and at the moment, I'm cautiously optimistic that potentially the atmosphere is becoming a little bit more stable over these areas. Now, that's not to say let your guard down. Don't let your guard down. But clearly, the greatest threat right now is over northwest Florida in northern Okaloosa and northern Walton counties. What's going to happen is these storms are going to move into the Wiregrass region. So if you know folks in Enterprise, Geneva, Sampson, Elba, also Daleville, Dothan, Abbeville, all those areas that I just called out, this thing is on their doorstep, and they're next in line to see this action. In fact, extrapolating this out, Geneva, Sampson, also Coffee Springs, they're in Geneva County over in the Wiregrass region. Call those folks, let them know that they could very well have some rough weather, which could produce some tornadoes in the hour. Very strong possibility there. You note that a lot of the area dotted with lightning. Lightning doesn't make storms severe. The severe categorizations are, for a severe thunderstorm warning, you have to have winds in excess of 58 miles per hour or hail greater than 1 inch in diameter. For a tornado, you have to have either a Doppler radar detection by a trained meteorologist, a confirmed report of a tornado like we had in Pensacola via Doppler radar when the debris is lofted into the atmosphere and we can see it, or a trained spotter or someone in the general public sees it, and that's when you have a tornado warning issued. And so, again, lightning, thunder, heavy rain, but no tornado warnings across southwest Alabama for now. Certainly some good news as we've got this tornado watch that's now in effect until 3 a.m. All right, let's kind of do a reset here in terms of what we're looking at, because I want to see if we've got any more reports of damage. And I am seeing reports that we've got now a 4-unit townhouse, and I'm quoting from Twitter. This is an unconfirmed report from the Scenic Highway area. In that same area, just to the south of the University of West Florida campus there along Scenic Highway in the eastern flank of the Pensacola Metro, 4-unit townhouse completely missing. And I'm quoting verbatim, townhouses gone, apparently due to a tornado that moved through I'm telling you, out of all the storms that we've had today, this one has done considerable damage with folks trapped in buildings missing. That is something you don't ever want to hear. And no doubt, we had a tornado in Pensacola about an hour ago. And based on these are 2 official points from the National Weather Service, there's your potential path right in through there. And likely this thing actually went out over Escambia Bay before moving back over land in Santa Rosa County. And so, all right, and tell you what, I keep getting these reports from Pensacola, and folks, this is not a good situation. This is from a storm chaser who does a fantastic job. His name is Brett Adair, and he's a very well-trained storm spotter that does a lot for the world, and we appreciate his help. Immediate help needed. Structures destroyed on U.S. Highway 90. People thrown from homes just north of the I-10 exit. This is in Pensacola. So if you're in Bruton, don't get in your car and drive down there. Let these first responders do their job. Don't go sightsee. That is a terrible idea. Anywhere in Bruton, say down to Pace, Milton, do not go over to this area and sightsee. That is the last thing that these folks need to deal with right now, and especially with the traffic coming in this area to condense and potentially save some lives. Don't do it. Do not go sightsee. If you don't hear anything else I say about tornado damage, do not go sightsee. I promise there will be time for that in the next few days, but you can't do it right now. You got to let the first responders and the police do their job. We've got a new tornado warning I need to tell you about, and this is going to be for areas just to the south of Crestview. So let's tell you who's in and who's out. We'll take the radar data off, and you can see this new polygon right in through here. And the deal with polygons is you no longer have the whole county going under a warning. It's brilliant because it takes out the folks who aren't under the gun and puts in the folks that are. Niceville, you're under the gun. Get shelter right now, as we've got now a tornado warning in the eastern part of Okaloosa County. I apologize. For the next basically 30 to 45 minutes. Let's see when this thing expires, until 10 o'clock. And so it's now 9:10 p.m., so the next 50 minutes is when this thing is in effect. And Again, Niceville points north along State Highway 85. You've also got State Highway 285 right here, which connects Niceville up to the interstate near Mossy Head. That's the Mossy Head exit along Interstate 10. This is State Highway 85, Interstate 10 here. No travel on Interstate 10. Folks, I can't stress that enough. You do not need to be traveling, especially after what transpired on the Escambia Bay Bridge there, very near Pensacola. So no travel right now along Interstate 10. And also we note that we've got flash flood warnings in progress for Thomasville, Fulton, Tallahassee Springs, Bashee, Pine Hill, Sunny South, Pope, Miller's Ferry. So very heavy rain has fallen in Wilcox and Clark County, enough for the Weather Service to put out a flash flood warning. No travel right now in any of those communities that I just called out. You've also got a flash flood warning down here in the same areas that had a tornado warning about an hour ago. Orange Beach, also Alberta, areas near Paradise Beach, areas near the Floribama. You are under a flash flood warning for basically the next 3 hours, I believe it is. And I apologize, that's actually for the next hour and a half. So flash flood warning in southern Baldwin and southern Escambia County, Florida. But the big news is the tornado warnings that we have over here in Okaloosa County. And again, when I'm looking off camera, what I'm doing is actually controlling what you're seeing behind me, the radar system here. So what we're going to do is zoom in here to Okaloosa County. It's not that I'm avoiding you if you're in Bruton, if you're in Pensacola, Mobile. It's that we've got bigger issues over here in Okaloosa County. And I promise we're going to look at the damage. If you have damage pictures, tweet them to us at RZ Weather. We will show them right here on our RedZone Weather live stream. But the polygons are including a good chunk, a big chunk I should say, of Okaloosa County. Again, you see this whole blob of red, dark red, and purple. But the deal is that we have these 3 polygons. So let's talk a little bit about it. And I want to go over to our Eglin Air Force Base radar. This radar is looking from Mobile. Now we're looking from Eglin. And so this radar is very close to this area, a lot more helpful in terms of tornadic storms. All right, so you've got area of rotation number 1 right here near Holt. That's going to push in towards Milligan, Baker, Crestview, Auburn, Campton in the next, say, 10 minutes. And so get sheltered right now. If you're in, you should have been sheltered 40 minutes ago. You've been under the gun a long time, and I know it's hard to stay in that closet, especially if you're dealing with children and that, or if you have children and that sort of thing. But be sheltered in these regions: Baker, Milligan, Crestview, Auburn, Campton, Holt. Anywhere along Florida State Highway 4, near the Acres of Strawberries facility right here, which sits south of State Highway 4, I should say, near Baker. Also, this is Cannontown. Too close to call in Cannontown, so I want you in a safe place right now. The polygon clips through there. You've also got Auburn and Campton included along State Highway 85 there in the core central part of, Okaloosa County. I keep wanting to say Tuscaloosa. This has nothing to do with Tuscaloosa. This is for Okaloosa County in northwestern Florida. And so this is the area under the gun. Here's your area of rotation number 1. We've also got even more powerful area of rotation number 2. And this is your couplet. Let me zoom out just a little bit. Right in through here, that's going to come up parallel the interstate for a little bit, right in through here, just to the west of Mossy Head, to the east of Crestview. Too close to call in Crestview. If you have a Crestview address, you need to be sheltered due to both of these storms. This one is going to miss Crestview, the core of Crestview, by a few miles to the southwest. This one behind me is coming up into Crestview proper, making a beeline for the city. And so Crestview, remain sheltered, no doubt about it. Mossy Head, be sheltered in Walton County as this tornado warning continues. All right, and so now what we've got is a situation where the Weather Service has now canceled one of the tornado warnings. So here's the deal. If you're in Holt, if you're in Baker, and I realize this information has changed in the past minute, but with the Weather Service canceling the warning, we can now give you a clear for now. If you're in Baker, if you're in Milligan, if you're in Holt, Cannontown, Crestview, Auburn, Florida, and Campton. Understand, when I've said Auburn, I hadn't been talking about Auburn, Alabama. I've been talking about Auburn, Florida, which is a tiny community right in through here along State Highway 85 to the north of Crestview. So Crestview, if you're in Crestview, you can come out of that hiding spot for now and resume normal life. But if you are south of Crestview, in fact, this thing, this polygon includes portions of southern Crestview. This is Interstate 10, this darker line here. You've got US Highway 90, which is the northern blue line here. And basically, you've got several businesses and automotive dealerships right here on 85. There's a Zaxby's right in through here, a Wendy's as well. If you're there south of Interstate 10 and point south along Florida State Highway 85, be in that safe place right now. And here's your area of rotation. That's a last call for those folks, because understand this thing is right on top of them, or actually just to the east of there. But if you're on the interstate, you got to pull over. You can't be in a car during a tornado warning, and this thing is going to come out here and affect near the Mossy Head exit. So be prepared to move to a safe place in the northern part of Walton County. Also, we note that we've got now a new severe thunderstorm warning issued by our friends at the National Weather Service in Tallahassee. This is their area of responsibility for northern Walton, northern Holmes, Geneva County. This includes basically the entirety of Geneva County over here in the Wiregrass. And also, our friends at NWS Mobile have put out a severe thunderstorm warning for Florala, Lockhart, points east over to the county line with Geneva here for this storm. No doubt this thing has some rotation in it. We could have a tornado warning posted for Sampson, Coffee Springs, Geneva at any point. But we are here for this tornado warning in central Okaloosa County. And no doubt about it, here's your area of concern. Right in through here, this is your rotation, and it's moving off to the east. Excuse me, just checking a few more things here. And again, checking a few. All right, here's what I want to do. This is coming from the Pensacola News Journal. More damage out of Pensacola, and this is. We actually talked about this a moment ago. This is the Moorings apartment there, Moorings Apartments on Old Spanish Trail in Pensacola. I tell you what, if we could take my laptop full, I want you to look at this. This is something you never ever want to see. All right, so no doubt about, well, there we go. No doubt about it, this thing produced major damage in Pensacola. This is a site-built structure, and you can see part of it is destroyed. So this thing will likely be rated as a significant tornado. I don't want to speculate on the specifics just yet. We'll know with time, but to do damage like this on an apartment complex, it has to be a pretty intense tornado and very well-worn storm in Pensacola. I hope these folks were here on the lowest floor of this site-built structure, away from their windows and doors. And again, waiting on reports in terms of damage and injuries and that sort of thing. Again, we know that 3 folks have been injured at this apartment complex based on the reports that we've seen on Twitter. Again, unconfirmed reports, but in a situation like this and the news outlets that it's coming from, one can logically conclude that we have had some injuries. And so that's the deal with that. All right, we got now a new a message from the National Weather Service about this tornado warning over in Okaloosa. So I'm going to take a look at that real quick. Again, go back to the radar if you will, please. And again, I'm joined by Lee Margaret Bostic, who's executive producing this broadcast this evening with me. I certainly appreciate her time and her effort and dedication to keeping all of you safe during times of severe weather. She has very much latched on to the vision here, and I certainly appreciate that. So we've got this tornado warning that's going to continue now for the next basically 5 to 10 minutes. And if you're in Crestview, if you have a Crestview address here, basically from areas just to the east of town and points west, I know that's a bit confusing what I just said. If you're in the core of Crestview here, downtown, I can give you a clear for now. Auburn, Baker, Milligan, the heart of Crestview, Holt. No issues for now in terms of warnings. The warning is here in the far eastern part of Okaloosa County, very near the interstate there. So absolutely no travel on Interstate 10 right now, as we've got this very serious situation transpiring in Okaloosa County. Just looking at a few of the damage reports as well. All right, getting the same reports from Pensacola from the National Weather Service. So now we have a confirmed report from the Weather Service that at Moorings Apartment, I keep seeing this apartment name come up over and over. People are trapped. Rescues are ongoing. You have entrapment, gas leaks, also cars overturned, and many trees damaged and uprooted. And that's back here in the Pensacola metro that has unfortunately taken a direct hit from what seems to be a large, violent tornado. That's the type of stuff that we've been warning for days now. And it was in the northern part of Escambia County, Florida earlier, or last week, I should say, 8 days ago on Monday, February 15th. Well, now it's in the far southern part of Escambia County, Florida here, where we've got now confirmed reports of damage from the National Weather Service. In fact, let's zoom in here and kind of look at the map. What I want to do is look at our path and understand these little icons that you see there with the tornado. Those are not exact, but no doubt right in through here you had a tornado that moved through, and that's very near University Mall, very near West Florida Hospital. You've also got areas near, there's a store called Pinch a Penny Pool Store, which sits right here at this intersection. Many folks from South Alabama are familiar with this area because they go to the Pensacola malls and that sort of thing. That sits right there. All of that area could have taken a direct hit from a tornado. So if you know someone that lives in that area of the Pensacola metro, no doubt you need to text them and let them, or ask them if they're okay. We've also now got a new report. This is going to be a confirmed report from the National Weather Service. This is 5 miles northeast of Brent. And so here's the centroid for Brent, or the place where the map maker put the center of the town. Right in through here, we've got now a new confirmed report of damage, and that's going to be 2 buildings have been destroyed at the GE plant, and that's coming directly from the National Weather Service in Mobile. I am honestly not sure what the GE plant is, but right in through here, again, that perfectly falls in line with this extrapolated track that we've done for tornado damage. So this thing has done considerable damage, and I'm very concerned about the folks in Pensacola. But regardless, we've got a tornado warning for a few more minutes. And we're going to look at some of the damage photos, and then we are going to get out of here unless we have more tornado warnings, and we will, of course, come back. I'm going to catch up and eat some food and rest my voice in case we do have more tornado warnings. But here's the deal. If you are in Okaloosa County here in northwest Florida, I need you sheltered for the next 5 to 10 minutes. In about 5 to 10 minutes, this thing's going to clear out into Walton County, into the western part. You see the radar update there. Here's your main area of concern near the county line, near Mossy Head. In the far western part of Walton County. In about 5 minutes now, I'll be able to give you an all clear here in Okaloosa County. And I'm not talking, just part of the county, the whole county. I'll be able to give you a clear for now, as we'll have no tornado warnings on the board as of about 9:30 is when this will likely happen. And so hang with me for a few more minutes, and hopefully we'll get this last tornado warning off the board, and hopefully this will be the end of all this severe weather drama that we've had over the past few hours here. Again, 2 flash flood warnings are in effect, one of which is for Thomasville, Tallahassee Springs, Bashee, Fulton, also Sunny South, Camden, Possum Bend, Pope, and areas near Miller's Ferry along the Alabama River there. You've also got a flash flood warning down here in southern Baldwin, and also southern Escambia County, Florida. That one's going to be in effect until 10 o'clock. And so Orange Beach, Paradise Beach, also areas near the Floribama there along the state line, flash flood warning, no travel, as we got a lot of water on the roadways. And moreover, we've got significant damage in the Pensacola metro. So that's the deal with that. And again, the call to action is here with this storm that's producing a lot of light, still producing a lot of lightning over Crestview. So if you are anywhere near Crestview, lots of lightning. But the tornado warning is now east of you. And so if you're in Crestview, Auburn, Campton, Baker, Milligan, you can come out of your hiding spot. And when I say hiding spot, I'm obviously referring to the lowest floor of the site-built structure away from windows and doors. And I hope and pray that the folks in Pensacola made the right decision to get sheltered. These folks had plenty of warning, not only from me, but also the TV guys and the National Weather Service guys. The warning process worked, and so I'm hoping that with the injuries, we have no fatalities. Of course, in Century and in Fulton 8 days ago, we had no fatalities. That was fantastic. we had a few minor injuries, but we can get by with that. We don't want tornado deaths, and so hopefully, and I hadn't heard any reports of deaths at this point other than those that happened back over Mississippi and Louisiana, and so hopefully we'll come unscathed in terms of fatalities. I hope so. All right, and we've got now a new report of confirmed flash flooding happening in the areas that I just talked about. This is just coming in from the National Weather Service. The public reported a flash flood at the Orange Beach Sportsplex off Canal Road. And so clearly, if you're in Orange Beach or Gulf Shores, you don't need to be out and about, certainly along Alabama Highway number 182, right back in through here. Again, confirmed reports of flash flooding happening in this area still, even though the storms have exited your area far to the northeast. Again, hang with me here as we've got this tornado warning that's going to continue now for the next 5 minutes or so for Okaloosa County. Here's your area of concern, right in through here. It's moving off to the east, and let's see when this thing expires. All right, so at 9:18, and that was about, say, 8 minutes ago now, National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles southeast of Crestview, moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So clearly this is your area of concern right in through here, and it's moving off to the east. And again, I'm so excited. These folks in Okaloosa County have just been pummeled, especially in this core region right in through here, by tornado warnings basically over the past hour and a half. And so looking forward to giving an all clear, but I can't do that yet. I need you to remain sheltered if you are in areas east of Crestview along Interstate 10. Obviously, this is a very rural, sparsely populated part of the county, but I care about everyone in terms of wherever you are in our coverage area. Doesn't matter if you're in a city or not. We have people out here and they matter just as much as the folks who live in towns. And so if you're in this area, I need you sheltered right now as we've got this tornado warning that continues for the next few minutes for the far eastern part of Okaloosa County. I apologize. I've said that 500 times now. This has nothing to do with Tuscaloosa, and for whatever reason, my mind keeps going back to that. This is for Okaloosa County, and so eastern Okaloosa County does not include Destin, does not include Fort Walton, does not include Crestview. None of the major metropolitan areas in Okaloosa County are included, and so this is the far eastern part of Okaloosa County. Also, I will say this, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in progress right now for much of northern Walton County, Defuniak Springs, point north. You have the winery, which sits right here off the interstate, that and points north, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning. Sampson, Geneva, Coffee Springs, severe thunderstorm warning, which means you could have some damaging straight line winds. Of course, I don't need to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Be inside as we've got this warning due to severe weather there. And let's check our sources here. All right, and this is a message from the Weather Service. What they're allowing it to do is they're going to continue this tornado warning polygon for Okaloosa County for the next few minutes, but here's the deal. Once this clears out of the area, they're going to drop the polygon. And so at that point, what we're going to do is transition from tornado warning coverage to damage coverage. And so we'll be looking at some of the social media posts, and I'm going to get out of here hopefully by 10 o'clock, but I will be here throughout the night to keep you posted on any other tornado warnings that happen. And tell you what, let's check our models here in terms of the parameters. Back this up one frame on our STP product just to see. No doubt about it, the severe weather threat is much lower across southwest Alabama. In fact, let us go back to this other radar product. Again, we're going to continue to cover this tornado warning. We actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for lower Okaloosa County. Niceville, Destin, Fort Walton, all included in this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect now until 10:15. And so the current time is 9:30. We do have a tornado warning in progress for the eastern flank of Okaloosa County. I'm joined alongside Lead Margaret Bostic. She's executive producing, and this broadcast is originating from right here in Brewton, Alabama, in Escambia County, which is where RedZone Weather headquarters is. And so far, so good. We haven't had any issues locally, but I am very, very concerned about our folks in Pensacola who have endured what appears to be a significant tornado. Of course, anytime you have a tornado, it's a big deal, but to have it in a metropolitan area where it affects all these thousands of people, that's something you never ever want to see. And so that's what's happened here in Pensacola. Let's look at our Twitter feed real quick, just because I've got some more reports. All right, this is significant. Let me zoom out here. If you are in any part of Okaloosa County right now, I can give you a clear. The tornado warning is now off the board. It has been canceled by the National Weather Service in Mobile. And so at this point, we have no tornado warnings in progress across southwest Alabama or northwest Florida. This tornado watch continues for the entire area until 3 a.m. Here's your back line of storms, and once this back line clears through, this will end the severe weather threat for our region. It has been a very long day. We've been here for upwards of 6 hours, or 5 hours I should say, on this live stream, and we've had a significant tornado move through Pensacola. Tell you what, let's pull up Twitter quickly. And Pensacola emergency responders are requesting more resources from adjacent counties to handle this major tornadic recovery operation. And so a very serious situation in Pensacola. Yeah, and if you'll pull my MacBook up, that would be great. Give me 1 second to make this full screen here. I want to show you this before and after shot. It just really tells the tale. Let me minimize this. So go ahead, and if you'll take my MacBook full, if we can do that. All right, here's the deal. You've got the before picture, of course, on the left, and you've got the after picture on the right. And I want to thank Tommy Self. He is on Twitter as at ALA_Storm Chaser, and he does a fantastic job of all his operations in West Alabama and all the areas that he covers and storm chases. He's a professional. He's been trained. Again, don't go out and storm chase tonight or any other night. You don't have any business doing that unless you have advanced training and years of experience, which he has. And so Tommy sent in this photo. You can see the apartment here. This was clearly a site-built structure, and on the right side of your screen, this is the after, due to the aftermath of this large tornado potentially that affected Pensacola. And I say potentially because what I mean by that is we've had a tornado. We know it was a tornado. It was down. It caused significant damage, but we don't know if it was large or not. So that's why I'm saying the word potentially. We had a tornado down, no doubt about it, and it's done extensive damage just like this in the Pensacola metro. And so what we've been advertising for days in terms of the severe weather potential has indeed transpired, unfortunately, in one of the worst places in Pensacola, Florida. And so that's the deal. Thanks to, again, to Tommy Self for sending in that picture via Twitter. And go back to the radar, if you will. Again, no tornado warnings on the board right now across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Let's transition to a casual live stream here, just because we're going to talk you through some of the damage. I'm going to pull up a chair just because I've been sitting for 6-7 hours straight. So bear with me. And again, let's go over to the Facebook page. And I want to go back to my MacBook, if you will. And this is fantastic. I certainly appreciate this. This was a photo sent in by Dr. Lynn Gill. She's a professor at Jefferson Davis Community College here in the greater Bruton area. She had her helmet ready, and this is a fantastic photo. Thanks to everyone who sent these photos in throughout the day. You've also got Spencer J. and Curtis Glaze. These are two friends that are currently students at Auburn University in Auburn, Alabama. And same thing. They know what to do during tornado warnings. This is exactly what we want to see. You want a cook pan, cook pot, or a helmet on your head, very similar to this. Bicycle helmet, ballistics helmet, football helmet, all perfect for what we're dealing with here in terms of the tornado potential. So if you'll take me back to the radar, please. We're going to look at this a few more times before we call it a night. And another report coming in from the National Weather Service. So let me pull that up. Again, no tornado warnings are in progress right now for any county in southwest Alabama, northwest Florida, across the region. And I'll tell you, I don't think we have any tornado warnings valid anywhere across the nation right now. We don't. So certainly some good news. We do have this two severe thunderstorm warnings here in northwest Florida and in Geneva County over in the Wiregrass region of southeast Alabama, but no tornado warnings, and that's what we want to. That's the way we want to keep it. No doubt about it, the severe weather threat has certainly shifted to that region. Let's take off the radar data and show you that we've got these very high significant tornado parameter values extending all the way up to the Birmingham metro, really, but we don't have any major action up there right now. In fact, here's a look over central Alabama. You see this one storm very near Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa in the northern part of Tuscaloosa County here, north of Northport, pushing off to the east. You've also got lots of heavy rain, some heavier storms right here near Billingsley, all over to Verbena in the southern part of Chilton County there along Interstate 65. You've also got heavy rain very near Selma, Valley Grande, also points here in the southern part of Dallas County. But clearly the severe weather threat is greatest over the Wiregrass region now, approaching Dothan, Enterprise, Daleville, Geneva, Abbeville, Andalusia. That's where the severe weather risk is greatest at the moment. And again, let's go to our radar product if we can and show you what's going on right now. Again, storms are what I call loud and proud across Escambia, Clark, also Conecuh counties near Evergreen and Fairview, but under severe limits. And so that's what we want. We will look at a few more parameters here and try to find some damage assessments. It's hard for me to go through the Twitter feed when I've got so many things going on, so just bear with me. Again, no tornado warnings in progress across any county in southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Certainly some good news. I'm sitting down because I've been standing and talking now, going on 6 hours, and so I certainly appreciate your patience. And as we continue this severe weather event, let's look at our velocity data on the radar quickly, just to see if we've got anything of note, and we don't. And so I'm not seeing any areas of rotation in the atmosphere right now, nothing to suggest that we could have a tornado. So certainly some good news there. Heavy rain coming into the greater Bruton area from the west, moving off to the east. You've got Pineview, which sits right there, Malta, Canoe, Escambia Academy, Flomaton High School, also Hammock, Foshee, Appleton, heavy rain, lots of lightning, no warnings. And that is fantastic news. That's the way we want to keep it over the next few hours. Again, let's go through some of these damage photos from earlier. And I'll tell you, let's scroll through the Twitter feed here. What I want to do is show you some of the photos that are coming in from the greater Pensacola area for those of you that don't have television. And so, all right, if you'll take my laptop full, here's one, and this is going to be near that moorings apartment complex. In fact, let's put the map over the greater Pensacola area, and moorings apartment, no doubt about it. You see some of the structures still intact there on the right side of your screen, but emergency crews are responding to this area, and at least one law enforcement agency has requested backup in terms of the recovery and rescue operations that are currently ongoing for the folks that are trapped in this very apartment complex. And so let's see if here, what we're going to do is kind of do like a live scroll through of the Twitter feed here, and just hang with me. We're going to get out of your hair in just a moment because we don't have any tornado warnings here, which is great news. And this is what Tommy Self tweeted at me about, say, 8 minutes ago. Again, before and after picture. These are those moorings apartment complex in the northeastern part of the Pensacola metro. Before, after. Major damage due to this tornado. And a few more things here. Here's some damage. This is from Pensacola, and again, this is from Tommy Self, so I want to thank him for tweeting us this image. You can see here, this was some type of shed or car, and I'll tell you what, if we could zoom in on that, this is actually a car. I apologize, I've been sitting down just because I've been there for about 6 hours straight, so hang with me. We're going to get through this. Look at this, right in through here. That is a car that is overturned, and that's been overturned due to this tornado. You've also got, this appears to be a car as well. So I'm telling you, Pensacola has been walloped by a significant tornado. Here's another. Before, this is on, I think I've seen this on Scenic Highways where this is. There's a townhouse in Pensacola. after. Man, oh man, look at that. Site-built structure, gone. Tremendous damage there in Pensacola. You can see a car back here behind me. Incredible damage there. And again, all these photos are coming from Twitter. And just looking for, this is going to be from Jim Eds. Look at that. This damage is tremendous. And so do not get in your car and drive to Pensacola tonight. Terrible idea. There will be, if you want to see the damage, there will be time for that in the days ahead. Don't do it tonight. Out of respect to the folks that have sustained injuries, out of respect to the folks that are trying to potentially save some lives in terms of getting folks out from under the rubble, out of the entrapment areas, don't go to Pensacola. If you're in Milton, if you're in Baldwin County, I don't care where you are. You don't need to go to Pensacola to sightsee. That's a terrible idea. So please do not do that. And tell you what, I've got a new, take me back, if you will, to the radar, our radar. And again, this is live on Twitter. At RZ Weather is the handle across the board. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. We provide live coverage on Facebook and on Twitter. And again, no tornado warnings are in progress for any county in our coverage area right now. We do have a tornado watch that's in effect until 3 a.m. for all of our southwestern Alabama counties here and all of our northwest Florida counties. So the severe weather threat is not over. If you're in Bruton, if you're in Monroeville, Thomasville, Bay Minette, Mobile, Pensacola even, that's been affected by a tornado, Milton, Crestview, Andalusia, Greenville, Georgiana, McKenzie, do not go to bed without having a way to receive urgent warnings. While clearly the greatest threat is now over here in the eastern part of Alabama and the central part of the Florida panhandle there, don't go to bed without a way to receive warnings. One of those ways could be RedZone Weather text. And so if you haven't already, I would encourage you text the word updates to 51660 to get all of the RedZone Weather updates delivered straight to your cell phone. A few more damage photos here from Pensacola. All right, and this is going to be fantastic. This is a video of the tornado as it tore through Pensacola. And so I want to show this. We'll make this full screen and see how we do here and turn the volume down. Again, take my, if you will. Here comes the video, hopefully. All right, so this is what happened in Pensacola when that tornado moved through. All right, you see the stroke of lightning? There's the tornado right there. All right, there's your tornado as it was down in Pensacola doing all this damage. And again, this was on social media moments ago on Twitter. And so you can see the lightning, and no doubt there's your tornado as it was down ripping through Pensacola. Let's see where this was. That was from Mark Oberly in Pensacola earlier tonight when the tornado moved through. And again, lots of damage, lots of significant damage in the Pensacola metro area. We've also got a good bit of flooding happening right now in Orange Beach. This is a view from Brandy N. Hotchins, WEAR ABC3, tweeted out this link moments ago. They are at WEAR TV on Twitter, so you'll certainly want to check them out as well. Tell you what, go back to the radar if you will. And again, no tornado warnings are in effect for any county for our coverage area across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. Coming up on 9:45, what we're going to do is at 10 o'clock, if we don't have any tornado warnings, we're going to get out of your hair and send you to bed. But have a way to receive those warnings if you're going to sleep. I'm not going to sleep. She's not going to sleep. We're going to be here until this threat ends across southwest Alabama. But the deal is, it's not over, all right? And so we've had this large, potentially violent tornado down in Pensacola, but the threat is not over. All right, and tell you what, I'm going to ask you to take my laptop full yet again, getting damage photos in. This was tweeted to us by Robert McClellan. He's the guy that provided our lunch today from Bakey's. So thank you so much to Robert and Chris and Becky and all the folks at Bakey's that provided our lunch. We certainly thank you. They're a great business here in the Bruton area that provided our lunch for free, and we certainly appreciate that. This is from David Gonzalez on Twitter. He is at David Gonz on Twitter, and you can follow him to see pictures just like this. Lots of damage to homes on Scenic Highway. That's over there on the eastern fringe of the Pensacola Metro, bordering Escambia Bay. And again, lots of damage. Site-built structures damaged. let's make this one even larger. You can see lots of tree damage here, site-built structures just demolished. So very serious situation there along Scenic Highway in Pensacola. Let's go back to the radar if we can. And I do want to tell you this. We've got storms moving into the Bruton area. And I know we've got a lot of folks watching here. So no warnings, though. These storms are loud. These storms are proud in terms of lightning, in terms of thunder, but no warning. So tornado watch continues, and you're going to have storms here in the greater Bruton area shortly. Riverview, Alco, Kirkland, anywhere near the greater Bruton area. Storms are firing and coming in, but they're not severe. No tornado warning is in effect for any place in the state of Alabama or Northwest Florida right now as of 9:46 p.m. I'm Spinks Megginson. Thanks again for watching this RedZone Weather live video originating from right here in Bruton, Alabama. Again, we're going to get out of your hair shortly because we don't have any tornado warnings, but we're trying to assess the damage and see what's happened in Pensacola. Evidently, a significant tornado has affected the Moorings apartment there in the northeastern part of Pensacola near Scenic Highway. And so, again, avoid that area if you can. No need to drive down there. That's just going to hinder the rescue efforts that are currently underway. We want to let those good folks and heroes do their jobs. The law enforcement, you know, they don't get enough credit. And I'm a big proponent of the police, very thankful for them. And so let these guys do their job in Pensacola. Do not go sightseeing, please. I'm begging you on that. So let's keep that in mind over the next few hours. And I'll tell you, looking at another video here, let's load this up. And I'm seeing even reports of this tornado now on YouTube. So videos being uploaded as well. I'm trying to get one to load here so we can play it. Again, more reports of injuries, cars being flipped over, and that sort of thing in the greater Pensacola metro when this complex of storms right in here that's now producing a severe thunderstorm warning over here in Geneva moved through the greater Pensacola area about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago. So watching this video, and what I'm trying to do is assess and see if this is near the area. This video was actually taken near the Barnes and Noble there along Airport Boulevard, which is south of where this thing evidently came through. And so lots of reports of damage out of Pensacola. Here's what we're going to do. Again, let's have one final run through coming up on 10 o'clock here. As we continue this RedZone Weather live cast from Bruton, Alabama, tornado watch going to continue until 3 a.m. And I will say that this new tornado watch that you can issue until 3 a.m. is not an EDS watch. Earlier we had this very serious, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch was supposed to put all these southwest Alabama counties here, and new watch is not EDS. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not important, that it's not serious, but no doubt about it, the red level for southwest Alabama has come down over the past hour for sure. In fact, I do want to show you this. We've got now a tornado watch that extends well in central Alabama. So let's take off some of the data here and tell you who's involved. If you know folks, Montgomery, Hoover, also Chelsea, Talladega, Wadowee, Valley, Alexander City, Auburn, Opelika, Tuskegee, Phoenix City, and Russell County, also Troy, and Abbey over here in Henry County in the Wilderness region. All these areas are brand new tornado watch, and that's going to be in effect until, let's get the time on it. Going to be until midnight. And so what's happening here is the tornado watch is non-EDS, but the good news is these storms are rolling on through Alabama at a fairly rapid clip. And so because this thing expires at midnight, that lets me know that the severe weather threat is rapidly ending from west to east across the state. And so certainly some good news there. All right, thank you very much. I'm getting reports again that our audio is not moving as good, but hang with me. The audio comes and goes in terms of there's several other factors contributing to that problem. So y'all just hang with me. We're going to get through this for a few more minutes anyway. what I was trying to do is let these storms slide on through the greater Bruton area just to make sure that we don't have some type of rogue warning. I'm certainly not suggesting that we're going to. In fact, this looks pretty docile in nature compared to what we've had over the past few hours. And so certainly some good news there, but that's what I'm trying to let happen. And again, if you put up that audio message. All right, so please be patient with me. We've got these audio issues in progress. I'm aware of them, but I can assure you we are going to get them resolved. So just hang with me while we address those. Again, we've had a very significant night with this tornado down in Pensacola, and going to get through this. So just hang tight with me. What I'm going to do is try to address this from my I realize that we've got some audio issues. Heavy rain right now beginning in the greater Bruton area. Century points north of Appleton and Castleberry along County number 49, which is Appleton Road. It runs right here to connect to County Highway 6, just east of Castleberry, or west of Castleberry, I should say. Very heavy rain continues in that part of the world, but these storms are under severe limits. And all right, so now we've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that's just been issued for the Wiregrass region over here. Just to the west of Dothan. This is going to include a portion of Coffee, Dale, Geneva, and Houston County over there in eastern Alabama, far out of our coverage zone. So tune into the Dothan TV stations, check out new media sources for information on that. Again, no tornado warnings in progress across southwest Alabama and northwest Florida. What we're going to do is end the live stream for now. If we have tornado warnings, I'll be back, and this tornado watch continues until 3 a.m. We're going to have an update on Facebook and Twitter very shortly about the situation at hand. But for Bruce Thompson, for Lee Margaret Bostic, because we don't have any tornado warning for any county in southwest Alabama or northwest Florida, I am Spinks Megginson saying thank you so much for watching the RedZone Weather live broadcast from Bruton, Alabama, where we had a significant tornado affect the greater Pensacola area. More about that in the hours and the days ahead. I'm Spinks Megginson saying goodbye for now.